like mercy, but I'm such a horrible sinner that I deserve to be like, I don't know if you believe in hellfire, but set on fire for all
I
eternity
believe in
for
the lake of
some
fire. Yeah.
Christians. Yeah. Just you deserve, you even the belief that you deserve that is, to me, is just so freaking toxic. Like in society, what we go with, if it's not dealing with God, is punishment fits the crime. Somebody petty theft, pay a fine, maybe a day in jail. Someone does something heinous, prison for 50 years, whatever, it's proportional, right? You're talking being set on fire for all eternity, and you think you're so awful, you deserve it. That is just so.
I actually want to clarify something about hell. I feel is like misconceptualized
Wait,
too.
actually, wait, pause before you do it. Tell me if I'm about to predict what you're about to say. But when it comes to Christianity, there's like different versions of hell. Of course, there's the one that's influenced by Dante's Inferno, where it's like a fiery brimstone pit and gnashing of teeth. But there are also people who are like annihilationists who believe that like
He
there's
said
no
lake of fire.
or like there's no place that people go to. They just simply cease to exist. And then there are some people who believe that there is a place, but it's just like the absence of God. And
Hmm.
like it just feels torturous and it's not like fiery brimstone, it's just the absence of God and it's torturous. So there's different versions, but is was that what you were gonna say?
Well, kind of, but kind of not. I've had to, because like growing up, I was very scared of the concept of hell in general because I thought it was just eternal torment by demons. Basically, I had to study like. I had to study it very intently to understand like how I figure like this is right. If even like, and also too, I don't feel like I feel like we're misconstruing hell as something eternal torture versus eternal punishment. I feel like there is a place
Oh
called the Lake of
Jesus, that's
Fire.
semantics.
There is
Yeah,
a place
is it
called
the
the Lake
same
of
thing?
Fire. Well, eternal torture means that we're going to get tortured with burning and burning for all of eternity. But I think that's misconstrued by how the wailing, the gnashing of teeth, like people you see that like that specific line, they're like, oh, that must mean it's in hell. I mean, or the lake of fire is what I'm calling it right here. But I basically, from what I've read, God says he's destroying evil. He's not containing evil for torture. He's destroying all evil, and there will be nothing but good left in his presence. And what is it? And I've thought about this, if the eternal presence of God is everlasting life, then hell is described as the eternal absence and eternal punishment. It's not eternal torture, it's eternal death and destruction of all
Oh,
evil.
okay. Yeah, so I think you're better than that, and I don't think you deserve to be executed. I'll just say
Yeah.
that. You seem like a good guy, Will. I don't think you deserve that, and I think
You
it's
I
too,
agree.
man.
really toxic and harmful that you've been indoctrinated to into believing that you actually deserve that.
Yeah, but let's pause here.
Son,
Well, let's pause here real quick. Actually, Zerum, say what you're gonna say, and then I'll address the other
uh,
guests.
I just wanted to say, like, after all of this, like, matter and sense, performativeness, in Revelation, Paul clearly says it's only 1,000, 100,000, oh, 100,000 people, yeah, that are going to heaven, and they're from the 12 tribes of Israel. So after all of this, like, Americans and, people who are just Gentiles, anybody outside of Israel doing all of this Christian performativeness, we're still all going to be in the same place, like hell, like, because Jesus clearly said that he came for his people. And if you're doing all of that, like, oh my God, Anima Christi Sanctified, like, we're still going to end up in hell.
Well, one
So
thing I
I
want
think
to
Trump's
clarify
going to
about
heaven.
that, Paul never
He
pull
got
up
a
the
call.
verse.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
pull
think
up
according
the
to the Old
verse.
Testament, I think we're
I
gonna
will
go to
say
heaven.
pull up the verse, but Paul said the great
Hold on.
multitude,
yeah,
not
but Trump's definitely going to be one of the
a
hundred
hundred
thousand that
thousand.
go to heaven.
Bro,
Yeah.
this gonna be crazy, bro. But okay, you guys pull up the verse, but let me spin the conversation a
Here.
different direction. Let me AX. What you got for me, or what you want me to call you? A.
80 is fine, but
Oh.
yeah, you can just tell me that.
But yeah, what you got for me today?
Um, let me reread it one more time.
No, you're right. It says 144,000 people, but it's misinterpreted as a capped number versus just a symbolic number of
Nigga,
God.
shush. He was very specific in the
He
number.
said-
Okay.
oh,
He was very
God
specific in the number. It
God
was
Did you
not
drop
no
the N-word,
symbolize
Will?
metaphoric.
life and grace just to cap out.
He was even specific with the tribe that it comes from, honey.
I will.
But I do agree,
That you
bro.
looked it up, so
God
He's
is
Also,
googling
like,
apologetics right now.
at this
just
point,
Google the apologetic.
at this point, I don't
Apologize
know
for
what
not
TikTok
believing you,
allows.
but like I understand what you're saying. The 144,000 people, I understand. I get what that's saying, but it's more symbolic to show how many people will actually go to heaven. The great
Okay,
multitude will
so
not.
what is the since you're saying it's metaphoric, and you're saying that it's metaphoric, that like, can you give me the real interpretation since you said it's metaphoric?
Well, the
Okay,
real
Tell me
actually,
what
hold
it's
on,
meant
wait,
to
wait,
be.
interpretation is
hold
that it's
on.
just a number to symbolize the amount of people that will actually go to heaven through genuine
From
sin.
Israel.
Wait, hold on, guys. We do have to pause this because we do have to get to the other guests, but we'll come back to
Sorry,
this.
I need to get my charger anyway.
Oh, okay, but hey, what you got for me in regards to the topic?
I was gonna say that I agree that God is very negligent. He doesn't take care of his creation. Doesn't He's just negligent. He doesn't. He has the power to change so many things. He doesn't interfere. And a lot of the times in the Bible, he infringes free will all the time.
Oh yeah, like I totally agree. But I would say that for me, free will is just going to be the ability to do otherwise.
Yeah.
I can for most discussions that I have with Christians, I typically just grant that okay, free will exists, but God intervening with things doesn't necessarily negate that free will. As much as like Christians try to use it as like a scapegoat, saying that God can't intervene unless it's going to negate free will. One thing that I point to is that in the Bible it says that Jesus performed all these miracles and then he was crucified, and there were plenty of people who made the choice to not believe in him. Plenty of people ran away after the crucifixion and the resurrection, right? They didn't believe in him. And also, doubting Thomas. Thomas was there. He saw like a bunch of stuff, but he said he wouldn't believe that Jesus actually resurrected until he felt the holes in his hands. And so people started the free will to like turn away, despite the fact that God was in their presence doing a bunch of miracles. So I don't think like God intervening gets rid of
Would
free
be an
will.
issue.
So, like the question is like, where's God in the current world that we currently live in? With there's confusion, bunch of evil happening, people praying, and all sorts of stuff.
So real question, why did God give dinosaurs cancer?
Oh yeah, and then also before the fall of man, what we know about science is that dinosaurs were here before humans, and yet they had cancer and suffering.
Yeah, so like 100+ million years before mankind was even a thought. Well, maybe a thought in God's head, but the whole thing is, well, cancer is a result of man's sin, but dinosaurs, which went extinct 65 million years ago, we found dinosaurs fossils with like bone cancer and shit.
Yeah, so there's a
So
bunch
why
of
did
questions. Oh yeah,
so like that was supposed to be that's what it's man's sin. Now all the animals got to suffer, which itself is problematic. But
then
why
we're only
did he
here for
give?
6,000 years. Come on now.
Say what?
Are you serious? He's a
Yeah.
young restorationist, or is he? Either that or he's
The
screwing with me.
1,000 years to one
No.
day analogy is just a concept of how God is outside of time, not necessarily as an actual, physical limitation of what time, like what a day is to God. It's just an analogy to say God is outside.
This shit I
It's not
hate.
an analogy.
So,
Wait,
but
hold
Will,
on,
why
This
did?
shit I
World
hate.
for
This analogy
6,000
shit, like,
years.
I hate it so much.
Wait, hold on. So
That's
hey,
what-
wait, what did you say?
It's so
It says the
basically
world is 6,000 years.
Wait. You believe the world is 6,000 years old?
Me? No.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay, cheat then.
I'm just
Neither do I.
reiterating what it says.
Wait, who says it's 6,000 years old?
I don't think any.
The Bible.
Or okay, so like I don't think A thinks that the world is 6,000 years old. I'm not sure about Will, but if that's the case, like I have my notes.
Someone said it.
Well, I mean, if God created time, how would he be limited to a time per day ratio? It's just that. I mean, it has to be an analogy.
But why did he give dinosaurs bone cancer and shit?
Honestly, I will admit I do not have an answer for that. I just don't. I don't
Okay.
have an answer for
And
that.
that's totally fine.
I mean,
That is
yeah, that's
completely
fair.
fine. Because like
I'm not
even
going to
me,
BS
right? Like,
anything. I just don't have
So
an answer.
yeah, so obviously cancer wasn't created by man's sin because it existed for billions of years before man. Well, let's see, the first life, yeah, billions of years, at least hundreds of millions of years before man even existed.
but yeah, but yeah, with the
I've
problem
been,
of
I've been,
evil, there's like a bunch of ways that you can go about it.
I've been
Um,
trying to get John to, because it came up in one of our lives, to put that as the prompt with like a dinosaur and like, in a hospital bed or something. God, and then the prompt would be like, God hates dinosaurs, just so people are like, what the frick?
Yeah. But also, by the way, while it's kind of quiet right now, let me remind everyone there's 28 people in here. Thank you guys for being in here. If you can, please like tap your screens to like the live. That will help the live get on the For You page. And if you
Sean.
can, share the
Oh,
live to
my bad.
anyone who you think might be interested. That will help get this live out. And then also, you don't have to. I just enjoy that you guys are here. But if you have any spare change, one heart me. It costs like 1 cent. Send a heart me, and that also helps boost out the live. And if you send a heart me, you get access to these really cool emojis. Which let me send
He's
one.
got some good ones. He's
Yeah,
got some good ones.
there's
Smooth
some.
brain and all kinds of like cooked, like, I don't know, they're funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Uh,
send a few in the chat. There's this one where it's like it's the face of a really bad Christian debater on TikTok, and it says potato over his head. So yeah, you get access to those things. But yeah,
Oh,
thank you for
Darth
being.
Dawkins came into John Cohen's live.
Oh, did he get cooked? Because Darth Dawkins is
Is
pathetic.
he crashed out in like 2 minutes because he kept trying to talk over John. You've been in there with John, and John is very soft spoken, really nice guy, this and that, and then he was just trying to like shout him down. If you want an opportunity to talk to me, you need to. And like John's like calmly trying to have a conversation with him, and he kept talking over John, so John muted him a couple times. And then he just like crashed out and left. It never even got to go anywhere. And I
Yeah,
was so sad. I got a phone. I was in there. I was co-hosting, and I got a phone call. And then my phone call was like 30 minutes. I came back, and John's like, Sean, you left at the wrong time. And I'm like, what happened? And then he told me what happened. I'm like, damn it.
yeah.
I was gonna try to get him because I really wanted him to like go up and have a real conversation in a format where he can't just like mute and kick people, but I wanted to have like a legit conversation with him.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I have
but
some
um,
videos on my page if you'd like to see that. I got like close
but
to a dozen parts of a singular conversation I had with him. I was
yeah,
able
um,
to keep him on for a good like 15 minutes.
oh, okay.
yeah,
Quick
but
police
also
session real
but really
fast.
quick before we move on, yeah, for the 24 people in here, if you're a Christian or if you're an atheist, Darth Dawkins has to be one of the worst Christian apologists on this app. He will not answer your questions. He crashes out. He is a grown man who is just a fucking like man child and has no maturity. So do not take any of his notes seriously. Don't take him seriously. He's very rude and disrespectful. And yeah, he's basically just an old fat white man on the internet running
I
I'd
tag.
can agree
actually
with
like
that.
to have a conversation because I think that me and that guy would probably have a productive, like not productive, but nice
You and Darth.
conversation if he doesn't mute
Oh, I
me
can't see that
or
because
He's
you're
report
gonna
very
me.
crash out.
aggressive, and so is he. Like you guys,
Oh my God,
I
I'm aggressive? I'm not. I'm a
Well,
sweetie
So
pie.
I wanted to.
You should see
you
like
went off
I
on me
take
while I
pictures
was
with
defending you.
orphans and like you know
I
Hey,
have
Zero,
fun
you
with
went up
Darth
on. I was like on
Dawkins.
your side,
I,
and you
I,
went
I
off
use
on
him
me.
as a play toy.
Zrim, yo, the amount of times you've popped off on the live, bro, like,
Oh my God,
I
that
don't,
is not me, guys. Like, I swear I'm Christian. I've given my life to Christ. I can never do that.
yo,
Uh,
like, I don't think you're gonna last with Darth Dawkins. He's gonna mute and kick you and block you. Like, he's just a bad
yeah.
person.
I mean, I've had like this white guy do it to me before. Then he was DMing me some freaky shit.
Damn, Christians.
Did he send you an eggplant pic?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. All right.
Thank.
A lot of women complain like they get unsolicited D pics.
Yeah, I would have like found his child and sent it to that person. Probably. That's something that I would do.
She
Can I have 30 seconds for a quick glaze sesh real fast?
go for it.
So, Matthew, I don't know if you remember this, but you were the very first person I ever debated on TikTok. And you were the one who like got me intellectually thinking about like why I believe what I believe, and I pop into your lives, and when I hear you talk, you're just so eloquently spoken, I suppose is the correct terminology, and you're very knowledgeable, and I just think that's really cool. And I tried to glaze you real fast.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew's
Thank
the
you.
goat.
I really appreciate that, Sia.
His name's Matthew. What the fuck?
I'm just messing.
Oh no.
Yeah,
No,
thank you. That's nice.
Matthew's the goat. He's very well rounded. He does politics, he does science, he does religion. Matthew is definitely somebody you want to take notes off of. for
I
sure.
hope you're left leaning or
He is
extreme
I am.
leftist.
I am.
Okay, good.
Wait, actually, do you guys want to see something? Matthew, I took the political compass test the other day, and I mean, like, before I took the test, I identified as a liberal socialist, but then I took the test, and yeah, I was in the liberal socialist like bottom corner, and yeah, I'm on the left. Right here, I can show you guys.
Same. I'm a libertarian whenever I took the test. But I was in my extreme era at that time and I still came out of as liberal. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I came out like a right-wing authoritarian.
Hell the fuck no, Sean.
Crazy,
No,
bro.
I didn't
You must
take,
be God.
I didn't take the test. Who said that? That was funny.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, I'm not gonna lie and say that wasn't like a good joke. I know I did, but that was
Gonna
kind of
lie.
Authority, right? He's got to be maximum authority, so he's definitely on the right.
That's right. My authority. There's a lot of parallels between Kim Jong-un and God.
okay. That I don't know so much about.
I mean, I
But-
think so.
I spent a lot of time in South Korea, so
Oh,
Like-
I actually want to go to South Korea. Was it that's pretty cool.
yeah, South Korea is cool. Driving there is a freaking nuts, just so you know. Be forewarned.
Yeah.
But they were driving on the right side of the road.
Okay, here, let me.
If I had a country,
It's rough out there,
I
though.
would execute every single Christian.
Okay, don't say that on the live. please.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Dreams, bro.
That is whole Christian Ishmenicide. But okay, so my score. Okay, so basically, like, this is what the graph looks like, right?
I want
It's
to take
like-
this test.
Yeah, so basically, like, the graph looks like 4 boxes, and like this is a number line. This is 0, this is negative, and it's the left, and this is positive, and this is the right. My score was, I'm like a negative 6.5, and then up and down, I think that's negative 5.4. So this is where I landed. I'm on the left. I'm like a libertarian. I'm a liberal socialist, but sort of authoritarian.
You're almost as far left as I am.
Tyrion.
No, you're
Yeah.
not. Authoritarian's at the top.
Oh, it said something about like it
I
said like
cannot see you being an authoritarian. What's the website called?
It's thepoliticalcompass.org.
The
Yeah.
political clump. Thepoliticalcompass.org.
Take out the.
You know, if Coco wasn't doing this type of stuff online, I would imagine him as a furry. I don't think there's any way he could be a furry.
bruh.
I don't think I'd be a
Which is
furry.
nothing wrong with a furry, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean,
nothing
I
wrong.
don't.
I mean, shoot, like I wouldn't mind dating a girl who does cosplay. Low-key, that'd be kind of hot.
Not going to like guys who are open to anything, like pansexual dudes. They have the best type of dick, I heard.
Okay.
That's
Yo.
true.
Sorry. There's 30 people in here.
You agree in the chat, like the live. Let's get us up to 5,000.
If you agree, tap your screens, like the live, share it out. We're gonna need it after that. TikTok is going to like take it off the For You page. Yeah. But hey, to each their own, yo. Everyone has
Oh,
their
Is this thing only 6 questions, dude?
no, it's 6 pages.
Oh, okay.
but
Oh,
it has,
page
like-
1 of 6. Sorry, reading is hard.
Oh no, you're good. I agree. But
Yeah, right.
But yeah, we're looking for ops. If any Christian wants to come up and talk to me about the topic, I can argue for the topic. Ask me any questions. My name is Mr. Coco. I'm an agnostic. If you ask me, does God exist? I say I don't know, and I don't think we have enough information or the ability to know. I do have a worldview. It's partially built. I can tell you my other beliefs and other things I hold to, but it's going to be mostly like science, some philosophy, and religion for sure. I'm still building my worldview.
I actually
Oh my
do have a
God.
question. Do y'all think? Okay, so do you think science and like the laws of the universe could also be an explanation for like a creator, like the law of
Not nec-
gravity?
No, well, maybe,
Well,
but no.
I
Evidence
can't
for
rule it
I
out, but
can't.
I can't rule it in. There's
Yeah,
like no evidence for that.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like
So
for the conversation, do you think like just the set like rules of the universe, like the law of gravity, law of motion, like the things that we abide by every single day,
As
like
far as we can tell, they're
Mm,
descriptive. There's no
no,
evidence
yeah,
that
they're
there's
they're
any like creator.
non-prescriptive.
I
okay,
said
Yeah,
just descriptive.
go ahead,
yeah,
Matthew.
exactly. I'm
Yeah. Oh,
agreeing.
okay.
Since
Okay.
since
Yeah.
since they are descriptive, they are just going to be descriptions of what we see occurring,
okay,
which means these are going to be the properties of the materials that exist and our explanation of how they interact. They don't actually cause anything to occur, right? What's causing things to occur are going to be the properties of the materials held, and if that's what's causing everything to happen, then you no longer have a mind behind what you're discussing. Without a mind, I wouldn't call it a creator.
Well, the laws of physics and such do cause things to occur. I
yeah.
don't know
Wait,
what you
first
mean.
off,
you guys
The
want to know what my
the
don't
dream,
call
properties
like
that the
my
laws discuss cause things to occur, right?
Yeah.
Oh, also,
I
wait,
will
really
s-
quick. Moderator Matt, did you want to say something? And then, Will, you can go after.
yeah.
saying,
Oh,
I
by
was
the
just
way,
saying,
this
yeah, same thing,
question,
right? Is
dude.
that the fact that you have a law of gravity, the fact that you have a law of gravity that's generally correct doesn't mean that that is actually what is driving the universe. It's all of the connections of everything that exists, all acting on each other at the same time, and that's what gives you all
Yeah.
the interactions in the existing universe you have now. The fact that you can
Yeah.
simplify gravity or simplify light speed and put it into words doesn't mean now that that words or that sentence is now some godly thing that rules the universe. You're just describing it, right?
Okay. Look, I
Yeah.
do agree with you. I do agree.
Or design. When a theist says that the reason I believe in a god is because of how complex the universe is and that something so complex must have a creator, then the counter is, do you believe God to be complex? If
Sorry.
God is complex, then God would need a creator. Just according to the rules that you have set forth, that anything that is created or anything that is complex must be created.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
it's not that that the God can't be infinite. It's just that if you're going to have a rule that leads you to a God's existence, then that God would need to follow that rule as well.
Yeah, well, I don't necessarily like look. I don't necessarily believe in like the possibility of the universe even being an eternal. Even if God didn't exist and like I didn't believe in God, I think there would have to be a beginning. But
Why?
the reason, well, just because I don't know. Today, and it's like today with time and just how things move and like just the ways everything has a beginning and end. It's like what is it something has to be so like just something has to be created and then eventually it will end. I feel like the same properties go for the universe if the things inside it are if the things inside it are following those properties, unless there's a being who created those properties. That's the reason. I just don't think something can just be eternal just because it's eternal without a conscience. I think something has to be a being that exists for it to be eternal. Like the universe is just, if it's just an eternal like thing that just is in existence for no reason, and there's like no like reasoning for it being created, there's no consciousness behind it, there's no moral set or law or creator, it just doesn't make
That's
sense
a
compared to God.
fallacy of that's a fallacy of composition. Things inside of it have this property, are finite, therefore the whole, being the universe, also has that property.
Sorry, I'm going to leave now. Thanks, Coco. Thanks, everybody. Guys, I'm gonna go talk to a sneaky link.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Come back anytime.
Bye.
By the way, Coco, on this test, did you catch that really racist AF question that's on here?
Yeah, I think there might be a few.
Yeah, so like this is one of the questions. Our race has many superior qualities compared to other races. Strongly agree, disagree, etc.
I think
It's intentionally racist.
Yeah, it's trying to see like where you're going to be on the line. Yeah, given that, I think I put strongly disagree. But, like, I don't
You
know.
think you put strongly disagree?
Yeah,
Top purposes, he said strongly disagree.
I think.
Like you think you put strongly disagree. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I don't remember what I answered. Because I mean, are there traits that black people have that are like amazing that white people don't have? Like, I don't know. I think I put
Rhythm?
strongly disagree.
Rhythm, skin complexion.
Like,
You can
I don't
see
know.
every little, like on white skin, you can see every little blemish and pimple and everything. It like stands out.
Like, I basically have heat resistance. I won't get a sunburn unless I'm.
I have heat resistance.
Yeah,
You do
like,
UV ray
That's
resistance for
superpower,
sure.
man.
Yeah, like I have melanin. Like I won't get a sunburn unless I'm out in the sun for like probably 24 hours.
Hey, but do you know what I get?
I only have
Neanderthal DNA, mofo. Caveman shit right there, buddy.
See, I'm in limbo. Like I have I'm half black, half white. So it's like sometimes I'm athletic, sometimes my white parts hold me back. So
Oh, that's like my nephew.
Where? But moderator Matt, were you gonna say something, and then I'll address the new guest?
I was gonna say, Will, does that mean you can dunk, but then when you go to dance, you're offbeat?
yes, actually, 1000%.
Dude, someone the other day, like you were in an argument with him, Coco. I don't know if you caught it, and he's like, "Do you even have a father present?" Dude, I was pissed, like, because did you hear him say that to you?
Yeah, I know who the guy was. It was this guy named him or something. Yeah, I remember that guy, but he was a dude.
Am I crazy that that's like overt? Right? Like he was just straight up dog whistle. Like he was asking that for a reason.
Yeah, it was his. He was being like a douche.
I mean, that was like straight up like race. Like he was alluding to race while giving himself plausible deniability.
Yeah, but yeah, he didn't even know like his own Bible. He didn't even know the Egyptian Exodus story. So like, yeah, that guy was just like stupid as fuck. But
We answered that quiz saying strongly agree to that racist question.
For real.
You want to know something that is true though?
Oh shit!
Most
hold on really quick.
Sorry.
We'll get back to it. But what's up, Just? What you got for us?
Hey, no, I just I basically follow Sean around like a little lost puppy, so I wanted to hop.
Oh,
on
just
here.
some guy. What's up, buddy? I didn't even see you came in here. What's up, man?
No, I snuck on here. No, actually, I had a question for Will about the idea that since everything seems to have a beginning, everything should has to have an ending. I'm curious to know whether or not, if everything that we see tends to break down and that kind of thing, the constituent atoms or the energy that makes up the constituent atoms doesn't seem to have either a beginning or an ending, except for possibly the Big Bang.
Point.
So I'm wondering whether or not that that is something that would challenge the expectation that you have based on observation.
That's actually a good point, because everything's morphing into other things, but it's the same matter and energy, just reforming itself in different ways.
That I won't lie. That is what is this? A good question. I'm trying to answer this without just trying to use analogies. Like I'm really just trying my best to like answer it with like just pure like back. I think that. Wait, okay, real quick. Say like it in a shorter version because it's like I feel like that was like just like I don't know. I'm already like
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
no.
Take your time, man.
The things that we see have
Uh-huh.
beginnings and ends, but the atoms and energy that make them up never do. One of the laws of thermo, or one of Newton's laws is matter can neither be created nor destroyed. Right?
Yeah.
So matter isn't destroyed; it just changes form, unless you convert it to energy, of course. Which
okay.
But the energy is not destroyed. The matter is just converted to energy. So,
but
the atoms that were present at the Big Bang, hypothetically, are the same atoms that are around today, or they're the same constituent particles, even if they've been recombined into different configurations. Like protons and neutrons have been smashed together to go from hydrogen to uranium or whatever.
Yeah, well, like you said, the only exception to that possibly could be like the creation of the universe, like the Big Bang, the universe being created. So in my opinion, that doesn't like take away from like maybe the existence of God. It just shows that like if one of the laws in the universe is you can't create or destroy matter, but there was a beginning like the Big Bang to happen, there has to be something that created that's outside of those laws.
Okay. And if there is not if there's like an oscillating universe theory, are you familiar with the oscillating universe theory?
Can you explain? I am, but like I am very like I'm studying different things currently. So can you
it's cool.
it?
So we have a big bang, everything explodes and goes out, and then eventually the rate of expansion slows to the point where things stop expanding, and then they start falling back into themselves, and then they have what's called a big crunch. So it's the opposite of a big bang. So everything smashes together into a singularity, which then explodes again.
Like
so you have this.
The universe would be eternal in that sense,
right? Yeah, you have an infinite cycle of explosions and contractions. And there's also another theory that the observable universe is just essentially a local universe of a big bang, and big crunches happen all over the place. So there are an infinite number of big bangs happening throughout the non-observable universe, and there are an infinite number of big crunches, and they're all happening at different times with different piles or possibly intermingling piles of matter and energy.
Okay, well, in the sense of that, if that was the case, I would need the theory not to be like I would need it to be proven in some way that that's actually how the universe functions and works. And if it ever did,
perfect answer.
I would need.
So basically, the correct answer. Not saying you have to answer this, but in my opinion, the correct answer for right now is I don't know. Maybe the universe is infinitely old. Maybe it has a beginning. If it does have a beginning, I don't know the cause.
And you have the choice to choose. Like, I don't want to influence. I want you, if you ever did believe in God, I would want it to be a genuine choice from you versus me. Just like I would obviously want to be the good influence. Like, I want to be.
It wouldn't be a choice. It wouldn't be a choice. If you give me convincing information, I'll have no choice but to believe it.
Yeah. Well,
I'm in Sean's camp on that one.
The only problem with that is that the only information and source that I can give you is what is in the Bible, and I can't give you any more than that because I am not the one who decided the laws of faith and believing, and God is. And that is, I wish I could somehow find a better way to like just make it factual, like, just prove it, right? But it's really just all goes back to it is mostly based on faith and what you believe, and God gave just enough of what he wanted to, in my opinion, gave just enough of what he wanted to give for us to form an opinion for ourselves to believe. And I can't give any more or any less than what the book says, and I can only just give you what, like, other than analogies, personal experiences, and of my opinion.
So,
can I ask a question?
Why do you hold a difference in your reasoning for beliefs then? If for a position of like a naturalistic explanation requires such like firm evidential proof,
Hmm.
why wouldn't you hold the same requirement for any sort of metaphysical claim or supernatural claim?
Well,
Why wouldn't you
because
require the same like requirement of evidence?
Well, if the God in the Bible was a God of just what is it, needing pure fact and needing like to be proven, and like he showed every single element to like of what could happen and like wanted that, but he like the God I believe in is a God of what is it, faith over fact, and he never tries to prove himself. He tries to get people to believe versus rather than prove the existence of the universe through him, because he comes
He
down,
did
he
prove
came down.
himself multiple
Well,
times.
yeah, he proved himself,
He
but not
never
in the way of.
required faith. In fact, doubting Thomas shows that he was blessed even though he questioned. He was given the evidence that he needed to believe. Many
Yeah,
people were.
I think I'm
So
explaining this wrong.
it wasn't a position of faith. The God doesn't rely on faith,
Well,
not according
what I
to
mean
the
in the
book that's
sense
being
of
read.
I mean, like in the sense of like what the creation of the universe is what I'm trying. Like, I mean, I know what. Yeah, obviously, I know what you're trying to say, but like in the sense of it's like I would need proof that the universe is like crunch theory is true versus the Bible, is because I feel like unless I can was it get proven that the universe has some eternal like process of where it explains the creation of the universe versus like God coming down showing himself, there being an explanation through God, and especially through like matter being created or destroyed.
Why
And
not
until
just
some,
withhold judgment until you have good reason to think one way over the other?
well, I mean, I have good
Yeah,
judgment in what I think,
I
but I
I
just
don't understand the dichotomy on requirement here. For any sort of naturalistic explanation, even though we have multiple naturalistic explanations
Mhm.
that can efficiently explain how and why the universe exists, you would hold no credence to them without some sort of evidentiary proof. Yet, with a belief structure like a religion, you would
Yeah.
hold a position of faith. That seems
Well,
Double
like
standard.
a hypocritical position.
Well, I would say it's yeah. It might sound yeah. I mean, I would say. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say it's like I'm not saying the same things you guys are saying about the reasons you can't believe. But I'm saying that I feel like my like what in my thought process differs from just like the pure simple fact of the creation of the universe. And especially like I think it just all goes back to like matter being created or destroyed. If there can be a creation in the beginning to the universe, but then there is like an explanation of like things in the universe cannot be created or destroyed, but there was a creation possibly in the Big Bang. And if the Big Crunch is true, yeah, I would need like a proof of that
What
theory
does
to
that got to do
be
with
used.
anything? It has nothing to do.
There's multiple models for it. You can look at Penrose CCC model. You can look up toy models, including exotic topology. You can look up other cyclic models,
No,
big
I mean,
crunch,
I've
big
studied.
bounce, cyclic models. There's dozens upon dozens of models that effectively show how the universe can exist
Yeah,
in an
Yes,
infinite
but
and
if
way.
there's not evidence of these models enough for you to believe them, that doesn't mean did it.
I mean, it's
Yeah, it
not even
still
that.
wouldn't show
It's
God being
what I
true.
mean. Yeah, but like that's the thing. It's like I personally believe that
We
that's
know
the
you
real
personally
story.
believe, but the
But it's
issue
like I
is,
can't prove to you that, just like
No,
you
I'm
couldn't
finished.
prove to me a theory in the universe being real as another
but
explanation.
I wouldn't want to prove to you, right? Because it's not something I believe is true. The point is that I'm agnostic on how
Uh
the
huh.
universe is or
Gotcha.
was or the
Yeah,
origins, if it even had an origin,
Hmm.
because I don't see any
exactly.
reason to think one way over the other. But
Yeah.
you, for some reason, have thought one way over the other. But it doesn't
Hmm.
seem like you have any good reason to think one way over the other.
Well, I have. Well, well, I guess that's very subjective in like what I can choose to believe. But like I
Huh?
believe it. I'll just let you know. The main reason I believe it isn't just because like mainly over
Okay.
fact. It's
How about
because of
this,
what
Will?
the message that it
Oh, wait,
teaches,
let
the
him
message
finish.
that I learned through Christ.
How about this, Will? Do you think that somebody can believe something for no reason, a good reason, and a bad reason?
Like what? I guess. I mean, I'm trying. Wait, what
Right.
do you
Right.
mean by that?
So do you believe that God
Like
created the
just.
universe for a good reason, for a bad reason, or for no reason?
I believe God created the universe for a good reason. Yes.
Okay. What's the good reason to think God created the universe?
Us.
Huh?
Us.
Okay, us is compatible with God not creating the universe. So what about
God
us?
created the universe, the earth, and us because he wanted. He
No,
won
no,
with us.
no. We're not
That's what I
asking what
mean.
is God's motivation. We're asking.
God's motivation
We're
is
not.
because he
Hey,
wants love.
listen. We're not asking what is God's motivation. We're
Okay.
asking what is the reason to think it's true that God exists to even create the universe.
The reason I think it's true is because, okay, well, first of all, the reason I think it's true is because I believe most of us can agree that I get, look, before anybody says anything about like I'm getting off topic, I think we can, most of us can agree Jesus Christ was at least a real person.
What is
Can
that
we
got to do with
agree on that?
Fine, that's
anything?
fine, bro. Look.
Not
I'll cut to the
Jesus
chase here, bro.
Christ, just
Will,
Jesus.
Jesus
Will,
of Nazareth.
let's
Neither Jesus of
be real
Okay,
Nazareth.
direct. Will,
just answer the question I
I'm
asked.
trying to, but I'm trying to answer it because I'm trying to answer it, but like I can't get what I'm saying across. And you're just trying to like that's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get what I'm saying
Jesus
across.
has nothing to do with whether or not there's a God that created the universe.
I mean, it does is if I believe that Jesus claimed to be God, and I'm looking towards a text that what is it? Is a text that is supposedly a part of Jesus' time.
What reasons do you have to think Jesus Christ is God? It's just because you think he said it and therefore it's true because he said it?
Well, I think there's enough. Okay, I also think there's enough historical accountability between like eyewitnesses that I
What
can infer
historical
that.
fact led you to believe that Jesus Christ created the universe?
Okay, eyewitness testimony from the apostles, from
What
people who actually saw
eyewitness
him
testimony saw Jesus Christ
rise.
create the universe?
I believe it was one of them was. I believe it was the apostles, the two of them, and then Thomas, right?
So Thomas saw Jesus Christ create the universe?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Thomas saw
I
Jesus
ask you
Christ
what
rise.
eyewitness testimony led you to believe that Jesus Christ created the universe?
Oh wait, hold on.
That's
Okay,
not what I'm
so
saying.
You think Jesus Christ created the universe, right? Is that true?
I believe.
Hold on, guys. Wait. Pause real quick. So I think like basically what Hatim is asking is like what motivation do you have to believe that like God created the universe? And I guess like the case that Will is making is like if Jesus existed and he rose from the dead, then he holds a personal belief that like everything else that the Bible is saying is true, or like God has the power to like create the universe. But yeah, I have done some. I have done some research on the resurrection, and I do have my rebuttals against
Actually,
like
can you explain it better than me? Because I do know that there's some. What is it? There are some. What is it? What are they called?
Look, I'm gonna put it this way.
Inconsistencies in eyewitness back then.
Let me finish. Go ahead, Will.
I would like you to explain the eyewitness accounts of like the resurrection, because I do know that there's a lot of argument against what is it, like if they actually saw Jesus, if they were actually real eyewitness testimony, if they were written by the apostles, like the books like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, if they were even written by the apostles, which originally they were nameless, but we infer that they are.
The problem isn't the resurrection. The problem isn't the resurrection. The problem is the inference from the resurrection to therefore Jesus Christ is God. That's I want to know how you got that inference, because
I never went down to that.
Because if Jesus Christ died and rose again and he claimed that he was God, I have to.
If you saw somebody, if there's a stadium of people, right, and they witness a guy run 100 miles an hour, which is really fast. That's like 3 times the speed of Usain Bolt. Over 3 times.
Gotcha.
And then this guy said, I could also run this faster than the speed of light. Okay. And you saw this guy run 100 miles per hour. I was like, holy shit, that guy's fast. Do you then now believe him? And everybody saw him. Like there's like hundreds of people that saw him run 100 miles per hour. Do you then now believe him that he can run faster than the speed of light because you also saw him do a feat no one else has done before?
I mean, if he can run 100 miles an hour, I would believe he could run at the speed of light. I mean, I don't think anything possible of running at 1,000 miles per hour. I mean, 100.
Are you serious? Do you know how much faster the speed of light is than 100 miles?
I mean, obviously, but I'm saying it's like this is like faster than any human could ever like run. We're talking about. We're talking about.
So therefore, he can run at faster than the speed of light.
Well, yeah, Will. That wouldn't.
Hold up.
That wouldn't.
Well, no, not
that wouldn't follow.
I will not like. I don't know. Listen, this is like a question.
What did
It's
you
a
say is
parody.
faster than the
Wrap my
speed of
head
light?
around it,
It's a
but like,
parody argument. It's a parody argument to
no,
show
I
you how
know it's a
ridiculous
parody argument, but if
to
you
show
could
you how
run
ridiculous
faster,
it is to believe Jesus Christ is God just because even if he did say he was God, because he did something nobody else did. But here it is that you still would be justified to
well,
think
running
somebody
at 100 miles
ran
an
faster than the
hour
speed of
is
light if
breaking
you
human
one never
limitations.
saw him never saw it happen, and two, all you've done was see them run very fast, faster than nobody else can. And Jesus Christ has done something hypothetically great that nobody else did, but that doesn't mean that he created the universe.
So, okay, so you're saying to
You don't
me
have
if
a
Jesus
problem with
Christ
Jesus being the
died
Son of
after
God?
3 days and rose again, you don't think there's a
Let me give it a shot, Will.
possibility that he could be God?
Will,
No one ever
here's
said
what's
that,
going on,
bro.
bro.
What do you
Obviously,
mean?
it's
That
possible, but it's not
possibility.
enough for
Let me
something to be possible for it to be actual. You need to make the inference from it being possible
Yeah,
to
but if you
then
can do something no human had ever done,
Will,
why
let me
should I
level it
limit
out for
him
you. Hold
within
on, pause,
human
pause. You guys are
limitations?
not on the same page. Look, when you read in the Bible that God or Jesus resurrected after a certain amount of days, and there's so much testimony and all that stuff, let's say even if it was the case that this person resurrected after 3 days, there's explanations for that. Let's say they're supernatural. Okay, they're supernatural. It still doesn't make them God. You know, anybody who could cast a spell, let's say a witch did something, and then the witch used some natural magic that they had, and they turn around and say, hey, guess what? I'm God, and the rest of this book I just wrote is all true. There's nothing to motivate that other than you saw them do a trick, and then a
Well,
lot of
also
people
the
reported
message
on
of
that, and there
good
you
and the
go.
Hold on.
forgiveness that he
Last
Did the
speaks
witch
also
statement.
roll in that
makes
20?
me to
If you
believe
raise
he's
from the
God.
dead after 3 days, I'm gonna assume that it's very something special about you outside of just
you could.
which.
Let's assume it's special, but why assume it's God instead of
Because
just
you're
assume it's
breaking
special?
human limitations within what's
Okay,
possible.
can something that's not God break human limitation?
Okay, give me an example,
Is
please.
that's a question?
Satan,
I
Satan,
don't know.
angels.
I mean,
If you don't know
If
that,
God made
great,
limitations for
great, you
humans
don't
and is
know.
not God,
But
then he
great, if
can't
you
break
don't
human
know, say
limitations.
that. But you're acting as if you do know, and then when I press you on it, you're saying you don't
No,
know.
but you're sitting here saying to me, and if Jesus, there's a possibility that Jesus could have just been a special human after dying and rising, and he's just
Yeah,
special. He's not God. Like that's just a weird argument to even
it's
make in the
not.
first
It's not.
place.
It's just trivially logically possible.
So what would he be then?
You could just
Well,
be
here's a
a,
question.
if God is just a
Sorry, I'm
creator of the
trying not to raise
universe.
my voice.
You could
Actually,
just
can we
He
like
just
calm
be
down
what
for a
he
minute? I
say
don't want to
he
get
is.
mad at you.
if
How come
Right?
he
if
can't just be what he says he is? Why does it have to be something else if he's
it doesn't
exhibiting
have to be anything.
if he's
Hold on,
exhibiting the
hold on.
Jesus,
traits?
So,
you guys are
If
so
he
silly.
exhibits the traits of a
Relax, relax,
god,
relax,
you're
relax.
already granting him the fact that he exhibits traits of a god. So at that point, you have nowhere else to
No, I
go in the
never
argument.
said that. I never said that. What?
You're
hold on,
saying if
guys.
he
Hold on, guys.
rose
Hold
and
on,
dead
guys.
on the
Wait, wait,
third,
wait, wait,
you
wait,
said
wait,
if he
wait.
rose and died on the third day and it was supernatural reasons, then
Supernatural does not mean God.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
think
yeah.
supernatural means God or something?
Wait, yeah. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. So basically, like what they're saying, right? Is like, let's say we grant that like Jesus rose from the dead, and like he's a supernatural being. It doesn't necessarily logically follow that like that necessitates him being God. It could be the case that maybe he's Satan or maybe he's a witch. There's other like hypotheses.
You could just say he's powerful.
And
He's powerful enough to resurrect, or he has the ability of
But
resurrection.
I will
He
not
yes,
say
doesn't.
and
that.
Do
then
you
I
and
think?
then
Hold
disagree
also
with that.
and then also furthermore, it wouldn't entail that he could create the universe. All it entails is that he rose from the dead and he can do some supernatural things, but not all
Yes,
supernatural things.
Okay, well,
exactly.
I
Well,
will
the question
admit,
is, the question is, do you think what's going on over there?
not
So
going.
Well, do you think under the set of conditions that somebody would be able to resurrect includes the classification of God? Like
If death is
if
something no
anybody
human can come
resurrected,
back
therefore
from
they must be
after,
God. Is that what you
but what
think?
you guys are doing is this, and it's not fair.
Can you
Hatim,
calm
no,
down?
with no malice.
Can you
Hatim,
just calm down? I'm
where are
wait,
you
wait,
asking
wait,
from,
Will a
wait, wait,
brother?
question.
wait,
yeah,
Hatim, where are you from,
I'm
brother?
just trying
Can you just
to,
calm down? I'm asking Will a question.
yeah,
hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. CB Deuce, go ahead, and then we'll get back to it.
Hatim, with no malice at all. I just get very intense with debates. But Hatim, where are you from? You don't have to say your city, but I'm about to just an analogy. Where are you from, and how old are you, please?
No, that's irrelevant. Will, go ahead and
Okay,
answer the
well,
question.
whatever. Okay, whatever. If you don't want to tell me
Will,
where it is,
just go ahead and
let's
answer the
say if
question.
you're from
Wait,
Indiana, right?
team,
Let's say,
just
I would
engage.
just like
I'm
to
engaging with
let's
somebody
say
asking me where I'm
see.
from and how old am
Okay,
I.
okay,
Come
no,
on,
okay,
Coco.
it doesn't matter. I'm from California,
Okay.
right?
Ask a different
And
question.
I'm from California, and I'm 25. Who are you to then tell me, oh, maybe he's not from California, maybe he isn't 25, when I'm the one giving you the facts about what my story is? So if it's not fair to then say, oh, maybe Hatim isn't from who he isn't who he say he is. His mother and father, it's like you're the one, it's your story. So who is somebody else?
I thought you were 40
Wait,
now.
hold on. Wait. Pause. Pause. So like, I get your analogy, but like it's kind of
Then
not
you
what I'm
believe
saying.
everything anyone tells you.
Yeah, hold on. So look,
You're a gullible person.
wait, hold on. So like, I get your analogy, but it's not like quite what we're saying, right? Like, if we grant that Jesus rose from the dead, all that's evidence for is that Jesus can rise from the dead. But that doesn't mean that we now have motivation to like believe that like God created the universe or that Jesus can do like other things. I mean, it might shift the needle a little bit, but like it doesn't like set in stone that he can do other things.
So what would
Exactly.
Jesus have needed to do to prove
Look,
that he's
it's
God?
your look. This is your burden.
I would really
I
like.
can-
So what? No, like Hatim. So what
Jesus would have to
you-
have created the universe.
So would
I
you
can
want him to
bench
take you back in
315.
time to creation to show you he created the universe to prove that he's God?
No, you can have an inference. Do you
I
have
can
any
bench
inference?
315, and I
Do you
tell
have-
you, you ask me, how do you able to bench
Can you
315?
calm
And then
down?
I tell you,
I tell you,
it's because I'm able to do reps.
I know you're trying to like ask me a question, but
Well, the question is, why do you think that if somebody resurrects, therefore they're God?
if you or anybody died after 3 days, unless
Just
you had
it's a yes or no
supernatural
question, bro.
influence from the man who created the universe,
It's
I
a yes
don't
or no
think you
question,
could
bro.
rise from the die. It's not a yes or no question. It's a yes or
If
no question.
I
because you're
ask a
trying
yes or
to
no
back me
question,
into
it
a
is a
corner.
yes or no question, bro.
That's what I'm trying to say. It is not a yes or no question. A yes or no question is like, is Jesus God or no? I need to give you some explanation of why I think he is
What?
God or why he isn't God.
Look, if I tell you, do you have this belief, right? If a sentence starts with do, it's always going to be a yes or no question.
I'm trying to say,
Like,
if God
did you not take
resurrected-
third grade grammar or something, bro? Come on.
Okay,
If I
you
could
don't
run
need
a
to insult me,
40-yard
man.
dash
That's
in
you
like
doing-
4 seconds, if I could run a 40-yard dash in like 5 seconds, and then I say, oh, it's because I trained hard to do this, but then you say, oh, maybe he didn't train, maybe he didn't to
use
accomplish
steroids.
That's not
to
even close to what I'm
these
saying.
feats,
You need
to
look,
accomplish
same
these
analogy,
you
feats,
just in
keep
a different
derailing the
concept.
conversation. You need to stop, please.
to
I will
accomplish
admit,
these
it's the
feats.
same
You're
analogy.
derailing the conversation. I'm trying to talk to Will here, please. You're derailing.
For
We can talk to you later.
For
You're
Jesus to rise from the
derailing.
dead
Stop
after 3
derailing.
days, he
CB
gave the
Deuce, you're
specifics on how he did it.
derailing.
Okay, wait. How do we move forward, guys?
Yeah,
I'm moving forward, Will, but CB Deuce keeps butting in
You're
derailing.
trying to prey on Will. You think Will
I'm
is
not
easy
preying
prey,
on Will.
but
I'm asking
you
Will a
need to come
question.
to me though.
All right,
Do you
guys,
think
wait,
do you think
one
Will
at
is
a time.
weak? Do you think
Wait,
Will?
hold on.
No, I mean you must do because you don't
Team,
want
I've
none of
answered your
this.
question with what I think is true. If you want to choose to believe that or not, that's your case. But I believe that Jesus, if he died and rose again, he is way beyond any human limitation that you can do possibly, and so that makes him God. Yes, in my eyes, if you can die and rise again after 3 days, that makes him God. Because no human can die and then rise again 3 days later. That is just not possible.
So if we invent technology later on that is able to resurrect us, we would all be God
Have we
according to you?
invented it currently in this argument?
Hey! Just answer the question.
See, if you want me to answer your question,
just answer the question as I asked
it.
it. As I ask it, would we be God if there was technology that allowed us later on? Obviously, it's not now. In the perpetual future, if there was technology that allowed us to resurrect, right? Would we all be God according to you?
We will not be able to make life. We will not be able to resurrect.
Can you just answer the question?
No, it would not.
I'm asking Will. I'm not asking anyone else.
There's many people on this panel.
But I'm asking Will because
Coco
if
gets my
I'm
political.
asking Will,
the
it means I'm
panel
asking
is.
Will. It doesn't mean I'm asking anyone else.
This is a panel.
Brother,
You gotta
do
deal
you
with
have the
multiple
same belief as
opinions.
Will? CB Deuce, do you
Yes.
have the same belief as Will?
Yes.
You do?
This is a multiple person panel.
Wait, you have the same beliefs as
This
Will?
isn't just you and Hatim and Will. It's not just
You
you.
have this.
Will.
You don't have the same beliefs as
It's not
Will.
just you and Will.
You don't have the same beliefs as well. That's why if my questions would be curtailed to your beliefs. My
I
question right
do
now is
believe what
curtailed to
Will
Will's
is.
belief.
I'm telling you right now, me and Will share the same
Hey, Coco,
beliefs.
can you
Now
moderate
what?
this a bit? I don't have any
Okay,
mod
well,
power.
yeah, but yeah, we do have to go one at a time. But yeah,
Yeah.
technically he is a Christian. He holds the same belief as well. But
I'm sorry. I was
and
trying to answer.
He doesn't have the
but-
same specific beliefs, right? For what the questions I'm going to ask Will is going to be different than the questions
You
I'm going to
hope
ask him.
that.
well,
You're
I think
inferring that.
I think that they both agree. But yeah, he
Wait,
would
so
be
CB
inferring
Deuce,
that.
you think for anybody that surpasses quote unquote human limitations, which is surpassed almost all the time because humans always evolved, always break records, right? You think anybody that if we have resurrection powers, if somebody has resurrection powers, that they're God, right? That's what you think, CB Deuce?
The qualifications for said God says that he rose
I'm just asking. It's a yes or no
on the
question,
third
bro.
day.
Why is it hard for you to answer
No.
yes or no
And
question?
then I can make it simple and say no. Just
Okay,
if
thank you.
get
You
resurrection
said no, but guess what,
powers-
CB Deuce? Will said yes, which is
Oh, we're
why I'm gonna ask
Christians
CB
though.
Deuce. Will said yes to that question, right? So why would I talk to both of you at the same time? You're gonna have different beliefs.
Wait, I just want to know what did I say? Yes, like I said.
You said
yes
that
to-
if somebody has resurrection powers, to you, they're God.
yes, because yes, that's true. But
Okay,
only one
great.
man
So
was
the
resurrected.
follow-up question was, if we developed technology that allowed us to resurrect, for anybody that resurrects, we'd all be God to you.
Okay,
That was
key
the
word
question.
there. If we have not.
It's the technology. You have to give credit to technology, not God.
Okay, what if we created we had a mutation that allowed us to resurrect? Would we all be
What
God to
if
you?
again? That's a what if that we have not yet broken the
That's, I'm
limitations of
trying to
what God
test.
has seen.
I'm trying to test your logic here. That's what happens when you do philosophy. You do
No,
hypotheticals.
but until
Are you
we
new to this type of conversation?
no, but until you can actually break those limitations that the Bible set for godhood, you cannot say.
If we
Okay,
do
so I'm
get a
asking.
gene-
I'm asking if such a world does obtain.
If we
would
get a
you
mutation,
that
no.
would you then think there's
Then you
multiple
would be
gods?
right. What I'm trying to say is
No,
you would be
no.
right. God, like if we did obtain that technology, yes, but we're not going to obtain
Okay,
that
so
technology.
yes, we would
No.
all be God.
Wait, hold up.
No,
Wait.
No.
Why
Oh
do
my
you
God.
believe we can never obtain that technology?
It's not even
Because
wait, it doesn't matter. Wait, Will, you
we
think that
can't
we
break
would
the
be
limits of
considered
what a
God? You
creator
think
put on us
No.
if we are his
No,
creation.
here's a
no.
question. The reason why I'm asking this question is because obviously you're talking about a different version than most atheists are going to talk about God, right? God doesn't just simply mean somebody that can resurrect. God means the creator of the universe that has agency, right? You're defining God in a different way. If all you mean by God is that somebody that can resurrect,
No,
but
no.
then you're not going to disagree with a lot of atheists. A lot of atheists is not going to be.
I'm just saying that if someone ever invented the power of like resurrection technology, then you would be doing something that God did supernaturally, but you're not
Yeah, if I
God. But
built a
that's not
house, it
going
could
to
be something
happen.
that God
It's just
did.
not. I don't think we'll ever be able to bring people back from the dead.
Well, we heal, right? We heal in medical
This is
hospitals.
crazy, dude.
We
I don't
heal and
understand.
God heals.
No, I'm
Are
giving you
God
an
It's like I'm
because
answer and
talking
you
to a
heal?
brick
taking
wall,
it.
dude.
That's what
I'm
I'm
trying
trying
to.
to
I'm
say.
trying to
guys, hold on. Okay, so to clarify, which I even agree with the team's point, right? The thing is, like, if we grant that Jesus rose from the dead, right? I think like it's sort of a giant leap to assume he's God because there's other hypotheses that could explain him rising from the dead. It could be the case that like maybe he's a demon and he has the ability to rise from the dead, or maybe like maybe in the future we might discover like technology to rise from the dead. Like there's multiple hypotheses that could fit that. So like there's a lot of steps that have to go from he rose from the dead to he is the God of the Old Testament or the New Testament.
But
And then
don't
there's
you?
even
Oh
further
my bad.
steps to say that he created the universe. That's what's being discussed. There's other
But don't.
hypotheses that could explain the data.
Well, the Bible tells you
Let's
why
go
he rose
very
from the
very
dead.
But
Why not
carefully.
I
believe
would
what the
say
Bible
to that,
says?
I would say to that, but don't you think that if Jesus was like in this case, like if he was a demon and this was a deceitful act,
We
don't
just
you
go very
think
carefully.
that like I mean, and in this case there would be some like the God of the true God would be speaking out against it. There would be something to
That's not
what is
true.
it, oppose it.
That's not logically entailed. Look, how
Why
about
not
this?
read the
How about
narrative
this?
for what the book
To prevent
says?
any confusion, right? Let's try this.
Hold on.
I'm just confused how that's not logically
Guys, pause.
entailed, but mine isn't.
Wait, hold on. CB Deuce, What were you
Yeah,
gonna say? And
my
then
question is just so okay. Maybe if he is a demon, why not just read the narrative for phrase? Make it simple. It doesn't have to be so complicated. What if it's simply because 2 + 2 = 4? What if it's simply because the narrative of the book says he rose from the dead because he's the son of God? Why do we have? Because we have the free will to think
Because
anything. I don't think it makes it true.
we want to have good reasons to think conclusions, not just to believe whatever.
But I'm not gonna lie. I
So
also think
here's the
partially
thing,
the
right?
reason people argue it so much is because they just don't want to not be. They don't
No,
want to
that's
be
not
not be
true.
in
That's
control
not
of their
true.
lives either.
That's not
Like,
true.
and I
that's
don't want
not
to
true.
speak on people like that. I really don't. But I feel
Yeah,
like a
you
lot of
should
the
stop.
argument comes
You should
from.
stop because it's just not true.
Okay,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Let's just be
Okay.
clear, right? It's either you have good reasons or you don't. So, and it's either you have an argument or you don't. It's either you're justified or you're not. Okay. So the conclusion is God exists. Okay. Now, what's premise one to that conclusion?
What's premise one to God exist?
Yeah.
There would be evidence of God existing. There would be an evidence of God existing if there was a God. Which, if my Christian God has evidence,
Wait. Premise one is there is evidence that God exists.
there is.
Okay. What's premise two?
Honestly, I don't know I don't know. You can just explain what you're trying to say with
Are
your
you not
premises.
smart enough for this conversation, or do you not know what he's talking about? There's a
No,
difference.
I really just I don't know. I just would like him to explain what he's
My
trying to say.
premise
instead of
too.
just
I
trying
think
to
I can give a premise too. I think my premise too would be the fact that there's so many gods. This is how my logic works. The fact that there's so many gods really proves that there's only one. Meaning
No,
that
it does
you
not.
can't.
How does that
Yeah,
follow?
that's hard to get.
I don't think
I'm
that
just saying
follows.
though, how I think. Like that's what I believe. Like there's so many that there's one. I mean, like.
Why do you believe that?
Then why do you believe the one that you believe in is the one God?
Well, because logically, if you're God, I don't think you're gonna have your religion be a forgotten about book, or like it doesn't have like somebody just wrote it and then we all
But
forgot about it.
Hinduism is older than your religion.
Yeah, but then again,
Zoroastrianism is older than your religion.
Jesus Jesus is the most important part of Christianity, but he's not the oldest person in history. He's not older than the Bible. I mean, he's literally the person who goes from Old to New Testament.
He is old. He is older than the Bible.
I mean, obviously Jesus is God and they share one divinity. Yes, but
How is that obvious?
Jesus as a person
Hold on. You just made a claim. How is that
You
obvious?
know what I'm trying to say when I say that Jesus was a person who was born.
I don't believe Jesus was a person.
Okay, I think
Convince me of that.
Well, most historians and atheists are like at least believe Jesus of Nazareth was at least a
No,
person.
they don't. The scholars will
Yes, they
say they know. The scholars will say there is most likely a Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth.
I said Jesus of Nazareth, not Jesus Christ. I said Jesus as a person.
Jesus as a person, and that is most likely. It's still not 100%. There is no contemporaneous evidence. There's no archaeological evidence. There's no evidence outside the Bible that Jesus even existed.
Okay, so name another person from that time that you can 100% factually prove exists without eyewitness testimony.
Sure. We can.
My lack of ability to do something does not mean you are right.
Then my lack of ability to do
Number
something
one,
doesn't
but we
mean you're
can.
right.
We
That is
know
not
about
a fair
Augustus Caesar. We
conversation
know
to
about
have if you're
Quirinius.
gonna
We
say
know
the
about
same
Herod.
thing.
From a naturalistic perspective, if you were God, would you make your religion a hidden one, or would you have your religion be the biggest one on earth?
Great question.
I'm saying because some people believe in books that are like only have it's certain.
So just fully.
It's certain cultist books. There's certain books that have like only 5,000 followers. Like me, I was into esotericism, meaning hidden deep wisdom at one point. So I was looking for the hidden things and the hidden wisdoms. But,
Show of hands. Who cares?
But God would necessarily.
Okay, well that's
do that.
just that's just disrespectful to what he's talking about, man. You just listen to him instead of trying to say something mean about what he's saying. Like just respect the person and what they're trying to talk about.
No, telling a story does not matter to me. And if anybody cared, I would like them to give a show of hands in the comments, and then I'll let the story continue. I was being courteous.
Okay, well, if you're being courteous, then you you would have heard him out without saying anything.
The Herald cares. Go on.
Okay, let's move on. I'm not gonna say anything else about it.
Oh, the Herald cares, therefore he can go on with the story.
No, I'm joking. I don't care.
Oh, but anyway. But I guess just to take a quick pause and clear the air, everyone, if you can, please tap your screens like the live. Wait, Forrest, did you kick him? Oh, hold on.
It was only to get your attention. It's like a pop to get your attention most of the time.
Okay, you're good. We're good.
Now Forrest is 35 years old.
Well, hold on, guys. So basically, if you can, please tap your screens like the live. I'm gonna be live until like 11 p.m. at night tonight, just kind of getting those numbers up. But yeah, tap your screens. It does help me get on the For You page. If you have any spare change, but you don't have to, I just appreciate you being here and watching. Send one heart me. They only cost 1 cent, and that helps me to also get on the For You page. Also, it gives you access to these really cool like emojis that you can use. I'm gonna send some in the comments, or if anyone can, send yours in the comment. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. But also, Will, yeah, like a lot of the people that join this panel, there's a huge debate community on TikTok,
Yeah,
and like yeah, they do a lot of research into logic and different stuff. And so you're going to hear like, give me your premise-based argument, or like what's premise one. And yeah, there are some people who are advanced and there's some people who are on the lower end, but don't take it to heart. It's just, there are people who are,
It's just, obviously coming into these debates, like, I mean, I'm trying my best to just keep composure, and this is all fun. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like once I said my point and then it gets reiterated with, well, that's just not a good point to bring up when I'm like, why do you believe Jesus is God if he rose again? And then I'm like, no human is capable of doing that. And then I get told that that's not a good enough answer. It's just like, I feel personally like that is, he might not, but like, I feel like.
So the problem here, and let me just clarify for you why that argument will never work for us. Okay. It's circular because it presupposes that the narrative in the Bible is true. The only evidence we have that Jesus resurrected in any way, shape, or form is from the Bible itself. Mm-hmm. So you're using the claim to prove the claim, and that's just not logical.
Brother,
but wouldn't you
they were
granting him.
Let me clarify, right? Anti-theists.
Here, hold on, one at a time. Go ahead, CB Deuce, and I'll go after you.
Well, Anti-theists, just to clarify something for the understanding, they were actually granting Will the fact that, okay, let's say it is true that Jesus did rose from the third day. That still doesn't mean he's God.
Yeah. So basically,
and I would agree with that. Absolutely. Yeah. Right. There were lots of gods that resurrected. Mithras resurrected, Osiris resurrected. Like, it's not an uncommon story in that area of the world.
Yeah. So basically, what I would also say to add to that is, like, even if we grant that Jesus resurrected, there's other theses, right? There's of course other gods, and there would also be like extra evidence or steps you need to provide to get from somebody died and they resurrected in 3 days to he is God to he is the God that created the universe. Like, him resurrecting would only technically grant or only demonstrate that he has the ability to resurrect and defy life and death. It's not necessarily a demonstration of the other thing.
Also, he's not the only person in the Bible that resurrected, so that's a wrong point as well.
Lazarus.
Yeah, but Lazarus resurrected through Jesus Christ, not because.
So did a bunch of other random people in Matthew whenever they broke free from the grave. What the fuck are you talking about, buddy?
Yeah, whenever Jesus resurrected, other people also resurrected. It was like a zombie day, basically.
Okay. Well,
that depends. That depends on which one of the crucifixion narratives you go with, because they contradict.
Right.
But yeah, so like basically there would be extra steps you need to take to convince us that Jesus was the God that created the universe, or even God at all. He could be demons, he could be other gods, and so like that's what Hatim was getting at.
All I ask is and this is a genuine question, just like what knowledge of what knowledge would you need to prove that Like, that's just all I want to know. Like, it's not in no like condescending way.
Sure.
Like, what knowledge do you need?
I will. I'd be happy to answer that with my perspective. I don't want to answer for the room, but my perspective is that if God is all knowing, all powerful, and wants me to love Him, then He knows what would convince me. But He hasn't given it to me, and I've been asking for a long time.
Here, how about
Okay,
this?
so what?
This
What
is
would
really
convince
simple.
you?
No, this is really simple. Any set of arguments and evidence that lead necessarily to the conclusion that the God exists. Pretty simple.
Well,
If it comes to any other conclusion, it's not going to be evidence for God.
I'll tell you from firsthand experience that if God does give you what you're looking for, a sign of it, anything, right? Anything that you're looking for, you get that sign. That doesn't necessarily even entail salvation, but the bigger point is this: is that there's some people who get no signs. The people who do get signs, their faith is now visual based, because there's people who never get signs, but yet they still believe just as hard as the people who do get signs. So those people are more valid.
This just sounds like inconsistency.
But also, too, I think from what we can infer from just like the story of Jesus being on the cross with the two thieves, one thief asked him to prove himself, and the other just had faith in him, and the one who had faith in him went to paradise with Jesus. So I don't think Jesus.
That would be counter to the. That would be counter to the lesson of
and again,
faith, not fact.
Hold
That's
on.
just what it is.
That would be counter to the lesson of doubting Thomas.
Well, I really like, but when it says that, and it says you need faith over fact, you don't like.
What did Jesus say when He proved Himself to doubting Thomas?
Blessed are those who believe and not see.
Yeah, because it's the reasonable thing to be an atheist. I mean, I hate when believers come up and act like you guys are unreasonable for being atheists. It's the reasonable thing. It's the make sense thing to do. That's why faith is unreasonable. It's almost like that's why God loves faith so much, because it's like the unreasonable thing to do is to be a believer.
That makes no sense to me.
That makes no sense to you, but it's the true answer.
The most reasonable being in existence loves the position that's unreasonable.
Matthew, hold up, real fast. Matthew, hold up. CD or CB?
What's up, brother?
Can faith lead you astray?
Can faith lead you astray? Possibly. What do you get into that? What is your bigger point?
Like, so are the Muslims who have faith in Allah being led astray?
See, I think the answer necessarily isn't always sugar and plums, right?
That's not what I asked. What I asked was, are they being led astray?
Well, specifically with our belief, Jesus being a prophet, and we believe that He's the Son of God. Yes.
No, the question being asked here is,
But that's where I'm telling you where they're being led astray, not just in genuine. It's not a yes or no. There's levels to it. It's not just yes or no. They believe in the same type of God, but one believes.
It doesn't matter what they believe in. It's not about what they believe in. The question here is there anything that cannot be believed in by faith?
I mean,
right. That was really the argument. Can faith lead you constantly to the truth, consistently?
I mean, if you have faith in the wrong things, no.
No, faith can never lead you to the truth.
Yeah. Well,
so faith is not justification for truth.
I mean, if I had faith that an AC air conditioner could, freaking?
I mean, but the air conditioner only works because some people did not believe in faith.
One at a time, guys.
Yeah, if I had faith that a chair could build a house, that's just not going to happen. And that's
chairs also existed because somebody didn't believe in your faith.
That's not what I said, nor was it the argument that I was trying to make.
I've been quiet for a while.
I'm making the argument.
Go ahead, let me take care of this real quick.
Go ahead, Matthew.
So if it is the case that you can believe in anything using faith, right? There's nothing that cannot be believed in by faith, right? Everything can be believed in by faith. If faith can lead you to literally any conclusion, then faith is not going to be a reliable metric for truth.
Well, then
So
non-faith
faith is
also
never
has
going
to
to
be
be.
as cohesive
But like,
So
what
an
type of
okay,
argument.
faith and what are
so
you putting
Hey
your
guys,
can I
let
faith
him
please
finish. Let him
in?
continue
finish.
speaking
If
without
all
being
things are
interrupted?
possible through God, then
Can
my
I please
atheism.
continue speaking
Chill.
without being
Chill. Let him
interrupted?
finish. Go ahead,
I
Matthew.
appreciate that. So if it is the case that anything can be believed in by faith, then faith will never be a metric for truth. This means we cannot use faith as a justifier for the belief in anything. It will never be a position that raises to the percentage of an argument, that raises the chance of something being true. It is not evidentiary.
There is
It is an
actually a really good
Okay, well,
argument for
there's
unjustified.
an
religion.
answer
Hold
I'm
on, there
asking
is
you
a
that's
good
probably not
argument
going to
for
be
religion,
valid.
but I
Hey guys,
choose
can we
not
really
to
try?
encourage
Like, I'm
religious people
having
make
this.
that argument.
Y'all are
Hey,
triggering me,
Wow.
hey,
man. Can we
guys,
try
Matthew
talking one
didn't.
at a
Yeah,
time,
my
please?
bad.
Yeah, Matthew didn't finish.
I
You gotta let him
apologize, sir.
finish.
Wow. Wow. There's a lot of people jumping in there.
Oh no, what I
So
was saying is
if
that
we're holding,
there is a good
why
Hey
are
guys,
you
shut
still
up.
talking?
Matthew is trying to talk.
He said, "Oh wow, that's literally what he said." Matthew,
Okay,
am
well
I
just
interrupting you right now?
Yes, you are.
yes,
That's
dude.
why I said wow.
Like listen, people follow instructions, please.
Yeah, next person
Matthew
to
is gonna
interrupt, I'm
finish.
just gonna fucking drop you. So I dare
Yeah.
you.
So if we understand this, we understand that faith is unjustified, thus irrational. If you're just going to hold to your position being irrational, it's not going to convince anybody. We have no reason to believe what you're saying. It's as simple as that. You need other justification other than faith.
Okay. And what I'm
The faith.
saying is that
I
faith.
brought up faith just to say, I brought the topic of faith into the conversation, and when I was talking about faith, I was just making a statement saying that it's the reasonable thing to be an atheist. You know, that's what it comes back to. It's the reasonable thing to not believe, and I think that's why God Himself puts, as a believer, my stance is God puts so much stake in faith because it's the unreasonable thing to do. So,
But
being an
why?
atheist makes perfect sense.
So, can I ask a question? Because I agree with you. Atheism is the default position. You're only atheist to one less God than I am. So, why would God do that?
I
Why,
can
if
answer
He
that.
wants me to know Him and love Him, why would He hide Himself from me so deeply? Why would He make it hard for me to find Him?
Because okay, can you wait, give me 1 second. I'm about to
So
leave.
now we got to get into the mind
But
of God, which is
yeah,
always a tough thing to do, right? Nobody, I
but
don't think nobody can answer your question
ACB, can I
with
answer?
100%,
Yeah,
but
can I
there
answer
are
this real quick
answers.
though? But basically, the reason he makes it like hard, not easy, versus and decides to hide himself and what is it, make it vague, make it through faith, is because it all goes back to it's a choice that you have to make and he wants you to make, and faith is probably the best indicator of like how much you put your love and faith and choice into him, and that's the reason it's faith over fact. Because if everything was fact and God just proved himself 100%, everybody would just follow him because it's just the
Right,
right easy choice. It's just the easy
right,
choice.
Hold on, wait.
right.
He
Pause real quick.
literally
Wait,
did that to
Well,
people.
that's not true
hold
either.
on, guys.
If
Hold on, guys.
God,
Pause real
Hold on,
quick.
hold on, hold on. One at a time.
Forrest, how long are you gonna be here? You there, Forrest?
I'll be here, bro.
Oh, I'm gonna go grab a soda. Forrest is in charge, so whatever he says goes.
Ooh.
Don't interrupt
Yeah,
each other. That's all I ask.
yeah. I'll be back, and like, I'm walking to the gas station.
Hurry up, boy.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to leave soon because I have to do schoolwork. But I just want to leave with like one last thing to say.
Go for it.
Basically, look, I respect all of your opinions, especially against Christianity, religion, and faith. I like being and talking and putting myself in those hard positions to really see how much other people's opinions and like how much I truly believe in what I'm speaking about. It's a great space. So like, what, really haven't had a bad experience. And like all you guys, I'm going to follow all you guys, and have a good day.
Yeah. Follow me, and I'll follow you back.
you as well.
Yeah, come back anytime. Feel free to. I'm always learning, and I'm agnostic, so I'm open to God existing. Yeah, I want to hear your discoveries, and I constantly try to challenge what I believe in and ask questions or read new articles or books. So
Same. But all right, man. What is it? Y'all have a good day.
you too. But yeah, while we're on
Be
break,
careful.
if you guys could, please tap your screens, like the live, share it with anyone who you think might be interested. Yep, we're looking for Christians or ops. I think CB Deuce is going to be the only Christian on the panel. Matthew's an atheist. I'm pretty sure. Oh, now we have Luis. Luis and CB Deuce
You
are going
got
to be
your
the only
phone? You
Christians
got
on
your
the
phone
panel.
with you or what?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I'm basically walking to the.
How cold is it where you're at? Did you go
It's like
outside the last 3 days?
Yeah, yesterday I went on a walk and yeah, it snowed in Texas and
Yeah,
It's
hell
like
no.
it's like 50 degrees right now. It's fine.
It's like
yeah,
40 where
it's
I'm at.
warming up.
All right, go
But
ahead, guys.
yeah,
Bite me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, deport all these illegal Mexicans, man. Send them all back.
no, hell no. Well, I mean,
Yeah, and fuck you too.
I'm more in support of but also for the record, for everyone who's listening, fuck ICE, fuck Donald Trump. But
Yeah.
I'm more so for I liked what Biden or Kamala Harris were sort of doing, like providing like an easier path to citizenship rather than deporting everybody. But yeah,
Nah,
ICE
deport them all,
says.
Go.
Oh no, I disagree. I think our country is beautiful because we are a melting pot of cultures, and I think ICE is doing a terrible thing. They are killing people, innocent people. Rest in peace, Alex.
Yeah.
Petty.
And rest in peace, the woman in the car. But yeah, fuck
Yeah.
ICE, fuck Donald Trump, and I will debate anybody on that.
Yeah, man.
He letting it be known. He
Deport.
gonna let it be known every time.
Better
Yeah.
deport all the Mexicans, man. That's my stance today.
No way.
Nah, we not rocking
No,
with
he
that.
joking.
You a op, so
He joking.
Yeah, all
he
right.
joking.
Well, give me the argument for it. What's so good about?
oh man, now you trying to change his panel
How
topic.
about
Promise.
$180 billion in taxes? How about
Yeah, what
nearly
about it?
how about
What about
nearly
it?
how about nearly $500 billion in consumer expenditures that are just going to go
What
away?
about it?
How
What
about
about it?
what about it? Do you want to trash the entire economy?
It's not going to trash
How
the economy.
just for argument's sake. So you said all the Mexicans. Is it just the Mexicans? Are we sending the Guatemalans back? What
Nah,
about the
just the Mexicans,
Hondurans?
bro.
Just the
Just the
Mexicans.
Mexicans.
Yeah,
They're
you're fucking
dirty.
trolling, Luis.
Yeah,
You know
They're
you are.
dirty.
that's not his position, guys.
Yeah,
He
let's
literally.
he's a
Luis
It's just
is
troll.
an
Luis
annoying
Trollho,
troll.
Trollholio, Trollio.
Hold on. Luis is Luis is a good friend of mine. He's a U.S. citizen, and Luis is actually a U.S. citizen who was a Mexican migrant, and
Immigrant.
he's created a very
about it?
successful gaming company, and he's one of the best. He's innovated, and I play his game. His game is available right now. Plug yourself really quick, Luis.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm totally joking, guys. I wanted to see if y'all have the balls to stand up to that, but thank you for having them. Um, yeah, so came to this country at the age of 3 as an undocumented immigrant. Kind of went through the school system. Lived as an undocumented immigrant like for almost 3 decades. Got my papers here in the last couple of years. Built a game company that has Latino superheroes, African American superheroes, white people too. Don't worry, white people. I love you too. But I wanted to make sure that it was representative of my belief system, which is that all people are equal. And so that's why you're going to see a wide range of characters in my universe. And I built a mobile game along with a comic book and an anime produced by a Netflix production house that we're trying to pitch. And we will be at MegaCon in Florida, on the floor, pretty much showcasing and spreading the word about the universe that we built.
Hell yeah, mega successful.
Yeah, don't
Appreciate
worry
you,
about
Coco.
don't worry about the white representation. We got plenty.
Yeah, we got
Don't
plenty,
worry about
man.
that
We're
so
good.
much.
We're good
I
for probably the
ain't gonna
next, I don't
complain.
know, 10 centuries or so. We're probably good.
Well, I'm good. I mean, look, I'm anti-white people who are racist. I'm not anti-white people, right? There's a
Yeah,
difference,
I'm anti-racist systems, right? And
right?
that's the problem, is a white supremacy culture that permeates everything.
Yeah,
It's
Right.
not
I'm
about,
anti-asshole.
there you go, right? But
Yeah,
no,
because
that's
like,
awesome, Luis. I'm sorry, I got a phone call in the middle of that. What's the name of the game again?
it's called Wagby Defense. I'll put it in the chat so you guys can
Sweet.
download it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I pretty much went all in on this idea and still building it out. really pushing my TikTok to,
Game.
grow it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And hopefully, you guys can appreciate it, have fun, and get some entertainment.
Hell yeah.
So Yap House had a question in the comments that I want to address. He said, why do atheists go after pagans? Why don't they go after pagans or Hindus as much as they go after Christians? Well, I'm willing to talk about any God because I think all God concepts are nonsense. But I live in a Christian nation and I see Christianity doing active harm to people right now in the country that I live in. So that's why I talk about Christianity. I'd be happy to talk about any other. I don't know them as well as I know Christianity, but I think all gods are nonsense.
Yeah. Also, you're on a platform that runs on an algorithm. So the more types of things that you engage with, the more types of things that you see. And if you're
Appreciate that,
consistently
Coco.
engaging in Christian conversation, then you're consistently going to see Christian conversation. If you were like consistently engaging in like discussion about Hinduism or like Islam or anything else, you'd be seeing a lot more of that discussion as well, because those discussions are had.
It does seem, though, that atheists usually attack Christianity more than other religions.
Well, why do you?
After
Well,
the
first
big
and
bad
foremost,
wolf, right? You got to
first
go
and
after
foremost,
the
why do you
big
think?
bad wolf.
Why do you think that Christianity is the most prevalent topic of conversation with people in the United States?
Because I think Christianity is more common than other religions.
Exactly. But I wouldn't necessarily say that we're attacking so much as there's places like this that are questioning, right? Like, I understand, like, I attack Christians, don't get me wrong. I don't think Coco's the one that does it. I think Matthew does it sometimes. I do it, yeah. But, like, it's because you guys have, like, inherently, like, kind of violent and immoral rules and decrees that you have to follow, right?
Any of you, right? I don't want to lump all Christians into the same thing, but my problem is the underlying theology of the book itself. Like I see serious flaws in the theology that's espoused in the Bible. For example, I believe women are equal to men, but women get the shaft in, chapter 3 of book 1, and they never get it back. They are chattel property. Jesus doesn't say anything about it. I can sell my daughter into slavery, right? They are property. So that already, we're denying the humanity of 50% of the population. Then what's the next thing God does? He selects a chosen people. I don't know, how's that worked out for us over the course of humanity when some people are chosen and others aren't?
And then what does he do to those people? He enslaves them.
Correct.
I don't expect to agree with the mind of God on everything. Me personally, as a believer, if this is the same God that created the universe, I can expect that there are things that I may not be comfortable with.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. Is everything God does good, or is everything that God does good, or is everything good because God does it?
Oh, absolutely not. And anybody who would say yes, everything God does is good, you have a very rudimental understanding of God and just the Bible in general.
So your God is capable of doing evil?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Allow me to interject, if you don't mind, gentlemen. Looks like an all-male panel.
Could you give us your age?
Yes, my name is Eve. I am 52 years old.
Perfect. And what's your position? Or what's your
I am a Christian.
Faith? Sure. Go ahead.
I am a Christian. Okay, so I see the header here. Why should I trust or believe in a God as lazy, hidden, and irresponsible as the Christian God? What I want us to do, if at all possible, is to separate the way that people behave in the name of Christianity, which is
that's not the question. That's not the question, though. But that's not the question.
Okay.
It doesn't have anything to do with what people are doing or not.
What people doing? Okay,
No, because
I'm
it's
glad that we
saying
cleared that out.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will argue with you on that point if you want to, but that's not the point of the prompt. The point of the prompt is we've got a lazy God who's hidden himself from the world and engages in irresponsible actions if he is the good creator of the universe.
Okay.
For
right.
example,
Well,
7.5, I think the last count was 7.5 children under the age of 5 unalive every single year. That's one every 7 seconds or a little under that. More than half of those unalive because of malnutrition, meaning that they're dying in hunger, pain, and fear. And an all good, all powerful, all knowing God allows that to happen. So either he's lazy or he's not one of those things.
All right. Will you allow me to respond by using the Bible?
That's how a conversation typically works, but I think that we're going to
Okay.
need to use something extemporaneous if you're going to actually talk about God's actions implicitly within the world, right?
Implicitly in the Bible, because the Bible is just one big history book, right? And
No, that's
I
incorrect.
can
history.
That's also incorrect.
use. All right. Well, if
The
we're
Bible
not
is a
coming
science
from a
fiction
place
book.
where the Bible is a history book,
It's not.
then that's your, if you don't
Why
mind
would
me saying,
why
that's
would
your
we
first
believe?
mistake.
Well, so why would we
No,
believe
that's
it's
not
a
a mistake.
history book
It's
when
a
it gets
mistake to say
history
that out
wrong?
loud. It's a
Yeah,
mistake
what?
to say that out loud.
All right. So the reason why I'm saying that the Bible is a history book, because it goes into the history of his dealings with the Jews. Okay.
Yeah,
And when
Yeah,
the Jews did,
hold on, man.
hold on really quick.
Hold on.
Me personally, I wouldn't say it's a history book, but if I'm critiquing the God, if I'm critiquing the Christian God, then yeah, I'd probably look at the Bible, and like the Bible does tell this like Christian history of God's dealings with the Jews in the Old Testament, and then Jesus coming to be the sacrificial lamb in the New Testament. So like I would say like in regards to the Bible being like a history book, as in like in real life dictating historical events, I wouldn't say it's historically accurate. But in regards to critiquing God's interaction with the Jews and then the New Age Christians, then sure.
okay. So
We can call it a history
to
book of the
continue.
church.
All
Just
right.
to
So
be clear,
to
before it gets
continue
lost in
to continue
translation, before you
my
forget,
thought,
though,
if you don't mind, without interruption.
I do mind. I do mind. I'm going to correct you on something. The Bible is stored in the mythology section of every library that I've ever encountered. It's not a history text. Continue.
Fallacious. Yeah, that doesn't mean that the Bible is wrong.
Wait, which fallacy would that be employing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, because just because
It's
most people
literally
believe,
not historical.
yeah,
It's
but if
literally not.
most people believe that it's fiction, that doesn't make it fiction, right?
It is
Right.
fiction.
See, that's not really an argument.
Because even Josephus, who wasn't
Josephus
like
wrote-
the best Jewish person in the world, wrote about the history of the Jews.
No, he did. Yeah, he did, but he didn't write about. Number one, it wasn't.
Speed running fallacies.
Yeah. Number one, it wasn't contemporaneous. He wrote 200 years after Jesus' passing. Number two, he wrote in third person. Number three, the two places where he argues it in War Against the Jews are in chapter 18, which we know from scholarship and stylometric testing that is an interpolation that was added to his text by Eusebius later on. Eusebius was a church father who, by the way, said it didn't matter if the Gospels were true as long as they brought people to Christ. Right? So chapter 18 we can get rid of entirely. The only other place that he mentions it in Josephus is in chapter 20, and he mentions 30 other Jesuses.
The Bible is the history of God's dealing with
No,
the
it is
Jews
not.
and mankind.
No, it is not. No, it is
I mean,
not.
you can certainly say that, but that is a
Start from
theological.
there.
That is a
stop saying that.
theological statement. It's not.
There is no way
true.
to assist you with
You can't
the most
assist us with
honest and
anything,
most
man.
true
You can't assist us with
answer.
anything because you have a very twisted
All right,
sense
so
of
what are you
history.
atheists arguing about?
Jared, please shut up for a while, okay? Let her talk.
Oh no,
I mean,
I'm
and I mean
out.
like actually no, I can't deal with anybody this stupid. Just wait until she's done. Go ahead.
So
wait
let me
until
ask
she's
you a
done before
question.
we cook Jared.
I actually have two questions, if you don't mind me asking. Number one, why, if you're an atheist, then why even question something that you don't believe in? Why even have that discussion
Because
and argument?
people
And
are
number
doing.
two, if you're not willing to hear someone who has the opposing opinion, then once again, why
We're
even
here to
have the
listen. We're just
conversation?
not. Yeah, we're here to listen. We're just not here to listen to
But
your
you're
delusional. I'll answer your question without being interrupted. Thank you. We're here to listen to people who understand history, science, and the differences between fiction and fact, and you don't understand the difference. So when you're coming from a position of complete ignorance, it's very hard to find a common ground with somebody who believes that the Bible is a historical book when it is in fact not. And although I can be very condescending, I can tell that you are too. The funny thing is that you're completely ignorant to any type of theology or history that you're trying to posit here. So I don't understand why you're asking us that question.
I've got a counter question. Do you believe in the ideas of World War II era Germany? Would you agree with the National Socialists? It's not a bait question, it's a serious question. You can answer that. Just a yes or a no is fine.
Believe in what? I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Would you believe in the ideas of World War II era Germany? Would you believe in National Socialism?
I would not believe in the
You would
ideals
not
of World War II Germany, no.
Would you question
Wait, hold on.
Would you question them is
you
the
know
final question?
Wait, hold on. You know what's kind of crazy? You guys might not like this, but like I'm a liberal socialist, but we could talk about that later.
Cool. Yeah, we can talk about it later, but like
would you
question those beliefs? Would you question those beliefs, Eve? Would you do that?
Would I question those beliefs of World War II era Germany?
Yeah, would you question Nazi ideology?
Of course.
Right, so you question something you don't believe in. Thank you very much for proving the point, you fucking idiot.
Okay. Okay, great. Like if someone from Nazi Germany were going to debate with me. Okay, I get your point.
I'll
I
answer your question.
appreciate
No,
that.
I'll answer your question directly. Here's why I want to talk about Christianity as a non-Christian.
Wait, hold on. Also, wait. For the record, I denounce Nazi Germany. I'm just a socialist. None of that.
Right. Well, they were more fascist anyway. Yeah, I argue against this religion because its tenets, its theology is flawed, and it does actual active harm to people in the real world in lots and lots of different ways. And I could certainly name them off, but let's start with the fact that every major denomination in the United States has had a child SA scandal. I'm sorry, but if you're hurting children, I'm going to stand between you and that child every single time.
People want it in schools, in the government, and if we're going to do that, we should know if one of them's true versus why would we put something that's fake into the government in our school system?
Yeah, but surely you should be attacking the belief system, not the people that follow it, because the people that follow it are flawed.
I can attack the belief system.
Attack the people that I attack their ideas.
You just did. You said that every church has had a child scandal, right?
Every church has. I'm not attacking the believers.
people.
I'm attacking the institution and the theology.
Yeah,
I completely
theology doesn't
understand
say
that.
that's okay, right? So
Because-
I agree that the institution's usually not so great, but that's not attacking.
I
the actual
completely understand that because a lot, like millions of people have done some heinous things, supposedly in the name of Christ or in the name of God.
Still doing.
So I get it.
Doing.
And are still doing.
Yes.
Yes. So you have to separate those people who are actually practicing a false Christianity from what Jesus actually
Why would that make it false? Could I ask why that would make it false? Where does it say that you're not allowed to do that? Because it says that you can do that to little girls.
Yep. Mary was 14.
Yeah, Eve. I'd love for you to point me out a verse because we can go verse for verse here, precept upon precept, line upon line. I can show you. Where it says,
here's the thing.
ma'am. I can show you where it says that you can take advantage of little girls. Can you show me where it says that you shouldn't?
Atheists are rude. Y'all are so rude.
Christians tell people they should burn in hell, you stupid fucking...
Yeah, I just came from a live where every single Christian that got on the live only said homophobic slurs and then left.
Oh man, now see that's not cool.
Well,
that's
it depends
that's
on
not
which
Christian.
atheist you meet.
And see, you want to lump all atheists together.
Who's rude.
You want to lump all atheists together, but you're not okay with us lumping all Christians together, are you?
Exactly.
No, absolutely not.
What were the Crusades, Eve? What did Christians do time and time again?
Garrett back up.
I did.
Main method of spreading their message? How did they convert people?
Also, if you guys see Mysterious,
was it violence?
Baby, you're talking so low I could barely hear you.
I already got him.
No, but I got a question for the Christians and the
methodology did Christianity?
Well, also really quick, before you guys go on, if Mysterious Galaxy pops up in here, just send him a message to like bring his bitch ass up on this fucking panel, so we can like roast the fuck out of him, because he has to be one of the worst like Christian apologists on this app, and he's just a coward.
Oh my god,
hosts
like
lives.
so cunty sis, so true.
Yeah, like
question.
yeah, like the Galaxy guy. He just hosts lives and talks shit about atheists, but he won't debate anybody. So I'd be
So
happy to
true.
fucking...
Okay, I'm like an atheist. I'm like an atheist, but I have.
The question was, what were the Crusades, and how did Christianity spread its message, and how did it convert people, primarily throughout history? Was that methodology violent?
You're very quiet, Con.
Did you hear what I said, or do I need to repeat it?
I could repeat it if need be.
Go ahead, Forrest, because there's a sick baby in my house and I can't raise my voice.
Yeah, what were the methods of spreading the doctrines of Christianity, and were they violent, Eve?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Some of them were, yeah.
Horrible. Definitely.
Christians just wrong?
Yes.
So
Well,
the
does
Catholic
Bible
Church
say
was
that
wrong.
does the Bible say that that's the way to spread the message? No. So that doesn't
No.
align with the
Yes, it does,
Just means
actually.
that it
Would
was-
you
It
guys...
does, actually.
It-
Would
well,
you like to
yeah,
read
the
Luke
New Testament does not.
19:27?
Where in the New Testament
that's
does it
wrong.
say that
Luke
you should spread it
19:27.
like that?
Read it. Luke 19:27. Read it. You guys never read the Bible. That's your issue.
Yeah, I don't have the ability to like drop.
Oh, can we actually
Notice how
get
they can never read the
a
fucking
check
Bible?
on that? Have y'all read your Bibles all the way through?
There's a couple of the Old Testament books that I haven't read, but yeah, I've read most of it.
Okay, Eve, have you read your Bible all the way through? Oh, we can't hear you if you're off the app.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. No. No, I haven't, but that doesn't like change
How many
my...
atheists in this chat have read the Bible all the way through?
Read
I
the
have.
entire thing.
Read it
I
3
also-
times. Cover to cover 3 times, and I'm working on a brand new read through again using the Oxford Annotated Study Bible.
Of course you are.
Yeah, what does the verse include?
Unlike
say?
you guys, we actually read. Unlike you guys, we actually read.
I just like
Yeah, why do
need
you
to
guys
know
bring
that
up the
first before I
Crusades
talk
like
to
it wasn't a
people.
response to Muslims taking over lots of Christian territory?
Depends on which one it is. The first one, sure. The second one, no.
Sure.
They were just murking
Nope.
people.
Right. The first one will give you. Sure, it was defensive. There were 5 other crusades after that.
Yeah, and then Christians have a long history of just murking people who don't believe in the same thing they do, and also they committed cannibalism of like Islamic children.
Not to mention, you're just insinuating that all Abrahamic faiths are violent.
No, human history in general is violent. It's not just one sect of it.
Right.
That is true.
Exactly.
So, like, why is it a
was,
specific incursion against Christianity when you can say the same thing about paganism? You can say the same thing about secular. Like, come on.
Not necessarily. Like
Why?
you haven't seen any atheists go and massacre a bunch of people in the name of atheism.
Wait a second.
That was not
what
in the
was
name
Mal?
of atheism. Please don't do that.
But
Not
it's
in the name of
Those
That was
people
an
may
atheist.
have been
Wait,
atheists. That is
wait,
that
it
you're
wasn't
doing
in
the
name
same
of
thing you
atheism,
don't
but
want
they're
us to do to
propagating an
Christians.
ideology that presents atheism. Okay,
It's
all right,
it's
bro.
literally never happened. Just to
It's
clarify,
never happened in the history of humanity.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but
it's-
it
no-
doesn't like give you
What about the Third Reich?
People
That was
being
reason
also
to go and
atheists
do
doesn't
stuff.
What about
mean
the
they're
Third Reich?
doing it in the name of atheism, because atheism
Yeah,
has no moral
Plus,
standing like that.
The
Yeah,
Schmazis
but
were
it presents
Christian.
itself through a
Yeah,
political
but did
ideology.
they do those acts with the compass that they derived from their atheism?
Yes, they did. No,
No.
not from
Yeah, they
atheism,
did.
from Christianity.
Yeah, they
Atheism
did.
doesn't have a compass. What's the compass?
Right,
So
number
I mean,
one.
it depends on what you believe in atheism. If you believe,
No,
for example, that
what's
one
the
race is
definition of
superior to
atheism,
another,
Bryn? What's the
Which
definition
is,
of atheism?
yeah,
Yeah,
you can get there pretty easily with atheism.
the
by the
denial
way.
of a god.
No.
Wait.
No, it is
Wait,
simply
guys,
a lack
wait,
of
guys, wait,
belief
guys.
in the God.
Yeah,
Okay, anti-theism.
Okay, so
Anti-theism
it's
Hold on, guys.
a
Hold on,
well
guys. Pause.
outright
Pause.
denial of a
Pause.
god.
Pause.
Coco,
Pause. Pause.
Coco's
All of this stuff that's being said right now. Like I'm not sure I entirely agree with. Right? If you go into the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy,
psychologically and colloquially, atheist is a lack of belief in God. But in philosophical circles, atheist means that they're making a claim. They're saying that God doesn't exist. And in the history of like humans being barbaric, no atheist said like, in the name of a lack of belief in God, we're gonna murder people. That's not a thing.
Did they say that in Christianity?
That's not really my claim, though. It's like they have a belief system.
It is a religion,
right?
guys.
They
It's a
believe that
religion.
there is no God, and they might believe that they are a superior race, more evolved.
No.
And so, deriving from the version of what their understanding of atheism is, they think that they should eliminate the other race.
Which, by the way, is third
You can do
race.
the same thing. Hold on, guys. You can do the same thing with Christianity. And as a matter of fact, we saw that demonstrated here in the United States with the creation of something called the Slave Bible, where they pulled out all the pro-slavery stuff, essentially pulled out all of the stuff that was anti-slavery, and then gave that to black people as their Bible. They used 7 out of the 17, or 7 out of the secession states cited the Bible and verses from the Bible as their reason for secession.
Well, is
the
this
ultimate
Christianity?
the ultimate secessionist, their Declaration of Independence also quotes the Bible. So you can find whatever
this
you want
Christianity,
to
though?
in this Bible.
Is this Christianity? 'Cause
Yes, they were Christian.
they were quote unquote Christian.
Yeah,
They were doing
Quote unquote.
I
So
gotta
now you
dip
just
in a
don't want to
sec,
claim
but
them.
Jesus
That's all. You
fucking
just don't want to
Christ.
be affiliated with any of the bad stuff Christianity has ever done.
Maybe because it's
One
not
at a
Christian.
shut up. One at
All
a
right,
time,
can
real
I
quick.
say something for that? What
No,
anti-theist was
here,
saying?
hold on.
Why am I getting muted?
Hold on,
at
guys.
all?
Hold on, guys. Forster's in charge. Yeah, does someone have to say something before they leave?
Yeah, I gotta leave in a bit. But what I'm curious about, because to me that's just a bastardization of Christianity. Everyone's created equal under the eyes of God. But how would what Mao
not.
did be a bastardization of atheism, or at least his understanding of atheism?
True Scotsman. That's all this is.
Explain how it's a no true Scotsman for me.
It's a no true Scotsman, and it's a shifting of the burden.
Okay,
You're
but-
saying,
yeah,
you're
yeah, but
saying,
tell me
okay,
how it
but
is.
what about you? That's what you're saying. Okay,
Yeah,
but
no,
what about
I'm
you?
saying that I can tell you why it is a bastardization of Christianity, but
You can tell me,
would
but
it
there's
be a
30, there's,
bastardization of
there are
atheism, or would it
45 there
actually
are
be in alignment with it?
This is why I hate
45,000
this
denominations of
argument.
Christianity. Why do you think you've got the right one?
That too.
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't.
I
hear you.
said there are 45,000 denominations of Christianity worldwide, more than between 3,000 and 4,000 here in the United States alone. Why do you believe you've got the right interpretation?
Yeah, no, I grant you that I have to use my rational faculties to figure out which one's the right one, right?
So then, what's the point of the Bible?
Yeah, so I mean, if we look at the Bible and it says that all men are created equal under the eyes of God, then we can assume that slavery is probably not so cool, right?
Why didn't it say it
He condones
specifically?
it.
Why did he give us rules? Why did he give us rules on how to do it in the Old Testament? And why did Jesus never come along and say, hey, you know what? We got that wrong. Don't own people.
Yeah, he created the Levitical laws because slavery was already a thing.
About all men being equal.
That's irrelevant. This idea that he had to create the law, the Levitical laws, to fit the people of the time because of...
You're super.
Yeah,
You're super.
sorry,
low.
go ahead.
Come right back.
Yeah, also, really
and-
quick, why does HS keep getting disconnected?
Because he walked in here pretending to do a gay voice, or an effeminate voice, and then every time that somebody else is talking, he's fucking interrupting. And if there's one thing I can't stand, it's 4 stupid people talking at once.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, HS, you have to be respectful of the LGBTQ community, and also don't talk when other people are talking.
I think this is just semantics at this point. We can point out bad people that were atheists, even though they weren't doing it in the name of atheism, and we can point out bad Christians. I don't see the point in this argument anymore.
How's that semantics?
Because it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Everyone does bad stuff, both people that are religious and not.
Because some people do bad things in the name of their
one-on-one?
religion. That's the difference.
Can we just stick to the one-on-one
Some people do
before
bad
Brain
things
goes?
because they have a belief system, right?
Something.
It
Dear
seems
God.
like atheism has produced a lot of bad people.
It
So is
doesn't
Christianity.
show the
I mean, I'll
God
grant
in
you
that,
that,
is
but
what I'm
I think most of
saying.
the massacres are atheist-based.
It just proves that people's
I think
actions
you'd need some data to support that before I would even agree that that was a possibility.
This is like
Yeah, so
wrangling
I
a
mean, if
fucking
you combine both, I mean, just Mao and you combine Stalin, I think that's estimated to be like 90 million people.
In my opinion,
hey, listen,
as people
do
hold
it
on.
in the
Did they
name
do it
of
in the name of
atheism.
atheism? Yes or no?
Well, they did it because they had a certain belief system that was definitely aligned.
No. Stop. This is the problem with Christians. They're too stupid to answer yes or no questions.
Yeah,
But
they did
before
it
you
because
go,
of atheism. I was just explaining why.
No,
Right?
they didn't.
Yes, they did. They did
Being
it. They wouldn't if they didn't
anti-Semitic
believe in
doesn't
atheism.
hold on.
automatically
They didn't
make you
have
an
that
atheist.
belief
Let him
system.
explain
They
his
wouldn't have done
bad
it.
point. Let him explain his
Right?
bad point. Show me
Yeah.
where any of those people, Stalin or Mao, said, "I'm doing this in the name of atheism." Could you show me?
No, I didn't say they said they did it in the name of atheism.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank
you don't
very
have
much.
to
Your
do.
point was fucking stupid.
Wait,
Get the
hold on,
fuck out of here.
chill. Wait, bring him back up.
Why?
I
You're
was
just
gonna
talking to
talk
disingenuous people that are literally never going to actually align or comport with the truth.
Oh, no,
and then
no,
whenever
that's
they
fine.
leave, they're going to think that they won.
Oh no, it's fine. I want to talk to him, but yeah, I was gonna explain the difference, right? So, like, I guess I'll explain it right now. Like, in history, you had Christians who, due to manifest destiny or due to certain things in the Bible, they were like killing people in the name of Christianity, right? Atheism is simply like a lack of belief in God or saying that God doesn't exist. And I don't really see anything in that entails we're going to unalive people. Nobody said, like, I don't believe in God and we're going to unalive all the theists. But, like, Christians, they were like, I believe in God, and God says that homosexuality is bad, so we're going to treat them with disrespect and unalive them. Or during the Salem witch trials, Christians were inspired by the Bible that said that you're supposed to kill witches, and basically a bunch of women who weren't even witches were getting offed left and right. If you could read and you're a woman, you got offed. If you did math and you were a woman, you got offed. If you were a scientist and you're a woman, you got offed. And they thought they were witches. And then, sure, we can give you one of the crusades, but then, like, I would say for the second crusade, there was cannibalism of, like, Muslim children. And yeah, Christians were doing horrific things. They went overboard for the sake of God, but nobody's gone for the sake of non-belief, or nobody's gone on like a unalive all believers kind of persecution. I've never seen that happen. But yeah. But go ahead.
What about those who decide to try to, annihilate people out of school that follow atheism? Because I remember,
Did they say we're doing it in the name of atheism?
They don't have to.
Yeah, they do, because
Who can
otherwise
be
you're just
atheists
assuming what
and
they're
like
doing.
they do.
So all the Christians who commit crime are doing that in the name of
two
Christianity.
individuals some time ago.
Hold on, Jared.
Yeah,
this
hold
is a
on,
silly
hold on.
argument.
Wait, pause.
Yeah, wait.
Hold
Because
on. Oh, go ahead.
All right, let me finish first.
Oh, wait. Oh yeah, my
All right,
bad.
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying
No,
two
because you made a bad
individuals.
analogy. If you're going to say that, then every crime committed by a Christian is done in the name of Christianity.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No.
And
That's
because
what
they
we're
didn't
saying.
have to. They didn't have to say that, right? But they were doing it because of their Christianity.
Yeah,
I'm
what's
just
the
saying for these
difference?
two
Yeah.
individuals,
What's
like
the
they
difference?
believe
Yeah, so
in
hold on,
theory of
guys.
evolution and stuff like that.
So
And they
wait, hold
decided
on.
it'd be
This
good
is
to go
the
and annihilate people out
wait.
of
Hold
school.
on. Can you guys hear me? Wait, hold on. So this is the clarification, right? Yeah, there might be people who are atheists who did like school shootings, but the motivation was not atheism, or they weren't doing it for the sake of atheism. When it comes to Christianity, let's say the Salem witch trials, their motivation was the Bible said that witches are supposed to be killed. So they did it in the name of God, in the name of their Christian belief. And there's also school shootings. Well, actually, I'm not sure about that. I have to read more on that. But there are some school shootings that Christians were doing it. But I'm not gonna grant that. But yeah, when it comes to like the Crusades, they were doing it in the name of God. This is our land. We need to take it back for the name of God. And I think the Pope instructed Christians and said, "Go take back our land. Go take it back from them." So that's so
Yeah, I
whenever
hear you, but I'm saying I'm just using these two individuals as an example. They believe in the theory of evolution and following atheism stuff like that, and they think that what they were doing was just eliminating the weak so the strong could survive. So they went to the
Who
school.
are you talking
Compared
about?
And just
to
started
the
taking
Who
people
are you
out.
talking
Crusades.
about other than the
Wait,
mythical
what?
straw man you've made up in your head?
Yeah.
Am I
Wait,
not
what did
lying?
even? Wait, what'd you say? Like nobody killed anybody in the name of evolution. What are you talking about? Like, I
Yeah,
mean, like
they did.
maybe
It
Name
was
it.
two. I
Name
don't know
it.
the names anymore, but it's
Then
two
you're. Then
what?
why bring it up?
individuals
Why bring
went
it
to the
up? Why
school,
bring it
Yeah,
up if you
shot
can't
at
yeah.
him
back it?
because they
Wait, yeah. Wait, why
believed
are you
in the theory
bringing?
of evolution, which is dealing with
Wait, hold
atheists.
on,
Why
hold
bring up
on. Wait,
something
wait.
you can't back up?
Yeah. So why are you bringing up something that you don't really know the names of the people who did it? Now, I can admit that maybe
Because
like
what you're believing in, what you're
wait,
believing in
hold
matters.
on. Wait, slow down, dude. I can maybe grant you that like Charles Darwin might have had some racist like evolution animal type theories. Yeah, I think Charles Darwin was a little bit racist. But like no one was killed for the sake of like evolution. You'd have to give me like a source before I even begin to grant that.
I forgot what was the name of the school and stuff. I'm just telling you based off of my memory what I do remember.
Then
But
look it up and come
this was
back.
an incident
Like,
happened
don't
over
bring
here in the
up a
U.S.
thing you
where
What
can't back
state?
up.
What state was it
two
in?
individuals believed in, I think it's like Michigan or
What
something like
state
that, or
was it in?
Minnesota.
Where?
I just told you. I think it was like Michigan or Minnesota or something like that.
Okay.
But individuals believed in atheism, believed in evolution, went to the school, caused havoc. Simply because of what they believed in, they believed to be right and true.
Did they say
So they
that?
went a step forward
Did they say it was
and
because they were
started trying to take
atheist?
people out. Huh?
Did they say it
Wait,
was
by
because
the
they were
way,
atheist?
I
also
think
by the way,
somebody did some investigation into them and found out that they were.
hold up real quick.
Did they say I did this because of atheism?
Hey, the
Not
host is
are
trying to say
they?
Hold on,
something.
guys.
Let's lock into the host real fast.
See if Joel's in charge. I'm grabbing a soda out of a Circle K. But yeah, I'm gonna let up some guests. Keep an eye out on HS. Don't say anything that'll get my live banned.
Do you want no? Okay, you brought no degree up. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and continue the conversation. Let me introduce these people real fast. HS, how old are you?
19.
19. And then no degree, how old are you?
I just did. I just want to clarify that I just did a pretty comprehensive Google search and did not find any instance of that.
Order of the nine angles.
I have also found several Christian nationalist sites that blame school shootings on the teaching of evolution, but nothing that says any school shooter has ever gone in and cited atheism or evolution or
The
science
Third Reich
as a
used
reason
evolution
for
as a
for
means.
their shooting up a school.
The Third
Hitler
Reich
was
used an
Christian.
evolution as a means to
Hitler was
propagate
Christian.
racial hierarchism. You just
No, they didn't. They
yeah,
used
they
something
did.
called eugenics. And by the
Yeah,
way,
what do you think
and by
eugenics
the
is derived
way,
from? From
by
first
the
principles?
way,
Where do you
by
derive
the
eugenics
Came
way,
off of
from? Wait,
atheism.
wait. Where do you derive eugenics from first principles? Hello?
Where really? So
Yeah, where do you derive it from?
what the fuck are you talking
Where
about?
do you get eugenics from? From first principles. You get it from animal
You can
husbandry.
also get it from animal husbandry, which
Yeah,
we had
animal
thousands
husbandry.
of
Where
years
do you
before
think
we
that
had
comes from?
evolution.
You're selecting for certain traits
Right,
based
but did
on
we know we were
evolution.
selecting for a certain trait when we did the first donkey? When we did the first cow?
What is
You're
the
being a
relevance of this
fucking
question?
moron. We
Wait,
didn't know
what's the
anything
relevance of this
about the
question?
theory of
Hello?
evolution, and eugenics didn't have it until a very, very recently. And even then, the schmatzi, the guy with the mustache, was a fucking Christian. The very
wasn't
first,
Christian.
he was
Yes, he
too.
was.
He was
No, he
too.
wasn't.
The very first
No,
treaty
he was
he
an
ever
occultist.
signed, the very first
No.
international treaty he ever signed,
He
was
used
with the
Christianity
Shut
as a
up!
means to like exercise
Jesus
power because
Christ! Do
most
we
of
have
the
to be
Can
interrupted?
you? Yes, HS, stop interrupting.
no, like most of the things you're getting wrong.
Alright.
You're gonna get dropped.
So here's how this is gonna work. We have to keep it one-on-one if we talk over each other.
3 years after the war ended.
Okay, but he was also using-
The SS had a cross on their belt, and their motto said, "God is with us." He was Christian. He was a frickin' Catholic.
Well, Catholicism, not Christianity. And also, he wasn't. He was using it as a
Genuinely
front.
didn't believe in it.
He was using that to get, political power. For
His
people, but he ended up
he
being
used it as a
a
means for
cultist.
political power. Like his inner circle, they believed in Odinic paganism or something, and then he
Right.
himself, he was either like some sort of atheist or he was some sort of cultist. But he was like he understood Christianity as actually a subject. He understood in a Nietzschean perspective where he's like, actually, this is a moralizing, quite degenerate Semitic religion. He didn't understand it as some like European religion. That's why he kind of wanted to get rid of it. So the idea that he was a Christian is kind of like
He was a Christian.
preposterous.
The idea that he wasn't
That's an
a Christian.
assertion. You just
The
asserted
idea
after
that he
all I
wasn't
said.
is post hoc rationalization, which doesn't comport with historical reality.
No Catholic would admit to being what? Wait.
So I don't
No
think
other
it matters
religion
because if you're trying to
really
say
matters.
that he wasn't actually a Christian, he was just using Christianity, that means that it's still Christianity that is leading the way to
Right.
all these atrocities and justifying all
Right.
these horrors.
And
You're still citing that it's Christianity that is responsible for all these horrible things.
I'm citing
Right.
Christianity
No, that's
as
actually false.
responsible. Wait. How would that mean that Christianity is directly responsible for this? Because he actually imprisoned a lot of Catholic clergy, right? You know that, right?
only
He imprisoned
once they started fighting
I'm
against
so
him.
done.
Oh,
He actually
so you're
supported the
saying
Catholic
that
Church
Catholic
up
clergymen
until
fought against, so it's not actually, so he's not actually
no,
Catholic, right?
they were fighting. They faced excommunication. The
You
Catholic
realize
For
Church
what
as a whole
exactly?
supported him.
Because
you realize that Christians today will fight other Christians and say, you're trying to prevent me spreading my message. I have the truth, therefore you're a wolf in sheep's
wait, how is
clothing.
this different from
You're the
atheists that
rotten
do the
Christian.
same thing?
So how are you
Like you
telling
guys
me
are
that?
just failing the
Wait,
reversibility test at
I
every
didn't
turn.
interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. So how is this any different than Hitler if he was in fact a Christian, just saying, well, you know what, this Catholic here that's fighting against me, they are truly not the Christian. I have to fight
You
against
want to
them
know
because
why?
they're
It's
not the
because
true Christian.
if you go and try to understand the Third Reich, you'll see that many of the handbooks of the youth is a little schoolboy program. They were propagating they were moving towards and they were propagating non-Christian, non-theistic ideologies. So, for example, they used things like runes, like Celtic runes. They used
Okay, can we all admit that this is an
Haken Cruz is
irrelevant
an example
conversation
of
at this
a.
point? It does
No,
not
it's not
prove your
irrelevant.
frickin'
Absolutely,
point.
100%, 100%. I want to end it.
What doesn't prove my point?
He doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah, we're moving on to a different
It
topic.
doesn't
Okay.
prove
Take it on topic.
You couldn't defend
Hey,
your
Justin's
little
doing fine.
topic on
You can let him
the
finish.
Third Reich, so now you have to move
It
on.
doesn't
I respect
prove
it though.
an existence of a deity. That's why I hate
Take
this
the win, man. I'm good
conversation.
with it.
Here's
I
the thing,
respect it.
guys.
I respect it. I respect
Here's the
it.
thing. So it doesn't matter whether he was or wasn't. He still did it in the name of, and you guys are trying to justify it.
No,
by,
he
like,
did it in the
equal
name of Germany. He didn't do it in the name of Christianity.
If you're gonna talk over me, you're just gonna dip, bro. That's just how it's gonna be. Like I'm not gonna play these games. I got no patience for this shit. So we're gonna pivot the conversation. We're gonna circle back. Why do you guys think God is real? Like why do these beliefs justify God at all?
I'll tell you why from my personal point of view.
Wait, how you guys doing? It's cold as fuck in Texas, bro. The snow's going away, but like,
You
damn.
have like half an inch of snow. I don't want to hear it. It's like 4
Yeah.
degrees.
True.
What'd you get to
I got
drink?
2 feet of snow, but yeah,
Go,
like
go.
I was saying, I don't see the reason why is I don't see why atheism doesn't lead to Malthusianism or eugenics, which I'm very against. That's the simple reason.
Do you think all
God?
atheists believe in
That's how you
eugenics?
prove God?
I don't think all of them believe in eugenics, but I just
Then why
don't see
bring
how
it
the
up?
propositional, like if you affirm atheism as a true proposition, why that wouldn't lead to it.
No.
You understand that we're
100%
trying to like
no.
do an
Why would I
internal
think
critique
I'm
of
better than
So-
anyone else? Why would
Here,
eugenics get
Hold
everybody
on.
involved
I want to
ever?
answer his question because this is I'm so fucking tired of it. The idea that you cannot have a moral center without your book, which by the way provides nothing but subjectivity for its moral center, then I'm just going to get right up on a fucking pole and say you're a moron. Look, we can base our moral opinions on whether or not something causes harm or increases overall welfare. And I can start that right from my own solipsistic view. Philosophy says I can't prove I'm not a brain in a jar. Okay, but I believe I'm real, and I believe I have a right to life, and I have a right to live that life unimpeded by other people's choices over my own. And because I believe that, I extend that to you too. So therefore, I don't want to be unalived. I will not unalive you because it does harm. And then we can say from there, let's measure what our morality does. I'll stack mine up against yours and let's look at which one increases more overall welfare and which causes more unnecessary harm. And I'm going to guarantee my worldview will win over Christianity every fucking time.
But you're just begging the question.
I mean,
No, I'm not.
You're just begging the question.
No, I am not. I am absolutely not
you
begging
know,
the
it's
question.
interesting because
It's
interesting for a few reasons, but
Cook them.
I am
You're just
conceding.
begging the question.
I am conceding that all moral decisions are subjective. You want to interject the idea that they're objective.
Wait, so
Show
they're
me
all
an
subjective,
objective
right?
moral in your Bible that I can't find anywhere else.
Wait, they're all
On God.
subjective?
Give me one.
Wait, they're all subjective,
I
right?
gotta-
So
I gotta
why
make
wouldn't
a-
eugenics
I gotta
be
make a mod thing real
subjectively,
fast.
morally?
Because it
good?
does harm, you fucking moron.
It does harm.
Why is harm bad?
I'm just gonna start putting people
Secular
on.
Why is harm
humanism.
bad?
Let's go.
I swear to God.
Society. Did you know it was morally
Hold up, hold
okay
up,
to
hold
own
up, hold
slaves
up,
at
hold
some
up,
Hold on,
hold
guys.
up,
Hold on,
hold up.
guys.
Why is
Shut the
harm
fuck up.
bad?
I'm gonna crash the fuck out. If we don't
Go,
stop
wait.
speaking over each other and like if you keep interrupting people, I'm just gonna start dropping because like if you're not here to have a conversation, you're here to like talk over people. There is no productive dialogue to happen, and I'm not here for that shit. So be fucking respectful.
I'm absolutely going to drop actually because I can't. I've had this conversation I don't know how many times, and I'm tired of the obtuse nature of the people who argue it. It's a fucking moronic argument, and I'm out.
You just can't ground anything.
I can
under
ground my
morality.
morality. I
I
just
came
told
here.
you how I fucking ground
You're
my
immoral.
morality.
Sounds
Moron.
like
Bro, you
immoral
rage quit as soon
and
as
you're
I came here.
recognizing it.
Oh, my fingers are frozen.
Brother.
Darn, I had a question.
Wanted to just address moral, I guess, relativism.
Check it out. We got a whole bunch of motherfucking flunkies in this bitch.
Oh, it's this low
Hey,
No, I'm
tier.
shut
just
your
an art
bitch ass
student.
up. Yeah, shut your bitch ass up.
Here.
Good boy.
Welcome back, Forrest.
What up?
It's low-hanging fruit forest. Welcome back.
Wait, speaking
How
of
many
low
times has my
tier.
dog walked your ass?
Wait, hold on.
Just
Speaking of
so
low
interrupting
tier,
each other.
who wrote in the comments, atheist equals grape equals love? What the fuck is that
Stone.
shit?
Yeah.
Stone.
So under an atheist paradigm,
Under the
Wait,
paradigm
let
that we
me
have
let me
no
rearrange your
views.
pen real quick.
Wait, go ahead. I want to hear it.
He
Go ahead.
muted
I'm gonna
himself.
get muted every time. This is
No,
just
go
what
ahead.
Forrest
Wait, guys.
does.
Good boy.
It's
Go ahead.
clockwork for him.
Wait, guys,
Good
chill,
boy.
chill, chill. Don't mute him. I want to hear it.
What do you think?
Good
Muting?
boy. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Who just burped, bro?
Yeah.
Nasty as fuck.
Atheism, rape is love. So yeah, that's
Wow.
just the
Okay, wait,
logical
so.
entailment.
Fucking
Okay, wait, hold
stupid
on.
thing to say
Wait.
out loud.
Wait, what'd you do?
No,
I
bring
mean,
him
You should have left
back.
did you
him.
hear what he said?
Oh,
And
yeah.
we can
You have to.
argue it.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
argument wasn't presented. The claim was just restated.
yeah. We could
He's
have
just trying to get
argued
your
it.
live taken down, bro.
Yeah, but Stone. Wait, hold
Stone,
on,
go
hold
ahead and
on.
complete the goal up top. I'll let you back up.
Well, yeah, Stone, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. I'm trying to turn this project into like a social media career. You can't be saying that on live. All the other words I don't really. All the other words I don't really care about. But like grape is probably one we should avoid. But yeah, I've kind of been testing the limits. I've said kill. I've said like plenty of other stuff, and
Try to
TikTok
use it
doesn't
in
seem to care.
context. Try to use it in context. And Gumbo, Halal Christian's lapdog is here. So we have two of the dumbest apologists possible at the bottom. We need somebody else, please.
Yeah.
So tell me if the girls consented when Moses unalived that entire city. What was the city? Gosh, I can't remember the fucking name. Moses sent an army to attack people, and at the end of it all, he said, no, keep the women and children alive. We're gonna take them. You think that was out of consent?
The Midianites in Numbers 31.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Did they consent to? They just went, oh, you slaughtered my entire family.
Hey,
I guess
dumb
I'll
fuck
go with
number
you.
1 and 2. That's you at the bottom. No Degree and Jared. You guys put your one brain cell together and formulate an answer, please.
would say probably not. No.
Exactly.
Bloody hell, mate.
And God told him to do that.
Okay, I feel bad for people in Michigan who get like 6 feet of snow. This is crazy ass shit, bro. It's only like an inch.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm on the
Rabbi
West
Hana,
Coast.
you're welcome up. HS, control yourself. Stone, you can finish the gift goal at the top for trying to fuck up Coco's live. Otherwise, you can stay in the comments and the requests for all night, for all I care.
Yeah, Stone, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22:28 was also brought up. It's not it just pay your dad money and it's fine if you do it.
Yeah, I think I honestly think like secular humanism would probably be better than like morality given from God, because God would basically say like, yeah, women are property and you can sell women, and like if you questioned it, you'd probably get like stoned or sent to hell or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in terms of
Well, I think the
morality,
thing that
if
I
that's
think
the
is
case,
crazy is the whole
then we
like,
can
you know,
determine it based off of
once you're
ourselves.
together, you're together
Anybody can say
forever.
anything.
But you read in like Deuteronomy 21, where they're allowed to take captive forced war brides, and then whenever they get bored of them, they can just throw them away. And I think that that's even more outrageous. Anyone who claims that like women have any kind of protection or equality or are not seen as objects just clearly is not honest with what they're reading.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But, yeah, morals come from God. That's plain and simple. But
Yeah,
you're
so
limited.
Moses was
Morals
morally
come off
right
of
in
us.
taking the
And then
women.
anybody can say anything that's right or wrong, good or evil.
Objectively good that you can take like little kids as war brides? Is that objectively good?
Was Moses justified because God said so?
Say that question again.
When Moses fought with the Midianites, he kept the women and the virgin children alive specifically so that his army could marry them, because God said that was okay. Is it justified? Is
Yeah, God says
child
it's
bride
okay. It means it's
justified?
okay.
So so child brides are okay because God said so.
He never said once child brides. What's wrong with that? Come on, that's nasty. He want to say something like that.
How is it okay?
What does it mean when you go to a city and you lay siege and then you take the hostages afterwards, after all the men have been killed, and it's just women and children, and then you take them back as brides? What does that mean?
Okay, nowhere in it does it say for you to take a bride in terms of children. No, God
Why
doesn't do
would they take the women
But
and
in
children,
terms of
Terrence?
having like a wife or something like that, you know, based off what Scripture said, it said that you can have one. You know, a man was able to take a wife.
You think
know,
they
after
would
But that's not
battle,
consent to that?
consensual though. She's a
After they
captive
just
of
watched
war.
everything.
you slaughter their
He was
entire
allowed to have her.
family?
Hang on, let me finish. But
Okay.
he said also, if you don't want her, you can let her go, let her free.
Yeah,
Don't
that
sell
again
her.
puts
have a
all the
choice in
Let her go.
projection on the
That's what that
man.
verse means.
Yeah, but that's
That's
showing
the
that the woman is an object to be owned, that if he desires her amongst the
exactly.
captives, he can take her. Her consent does not matter,
Exactly.
which means he can
Exactly.
just take her, and whenever he's done with her, he has no responsibility to take her home to her next of kin or to send her off with resources. He can just throw her away into the
If you
wind.
guys need an exact verse,
Well, how
just
you
go
know
to
there isn't any
Deuteronomy.
resources or
Hey,
anything like
Jared,
that? You
shut
don't
the
know.
fuck up
Yes,
for a
it's in
second.
Deuteronomy 21, 10 through 14.
Thank you,
Okay, but
Goat.
you're
Thank
saying
you,
that
Goat.
send her off, no resources or nothing. You don't know if that
Yeah.
happened.
Well, can you show me the scripture that says that you should send her off with resources? Because I know scripture where God
You
specifically
said
says, "Hey,
that you send
this
her off with no
person, when you
resources.
let them
I
go,
said you don't know
you
if
need to
that
send them
happened.
off with resources." But in this scripture, we have absolutely no command from God to send her off with resources, so you do not have to. Don't you see that that is problematic when the man can choose to just take a woman that he has just slaughtered her whole entire family, turned her whole world upside down, taken her from her homeland, and stripped her of her own identity, and then just can use her and then can just throw her out into the wild whenever he wants because he's done with her? You don't see
Okay,
how
once
that's just
again,
demeaning and
misunderstanding the
degrading to women?
scriptures.
This is God's
Well,
law.
one thing-
Why do you stand with a law that allows this?
Well, one thing you got to do is understand the scriptures instead of just putting your own spin on it.
No, I
All
understand the
right.
scripture.
Now, as I
Okay,
was saying,
please, please.
this was during the time of war, after a siege, something like that. The guy wanted to have a wife, he could. He said for him
Why?
to clean her up, give her some clothes, stuff like that, shave her head, let
What
her
verse?
mourn because something just happened.
Wait. What
And
was
if he
that
wanted to
something?
have
What
her, he
was
could
that
have
something
her.
that just happened? What
But
was that
if he
something that
doesn't
just
want her,
happened?
then let her go.
What was that? What was that something that just happened?
Okay, I would
What
like
what
the
was
verse.
that
What?
something that just happened?
Oh yeah, I said it was a siege. It was a war. It was a
Yeah,
battle.
so what happened was that you just invaded her homeland and you slaughtered her family, her way of life, and you stole her from it. That's what
Right.
just happened.
And you still admit that it says he can make the decision to
Yeah,
let her go.
you're
There's no choice for the woman. What like and why would the woman want to go and marry a man that just slaughtered his entire family?
you're
I
agreeing to the
think you
lack of
guys kind of
consent and you're
misunderstand it.
ignoring it. Okay, can you show her consent in the passage then?
Yeah, show me where it says
Where does it say
consent
anything about
for
consent?
women.
Okay, so you agree that her
Exactly.
consent is irrelevant
Why do you say consent is irrelevant?
Jared is
'Cause
so
it's not
dumb. He's
because it's
making
mentioned.
not
points. He's
mentioned,
making
it's
points against
ignored.
himself.
Okay. Explain again. If he wanted her, he can have her. If he doesn't want her, as the Bible says, let her free. Let her go.
Okay,
He says you're not
so
to sell
so
her or
Him.
do anything. But
but
think
that's
about it. These are
Him.
people who, were enemies of God, enemies of,
Didn't the
Israel.
enemy of God
Jared.
And
justify
God fought
rape?
against them.
Yeah, does
But
that
there's
Jared,
people
justify
who
rape?
does
survived and stuff like
consent
that.
take one or two people? Does consent take one or two people?
What? This has nothing to do with that
Does
topic.
does
Yes, it
consent
100%
take
is
one
what
or
we are
two
talking
people?
about.
Yes or no? It's a yes or
That's what
no
we've been talking
question.
about this whole time.
Yes or no? Does
Oh my
consent
gosh.
take one or two people?
Take
Yes.
one.
Oh,
What?
You can only have one wife.
What the fuck?
no, consent takes two people, and you are agreeing that because it's only
Oh, I'm so
him
sorry.
that
That's what
gets
you
to
said.
make
My
this
mistake.
decision. Okay, so because it's only him that's making this decision for both of them, it is non-consensual because it's just relying on the one person, which means it's non-consensual. It's not talking about them coming to an agreement. It's just saying if he wants her, and then when he's done with her, you understand that this passage is clearly showing that this is just about what the man wants. It's not at all talking about the consent of the woman. It doesn't care about the consent of the woman, and you seem to have
All
no
right, false
issue.
again.
And you have no issue with them taking captive war brides. You say, oh, they were allowed to. Why do you follow a God and a law system that allows such a horrible thing?
Once again, you misunderstand the scriptures again. I
No,
already
I
explained it
need you
like
to answer the
twice
question.
already.
You
No,
said
because
him. You said
Yes, but
him
you've
this
missed the
entire
effing
because you
time.
point,
said that I
Jared.
misunderstand, and then what you explain is exactly what I said.
Right.
Yes.
What you're saying, Jared, all you've ever said here is that the guy who is taking the war bride captive, gets to choose whether or not he wants to marry her. And then if he does and he doesn't like her, then he can just let her go. But she doesn't get a choice as to whether or not she wants to marry this man. She has no consent.
Like even if we grant you that they set her off with resources if the husband doesn't want them, that's still him making the decision for her.
Okay, and what about if the woman doesn't want to be set free but wants to be with the husband?
There's
It
nothing in
doesn't say
the why
that.
is so again not addressed in the Bible because women were chattel property and weren't even considered.
Like you're saying, what if? But show me where it says that, because
Right.
otherwise,
Where does it say
why are
anything
you
about
assuming?
Well,
But
guys, think about a marriage.
but one
Marriage
second, Jared.
consistency.
Here, no,
But
one
it's
second. I
not.
got something. One second.
You
I
both
got
have
something
to
to
come
add
to
to
an
this, and then you
agreement.
can go. All right, just one second. One second. Captives can't consent because
Correct.
in order to consent, it has to be freely given and reversible. And if you're a captive, neither of those are like out of the 5 options that you have, neither of those work. Right? Because you're under influence of your captor, and you can't reverse your decision because you have no agency. So these women, they cannot want to be with the man because they can't consent to anything because they're captives.
Exactly.
Listen, they have a right.
No, they
I mean,
don't.
don't get me wrong. Times are
How?
much different than they are today.
Tell it.
That is
Okay,
true.
then
But the
show
women
us the
still have
verses that
consent.
give us her consent.
I mean,
Show
think
me the
about it. The
verse
woman
that shows
wanted
her
to be
consent.
free. She can be set
Show me the
free.
verse,
She
Jared,
can
where
leave.
she
If she
can
wants
say
to be
show
free,
me the
why
verse where
doesn't it
she can
say?
say no.
Yeah, why doesn't it say if the woman
In the
doesn't want to
text,
get
if she wants to be
married?
free, she can be free.
It
That
doesn't
doesn't
say
say
that. It says
that.
that when you
Okay.
when
Doesn't
you
not
agree,
one jot or
the guy
tittle,
can.
Jared. That is not what it says.
It says if he wants to let her free, not if they decide or come to a consensus, or if she decides she wants to go free or marry him. It says he makes the decision, singular. Otherwise, show me the passage where it doesn't say that.
Yes, please
And
show
your
her
overall
consent. That's
point
all
is
we're
what?
asking. That's all we're asking for. Show the verse
That
that shows her
God
consent.
condoned marriage by force.
Spider. Sorry.
He's spider.
Yo,
Okay, so your overall conclusion is that God condoned marriage by force. No. But okay. Because that's how you
Okay.
feel.
How did he not?
All right.
How did he not? But
So
he
listen,
told Moses to do that.
He not. He gave them instructions on how to do it.
Listen, guys, you're
Yes.
talking to the dumbest apologist
This
on
is-
the app.
I
Jared
know,
has
Jared's-
literally for 2 years been able to.
Well, I've already
Has
explained.
not been
so
able. Shut
Well,
the
but
fuck up.
I like
Jared
you.
has not been
I'm
able to learn
surprised you can.
anything on this app for 2 years. I promise you, he's never learned a single thing on this app. I genuinely think he has an inability to learn. He has some sort of short circuit. I promise you that.
Bro, can we drop this guy?
I got it.
Oh,
I got
God.
him. Sorry.
can we block him too?
I wasn't
I got
fast
it.
enough.
I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. It's probably.
I'm gonna read two verses real fast, just so we have some context going into what's happening. Right?
Wait, was it?
So I'm gonna read some Deuteronomy
Okay,
verses
right.
real fast. Deuteronomy 20:10-14. When you march up to attack a city, make its people an offer of peace. If they accept it and open their gates, all of the people shall be subject to forced labor and shall work for you. If they refuse to make peace and engage in battle, lay siege to the city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put the sword to all the men in it. As for the women and children, the livestock and everything else in the city, you may take as plunder for yourselves. You may use the plunder the Lord God gives you from your enemies. And then the second verse I want to read is Deuteronomy. Thanks, Dusha. Appreciate it. The
Thanks,
second
Dusha.
verse is Deuteronomy 21:10-25, but I'm only going to read 10-14 because that's the part that specifically talks about female captives. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her home to your house. She shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's guard, and remain in your house for a full month, mourning her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. But if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free, and certainly not sell her for money. You must not treat her as a slave, since you have dishonored her. So within those two verses specifically, we're talking about when you go to a city during war times and you take people as captives. Captives can't consent, and if you force yourself upon a captive and then marry them, that's forced marriage. Does that make sense, Jared?
Okay, once again, it wasn't forced. All right?
Captives can't consent.
But you don't, I'm just going to put it. What I'm saying with the man is he has the choice either he can have her, keep her, or he can let her free. Now, that verse in particular wasn't just to say,
Jared, stop.
oh my God, you're
Just
forcing
stop.
everything
Hold
onto
on a
women.
second and stop. Do you
Wait,
have
I'm sorry,
sisters?
I was speaking.
Do you have sisters?
No, hold on, I'm not done.
Do you have sisters or female family members?
Anti-theist, hold on a second. All right,
Jared, if you're not going to answer the question, because you're protecting people who grape people right now. So I don't want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear your answer to this question.
I can answer this question after I'm done.
No, you can answer his question. You're defending grape. You're
isn't
weird.
about that.
Yes, it is. Can captives
No,
consent?
it isn't. This verse has nothing to do with that.
Jared, answer this question. Can captives consent?
This verse has nothing to do with
Answer
that.
That's not the question.
No, it
Answer
doesn't.
the question.
You're making it seem like that, but it's
Can a
not.
captive consent? If you take somebody as a prisoner, can they consent?
Consent to what? But just being
He's got
taken
a
captive or
literal
something else.
learning disability, guys. I'm not even being ableist. I genuinely know that he does not have the ability to learn.
Can they
Like-
consent to you having?
Can they consent? Can they consent to having schmecks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can consent to having schmecks even though they're captive, and they could be unalived if they don't do it.
Of course.
Do you know
That's
what
consent.
fries?
So
Wait, hold up.
consent through coercion is consent.
Do you know what fries is, Jared?
Person doesn't have to have it if they don't want it.
Do you know what fries is, Jared?
What?
Fries.
What, you mean like French fries?
Yeah, like French fries. No. Do you know what? So in the terms of consent, do you know what fries is?
No, you
hold
tell
on.
me.
Okay,
Wait,
so
hold on. For the live stream, consent is supposed to be loud, vocal, clear, and sober. I forget what it is.
Okay, freely given. Consent should be given without pressure, force, or under the influence of alcohol or drugs.
And consent can be taken away at any point in time.
I'm gonna read off all
At
of them.
any
So
time.
that's just F. That's what the F stands for in fries. The R stands for reversible. You can change your mind about what you want to do at any time, even if you are in the middle or have done it before. Informed, you should know exactly what you're giving consent to. Enthusiastic means you have to be like, oh yeah, let's do it. Let's go on the roller coaster. And then specific is what you specifically want to do. Can a captive give freely given, reversible, informed consent? Yeah, I'm looking at the poster on my computer right now. Thank you, Haru.
Yeah, okay.
Here's the
Now, I
poster
understand
for
the whole part of
visual
captive and
learning.
everything else, but these women, they were allowed, if the guy wanted to have a wife, he can have her as a wife.
He can have her. She
it-
had no consent. That's the effing point, Jared.
Why is
Jared,
rape so
remember
controversial?
earlier how we talked about how consent takes two people? You keep talking about he, him, he could choose. We agree. He could choose, and that's the issue. That shows that it's not consensual. And
Why?
that's what makes it great, is because he is
Okay,
choosing, which
how
not
many times I gotta tell you
them.
that? I mean, I've
Because,
already explained
again,
4 or 5 times already.
consent is explicit. Where in the Bible does it ever say that a slave bride consents to being married? Or can say, you know what? I don't want you. I'm going to go somewhere else. She's a captive. He takes her captive after he slaughters her entire family. Then he takes her in and he puts her away for a month and shaves her hair and pares her nails. Why does he pare her nails, Jared? Why do you think he pares her nails?
Have you researched this verse before to see what it actually means? Because it seems like you're still struggling with it.
I've read this Bible 4 times through and studied it multiple times. Don't try and tell me what I know or don't know about the fucking scripture.
Means?
I've read it.
Not just
I
read
know
it,
what it means.
but looked
It
it up
means
to
a
see what it
captive
means.
war bride.
Coco, you
And
gotta
captive
take
war brides cannot give consent.
That's not what I asked. I said, have you looked it up to see what it means? Because you're still struggling with it.
The verse that I read to you?
All of it, yes. Because you guys still talking
Yes.
about it.
The verse that I read to you out loud for the panel?
Yeah, the one that the one that you're talking about, how like it has something to do with rape or something like that.
Yeah,
Like, no.
if you go to a city and you take women and children as plunder,
As plunder.
That means they're captives. And then if you see among the captives a pretty woman you want to marry, that means you can just take her back to your house for a month, shave her head off, cut off all her nails, give her fresh clothes, and then once she's done with that, you can go into her, and she can't consent to that.
Okay, well, when you get a chance, just look up this verse and see what all it
Holy
means.
fucking
what all
shit,
it
I read it
entails.
to you.
I've read it 100 times, dude.
Can I
Do you
do it?
think I've been doing this
I have
now
a-
for
Can I
6
do it,
months?
Coco?
Do you,
I have a
and
very
not only
look it
that,
up.
but I've been a
See what's
Christian
going on.
and a
Because you're
practicing
not
looking at
getting
this
it.
Bible for 40 fucking years. Why do you think I wouldn't have had some understanding of what the thing means? Why
Can I
do
just
I
do it,
have to
Coco?
look in some way to discern what it means rather than just being able to read it on the page? Do I need a set of spiritual glasses, Jared? Where do I find those?
Set a timer for 10 minutes, and then after you can do whatever you want.
Wait, what do you
Jared,
mean?
Jared, I have a very simple question. Do you know what rape is?
Grape.
Do you know what grape is?
That's kind of a silly question.
Yeah,
But of course
I would hope that I
everybody
wouldn't have
here
to ask
does.
it, but do you know what it is? Can you tell me what it is?
Why don't I tell you what it is?
Well, just give us a definition, man.
For what? You already know what
For
it is,
grape,
so do
what
I.
is grape?
I don't need to
Let me
explain
ask it this way,
that's all
Jared.
it
Is it possible to grape your wife?
Don't have one.
That's
Is it
not the
possible?
question, you
Most
fucking
likely,
moron.
yeah.
Answer my question. Is it possible to grape your wife?
Of course it is.
Okay, so your wife has the ability to withdraw consent anytime she wants to. Does a slave have the same right to withdraw consent anytime they want to? I can't stand slavery apologists.
It's slavery, it's grape, it's G-side, it's all of it. And I mean, this is what Christianity does to your brain.
Right. I mean, this is just one. There's 8 types of slavery in the Bible.
Hold on. You guys are presupposing that Jared has a brain. That may be too far.
Well, it's like that video of the egg, you know? Where'd he
Yeah,
go?
you're right though, Forrest. I was giving him credit for 2 actual brain cells. So
Do you think that if this is kind of random, but do you think if socialism was practiced in a way where the government didn't spiral out of control, it could possibly work?
It does work. It has worked.
it has worked. That I'm a democratic socialist, so
Let's go. Me too.
yeah, I'm with you, man. I think well regulated. I'm a capitalist, but at the same time, capitalism needs regulation. It absolutely has to have it. Otherwise, it's cutthroat, and it leads to the worst in humanity. So
Yeah, I think right now, do you know the game Monopoly?
Yeah.
We're in late stage capitalism
Oh,
where the
totally.
billionaires are taking over the entire board and it's crushing the lower class and the middle class.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We are at the largest gap wealth in recorded human history. The highest wealth gap between the haves and the have-nots in the history of humanity. Even in like our golden, what do they call it, the golden age or whatever, the 1890s, and that's when people were rioting in the streets and literal blood was shed to get workers' rights and that kind of stuff, right? And it's worse than it was then during the Gilded Age.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I actually I sort of figured out what my identity was like a couple of days ago. But yeah, like I'm a democratic socialist. I think more social programs would be awesome. And yeah, like I think I would love to live in a European country where sure they tax like 50% of my wealth, but like I'm guaranteed a house, I'm guaranteed free college, I'm guaranteed free healthcare. Um, I'm guaranteed like a bunch of stuff, right? Like if our taxes are actually legitimately helping people, then like I would be totally down for like more socialist like programs, and I don't see the issue with that.
I don't either. And some of the most successful programs in America are socialist programs. Medicare and Medicaid, right? Medicaid is the single most efficient medical system in the world, by the way.
Yeah.
2% waste.
And
Unheard
also
of.
like yeah, and also like technically socialism works, right? We pay taxes, and like it pays for public schools, it pays for our roads, everybody uses it. So imagine a country where like we just taxed everybody, and like people could go to college for free, no student debt. People could go to the hospital, you don't have to worry about paying, it's already paid for. Public schools, roads, housing. Your housing is basically maybe almost entirely paid for, and your rent is like 100 or 200 bucks. I think that would be like a pretty amazing society to live in. I think countries like Norway or like European countries are very socialistic and they're doing very great. Their rent is low, college is free, healthcare is free. The only complaints I've heard is like Canada has like free healthcare, but people don't really like it. But ultimately, like, yeah, I think I don't see anything wrong with socialism except for like the history where like communism and socialism have killed a bunch of people because the government like took the money and like became corrupted. But if the government didn't like become cynical, then we'd be in a good place. But yeah, I think that's the only problem.
I think that's true with any, right? Communism has never fully been tried. Socialism has never fully been tried, right? Libertarianism has been fully tried and failed, at least twice. But yeah, there's people, right? And that's why we need regulation, is because people, right? And sometimes people suck. And so we have to protect other people against the people who suck.
Yeah. That's why I'm a democratic socialist. Like, yeah, more socialistic programs, but also like have people like able to vote, right? Or like dictate who our leaders end up being. But yeah, more socialistic programs would be awesome.
Ditto.
Yeah, but does anyone have a rebuttal to that? Is anyone here like hardcore like capitalist or like conservatives?
I'm a conservative, definitely.
Oh,
But
god damn it.
yeah, because the reason why is I believe we should go back to the values where individuals had the ability to choose what they did with their bodies and everything like that. And I believe we should stop like actively causing harm to people. We should protect each other from harm reduction principles, everything like that. We should help our neighbor and love our neighbor unless they're actively causing harm to each other and us. And that's why I'm conservative. I believe we should be atheists because that's what we are at birth and everything like that.
Does anyone have a rebuttal for that? Also, like, I don't.
I can't tell
okay.
with the accent, like if there's a little bit of trolling going on here or not,
He's fucking with
because
you.
yeah,
I'm a hardcore conservative.
He's
All
a
right.
regular. He's
Yeah.
a regular. We love Haru. Haru is awesome. But
You only say that because
when it
he
comes-
beat you in a debate.
Yeah. But when it comes to like socialism, wait, what were your arguments again, Haru? Because I think a lot of those things are not inherent to socialism.
No, he was right on the board with us across the board. Those were all liberal values he was listing off. That's kind of why I was like, is he trolling?
No.
Like that's where it used to be before like a lot of oppressional techniques actually started to happen. So technically if you're conservative wanting to go back to the olden days, you'd want all those policies and everything like that.
But yeah, guys, yeah, we're just chilling. We're waiting for ops. I'm gonna be here for a couple more hours, unless there's like any other lives that are happening. But other than that, you guys saw me walking in the snow. Texas didn't receive that much snow. I don't even think we received up to like 6 inches. I think we got like 3 inches, and that's stretching it. But yeah, like it wasn't that bad. But also like, you know.
But still, it's Texas, though. So, like, you don't have any snow removal equipment or ice control or anything like that down there. So, did it shut the freeways down?
I don't know. I didn't really do a lot of driving, but like, I
Right.
don't think so. People still went to work, I guess. But
Well, we got I got 1 inch of snow and I got 2.5 inches of ice in Middle Tennessee. So, but we only lost power for a really short period of time and then it was back up. So that was nice. But 2 days to get the roads cleared.
the only thing I know for sure happened was TikTok has been bought by Oracle, and like it's being moved into America, and like America kind of owns sort of a majority share actually of TikTok. And like they're updating the servers and like replacing stuff. So like 2 days ago, I was up at like 3 a.m. and like TikTok started to act wonky. And yeah, they're just doing a shift into US, like you know those rooms where it's like a bunch of like walls of
server rooms.
technology? Yes, server rooms.
Yep.
They're basically doing that.
Yep, into a data center. I don't know which data center. Probably multiple, actually. Might be a distributed data center too if they're using like Amazon or Google.
Yeah.
But yeah, I noticed
try the
that too.
other
I was on
prompt?
2 days ago and like about 3:00 in the morning, and like there was 0 lives showing up. Like normally, even if there are people that I follow, other lives will show up, but none were showing up 2 days ago. So yeah, it was pretty weird, wonky.
Yeah, TikTok was wonka. But what, Haru?
You want to try the other prompt since you're not getting any opposition?
Yeah, let's see. Let me see if I still have it. Let's see if I still have it. You know,
Or I could send you one of my fun prompts.
Oh, no.
Like get people triggered.
I'm scared.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
Want one that says "God is real?" Question mark. Yeah, right! Exclamation point.
I can make one. I make all my stuff on Canva. I
Oh,
do a
that's
lot
cool.
of editing and graphic, sort of. But, yep, well, hey guys, there's 28 people in here. If you can, please tap your screens, like the live, share it with anybody who you think might be interested. We're doing religion and politics, but yeah, we could talk about any of them. And yeah, we're
Social
looking for any
politics or
religion,
politics?
or we're doing that kind of politics. But we're down to talk to anybody who's like conservative or like MAGA. Or we're free to talk to any Christians. So yeah, like come up if you want to talk or debate.
Hi.
We're down to do it. But hey Chess, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, go for it. I'll be okay. I'll be right back. I have to do something, but go for it. Whoever wants to take that, but I'll take it when I get back.
What's up, HS?
How are you doing?
I'm all right. Did you come to talk about like the prompt? Are you Christian?
Somewhat.
Do you have a belief system, faith belief?
Yeah, I guess so.
So do you follow the Bible or some other religion?
Haplogroups.
I'm not familiar with that.
So you can do a DNA test and you can see who you're.
Okay. All right. So your religion is based on your genes?
Yeah, like most people throughout history.
No, not really. It's really societal more than genetic, but okay.
They worship their ancestors.
Who does?
Who?
Like all these societies in the past for the most part.
No,
like
they
the
didn't.
natural human religion is ancestor worship.
No,
and
it's
animism.
not. It's not. It's animism.
Yeah, and ancestor worship. It's animism and ancestor worship.
Those are two of the most natural, yes. But I don't
Yeah.
understand what's your point. Doesn't make them true.
So this is like my belief system. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a personal belief system. You don't have to believe in
Well,
it.
yeah, no, I understand. I'm just trying to understand what it's based on. So the genetics leads you to where?
It leads me to having an in-group preference based on certain, like, let's say.
I think I remember this guy.
Yeah.
All he like the other day, like all he wanted to do was talk about fucking genetics, and I was like,
It's so weird because that's the second time he's come up and started talking about like Third Reich, genetics, eugenics. I don't know. It's just weird. We should probably block him. But
yeah, like let's make sure he never comes back to this live ever again. But anyway, if anyone else wants to come up and have a conversation, I'd be happy to.
You should do a live where everyone just questions every single one of your beliefs, Coco. Just think about it.
I don't have the rhetorical skills to be able to argue those on the other side. I just don't.
I don't have the knowledge yet to build a whole world view. There's so much to consider.
Coco, do you play Frostpunk?
No, what is that?
It's like a settlement builder, but it's like the world got frozen. So you like have a generator that you got to keep going, and build little cities and shit, pass laws. You can build your own stuff.
Is that like an app on the phone?
No, it's on. I got it on Xbox. It's on the Game Pass.
Oh no, I don't have it.
You can like build a little socialist utopia if you want.
Oh shoot!
Yeah,
I might try it. Might get on PC.
There's a whole bunch of that's what I'm playing on right now. There's a whole bunch of different factions, and it's like some of them are like ultra capitalists, some of them are like monarchs. So it's like they all infight within the city, and you're the mayor, and then you get to pick which path your city goes on. It's pretty fun.
Okay, you should DM me the name. I'll check it out.
Sounds good. I got you, buddy.
Yo. But anyway, there's 25 people in here. Share this live with whoever you think might be interested. And yeah, tap your screens, like the live, and yeah, we're just waiting for Obs, basically. That's all we're doing. I'm live on YouTube and Twitch right now. I've been live ever since the beginning of this live on YouTube and Twitch. But yeah, I'm not really up to much. Life's going good. The social media journey to be a content creator for a living is going pretty well. But yeah, nothing new.
Just post controversial things, and you'll get followers, Coco.
Yeah, just be like, Christians should be eliminated. No, I'm kidding.
I clipped that, don't worry.
Like,
now go.
I know there's some people who are like, we need to get rid of Christians, and I'm like, look, they can have their opinions. I'm not sure about committing a whole like genocide of like a certain belief system. I don't think that'd be great.
Good opinion. Good opinion to have.
Yeah, like that'd be absolutely pretty awful. That'd be kind of horrendous.
I'd be okay. I'd be okay with the getting rid of the agnostics, though. I mean, pick a freaking side.
Let's go.
Wait, I have a question.
I like open up my door. I just get sniped like straight through the head or something.
That'll happen.
Like,
Wait, I have a question.
Go for it.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yes, as atheists, like I heard you were debating. I'm Christian, by the way. I'm 22.
Okay.
I heard you were debating like slavery and all those things, and now you're talking about like what's good and what's bad. But how do you know what's good and what's bad if you deny objective standard, and if the claim is that like value is subjective, there's no intrinsic value, there's no objective morals.
What does objective and subjective mean?
Right, so objective is basically referencing something that's external to a human mind.
Right. External
Not
to a
necessarily
human mind.
my
mind.
definition.
External to a mind, right? It's mind.
Well, my
independent.
definition is different from your definition.
Okay, yeah. So he's basically
hold on.
doing a trickery here, where it's a human mind, so that God's mind is excluded.
No,
but basically, any thinking agent.
I mean, the definition of objective doesn't stipulate that God's mind is included. Still, if you can show me that that's the case, then I'll consider.
Wait, guys. So technically, in the literature, objective would be stance independent. So it's independent of any stances, any opinions, any minds. So it would include all minds. That's why, like, when it comes to like Christians, there's sort of like a problem, because Christians like to say like morality comes from God, but then like, okay, well, that's like stance dependent. It's coming from God's mind, God's nature. So like, why is that even objective? It doesn't fit like the typical philosophical literature of like objective being stance independent. Now, subjective would be like stance dependent. It's going to depend on somebody's like attitudes, nature, mind. But yeah, there would just be like some problems there.
I have
I don't take the position that that definition is referencing all minds. It's within the context of humans, and that's that which is external to humans. Like if you can show me a definition that stipulates that it's God's
why would it
mind
matter whose mind
inclusive.
it is?
If you can see the definition that explicitly states that God's mind is included, and I grant you that. But the definition is in the context of human definitions, human life, human philosophy, human constructs. That is just referencing the sphere of humanity, not the sphere of like all entities. Like if you can show me that, then I'll concede that. But I don't hold that objective means that it includes God's mind.
Sure. Merriam-Webster, expressing or dealing with facts or conditions as perceived without distortion by personal feelings, prejudices, or interpretations. It doesn't specify who those things have to come from. And by the way, it's nonsensical to just arbitrarily, I want to declare God, because if God says cake tastes delicious, is that an objective fact that cake tastes delicious? It is nonsensical. Basically, anything God says, whether it's there is nothing subjective.
That's a generalization, and that's a straw man.
No,
it's not. I don't claim that. So that's a straw man.
No, straw man would be if I misrepresented your position. I'm giving you the concept.
Misrepresenting my position. Like, I'm not talking about the taste of something that's purely subjective.
Nope. I'm giving you the concept.
That's a false equivalence also.
No, you shouldn't be afraid to let me finish. Okay. So so basically under your like very arbitrary exclusion, well, God's mind's not included for something being subjective. Literally nothing would be subjective to God. That's the consequence of it. So if God says, if that's the case, then if God says cake tastes delicious, then cake is objectively delicious as a matter of fact, which is absolutely nonsensical. It's arbitrary to just say, it's special pleading. God's a special case because he says so. His mind doesn't count, even though no definition expressly states that it must be from the mind of a human.
Like, yeah, again, that's not my position. I wasn't talking about taste. That is something
I didn't
inapplicable to
say it's
God
your
because he
position.
doesn't exist. Can I
I
finish,
did.
please? Can I finish?
Okay. Yeah, just as long as you're not
Right. So
misrepresenting me.
I didn't. Right. I didn't state that that's my position. Taste and morality is two different things. Taste is more of is like a material existence, it's tangible experience. That doesn't apply to God. So that's why I said it's a false equivalency. It's a strong one
Oh,
because I wasn't referencing taste. Morality and taste are two different things. Normativity and subjectivism is two different realms. So that's why I said it's a strong one, and that's why I said it's a false equivalency.
no, you are defining objective period as it must be only independent from a human mind, which would include anything subjective period would become objective if it's God's opinion. That is the consequence of what you're suggesting. So let me just ask you directly, if God,
Well, I didn't.
right? Let me ask you directly, if God uh, declared cake tastes delicious, does that mean it is objectively so? Yes or no?
Taste is subjective. That's
No,
not an objective stance. So
no.
that doesn't apply to the conversation.
Is that a yes or no?
Taste is not. I didn't claim that taste is objective. Well, I can't say yes
Great.
or no
Then
because it's not a. It's a false
it's a yes.
category.
It's literally a yes or no question.
It's
You're
a
just
false category. Like,
so
taste
you
is
make an
not something
excuse.
objective,
Great.
and I would never
Then
claim
there's
that
no
taste is
harm in
something
answering.
objective.
Then
And
there's
I
no
would
harm
never
in
claim that
answering.
God would say taste is objective. So you're a strong
Okay,
man
so
me
is that a
still.
yes or no? You don't know what a straw man is. A straw man is when I change your position. I did not say your.
That's
I
what you
literally.
did.
I
Like, I didn't
asked.
say it. I didn't say
No,
that
I wasn't done
taste
talking.
is
I
objective.
asked you. Me asking you your position is not asserting that it is your position. So here's the question: if you're afraid to answer, please let us know by not saying yes or no to preface your next answer.
Well, it doesn't
If
mean I'm
God,
afraid to
if
answer, but I don't want to answer
yeah,
that.
no,
That's a false category. So I
okay.
refuse to answer it because it's a false dichotomy. So
Great. And because I'm an
right.
honest interlocutor, there's no yes or no question I won't answer. And if I think the
Great,
question
that's
is
you.
irrelevant,
That's fine.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
subjective.
Some
Yeah,
people are
that's
honest
subjective. So
and so some people are honest
yeah,
interlocutors
sure.
and some people aren't. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Ad hominem is for no reason. But anyways,
No, and
so
ad
say my
hominem
stance
would
is
be
that
if I said you're wrong because you're a doo-doo head.
yeah, okay,
That's a
fine.
and that was just stating a
Yeah.
fact about you.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
so my position is that like still objective, the definitions of objective and subjective encompasses that which is of human in the human sphere. But regardless of that, I can grant you that fine, objective is not referencing so
Mind
fine,
it,
my worldview,
mind
no, let me
independent.
finish. In my worldview, objective, God's mind is subjective. Sure, I grant you that. The point is though, how can you know something is truly bad or good, or what is a standard for claiming something is bad or good if morality is subjective?
Oh,
If
it is
that's your
subjective.
claim,
So
or if morality is
yeah. So my
objective, how do you derive the
no,
normativity?
if God, yeah, yours is subjective too. You have your preference is to mindlessly do whatever God says,
Yeah, granted
and
that.
mine
Like
is
I granted that
yeah,
because I don't
yeah,
need that to prove that your
yeah.
position is
Okay,
absurd.
can you not talk over me? Okay.
Okay, sure.
So you asked me a question. So my personal preference for how I evaluate behaviors is how they affect the well-being of others, and yours is doing what you're told, which would be all-encompassing if you're going to be consistent. Which means if God says unaliving babies and making baby sandwiches and eating them is moral, you, under your paradigm, would have to accept that it is moral.
Well,
Yours,
you're presupposing that well-being is something I should care about.
it's
So,
it's
like, why
it's
should I
not
care about
presupposing.
well-being?
I'm not presupposing anything. It's the consequence. Do you understand when you give a position, there are consequences of that position. So, for example, if objective merely means only human mind independent, then that would mean literally God cannot have any sort of subjective opinions, period, because God is not a human mind. That would include culinary tastes. That would include aesthetic appeal, beauty, taste in music. It would be all encompassing to where anything God likes or doesn't likes becomes an objective fact, and it's ridiculous and it's an arbitrary exclusion. Objective means mind independent, period. irrespective of who that mind is. If aliens came from outer space and they like the taste of cake, then it becomes objectively delicious because they like it. But what if one alien that's not a human likes the taste and doesn't like the taste? Another one doesn't like the taste. Who's objectively right and who's objectively wrong? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's your opinion. But regardless, I wasn't talking about God. I was talking about you. So how do you ground objectivity? So you basically what you did was basically rendering. You pivoted from the point.
We don't.
The
we
point
don't.
is, how can you know
So
that some
we
things
don't.
are good?
I'm answering your question.
What's your question?
He's got bars. He can't hear us. He can't hear us. So I can ground it. I've told you before I've said this several times during the live. All morals are subjective. What we can agree on are objective metrics to determine whether or not a given moral stance is informing or not informing our humanity in a positive direction. And we can look at that. We can do that by measuring aggregate harm and overall welfare. If something causes more harm, unnecessary harm, to the individual or to the group, it is a bad thing. If it increases the overall welfare of the human being or the group, then it is a good thing. And then we now have an objective measuring stick we can use to determine whether any given subjective moral is good or bad.
Right.
That's fine. I had explained that already, by the way.
Well, but again, my point is, why should I care about well-being? I think that's presupposing well-being is valuable, and that's presupposing humanity is valuable. And if it's basically inconsistent.
It doesn't presuppose shit other than we care about well-being.
Can I finish,
right. We care about well-being, and yes, it does presuppose that well-being is a necessity for the advancement of the human species. Because I'm a human, and I want my species to survive.
That doesn't mean anything.
Sure, it does.
If your position as an atheist is that life is intrinsically valueless.
No, that is not my position, and I don't know why you would think it was. Why don't you ask people what their position is?
So what's the position on life?
My position is that all human life has value, because my human life has value.
Yeah, on what basis?
On the fact that I say it does.
Right, that's
why should I care?
Why should I give a shit what you think? Other than as it affects me directly, which is where group morals come into place.
Bro,
because your morals might say it's okay to punch me in the nose when you talk.
This is the breaking point of
mine
atheism. I don't care about your redeemers, bro. I'm asking you some simple questions. So
you talk over people as a defense mechanism.
Yeah, you do. It's really ridiculous. Like Christians just don't know how to share a conversational space.
It's a defense mechanism.
You guys are just you're loaded, bro.
Yeah, so infinite. So we have a problem. So the problem you address is, what if I don't care about well-being? Okay, fine. Yeah, you have the same problem. What if I don't give a shit what your God thinks or says about morality? And I don't.
Well, that's two different
actually
claims.
A fact.
Like the difference is that
two different claims. It's not a claim. It's a question.
Not caring about the law.
Okay, so what? Give me.
Not caring about the law doesn't mean the law doesn't have effect. Not caring about well-being is just different. Is a different basis. So that's a false equivalency.
I'm going to ask you this. I've asked a number of Christians before. Give me an example. Give me. Okay. Jesus Christ.
You don't know what to stop throwing around terms. You don't know what they mean. You don't know what a straw man is.
Sure. That's your opinion. Okay. It's my opinion, isn't it? So I'm right. You're wrong because I think I'm right.
Sure. Wow, you really are a jerk, aren't you? You just don't know how to carry on a conversation
this is
at
a
all.
worldview, bro. Like, how do you reconcile? How do you reconcile your atheism with
just right
reality?
there, he got a half a sentence out. You were already talking over.
We reconcile it through like will to power.
Monopolizing the conversation and talking over people isn't winning.
I'm not talking over. I haven't been able to.
You're talking over me right. You're talking over me right now. You're talking over me right now. Volume. It doesn't make up for quality of arguments.
You're doing the same thing. And it's like 3 of you talking is 3v1. So I mean, like, we're crying.
But
yeah. So the point is that
So if you have, go ahead, Coca.
Go ahead. Wait. So basically, we're just doing like a subjective versus objective comparison right now.
Yeah. I mean,
but also, but again, like, given God, right? So basically, like, the question you're asking is like under a subjective viewpoint, like, why should I care or why should I adhere to the subjectivist that says like, you know, my morals are just simply my opinion. But I mean, like, yeah, like, I mean, if that question's being thrown out there, like, I think that applies to both worldviews. Like, even if we like, and this is a reach, but even if we grant that like the morality that's coming from God is objective, like, why should I care to follow it, right? Like, even if okay, it's objective, so what happens now? Like, I don't have to follow like the Christian God's morality. I don't even have to care about the Christian God's morality. So like that question is kind of like it's a problem for both views. Like, why care whether it's like subjective or whether it's coming from a God and it's objective?
But that's not the same critique though. Like the difference is that there's a claim of normativity in one. There's no normativity or reason to act in the other one.
Yeah, but there's normativity
so when you
only
say that
if
you don't care,
there is
when you say
normativity
that,
only if you share the same religious viewpoint.
Let him finish.
When you say that you don't care what God thinks or you don't care about God, that's fine. But there's still an explanation for why you should do this. If there's no God and everything is subjective, then there's no explanation why you should do anything. So if you don't care, like it's just a subjective world. So it's not the same critique. It's two different critiques.
Do you believe in consent?
Yeah.
Okay, so like let's say under the Christian God worldview, if God's giving out these morals and like the reason to do it is because God's giving them out. But again, like in a subjective worldview, I mean, sure, it's going to be stance dependent, but if you care about consent, right? Like if somebody says, you shouldn't have schmecks with me because I do not consent to you having schmecks with me. I mean, yeah, you have a reason to not have schmecks with that person because they're not granting you consent. Or maybe like they don't think this behavior is like okay. Like the reason part that you're saying is not really like a thing, right? It would be the same thing for God. You have on the Christian worldview, God has a certain attitude about certain behaviors, and the person has to choose whether to adhere to God's rules or to not. And it's like, why should that person care? And you're saying because God has issued a command. But under the subjectivist worldview, you're asking like, why should somebody care? Well, I mean, like if you care about the individual, then that would probably be one of the reasons, or any like supplemental like justifications for why that person has a certain morality. Like, and consent would be like one of those areas, right? If somebody doesn't consent to having like schmecks with you, like the question is like, why should I care? Well, because you don't want to violate the person's boundaries and they didn't consent to you having schmecks with them. Technically you could grape them, but like you don't do it because like, I mean, you care about not violating other people's boundaries. So like there would still be a reason there to not, there would be a reason there to adhere to some of these like prescriptions. I don't see the problem.
There's also something called basic.
So
There's also something called basic human empathy, which is built into our biology. We show empathy at less than 6 months old.
What it just said.
He's still stuck in the same
Right, so that's so cringe.
Even if God is real and decrees morals from on high, right? There's no reason beyond a subjective preference that we ought to follow God's commands.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Right.
You're still
right,
stuck in the same. You're still stuck in the same subjective valuation, and this
Yeah,
is
so
like been
again, it's
known
not the
since the
same.
1700s. It is right, even if
It's not the same critique.
the facts, right? The facts of the case are not a normative reason as to why you should follow them. Like if the facts of the case are that we're throwing people into camps normatively because of the law, I still have to subjectively either approve or disapprove of that situation, regardless of what the facts are on the ground. This is famously brought up by Hume in the 1700s, and no one's ever solved this problem. It's called the Izot gap.
What he tried to
It's for atheism, though. It's not for theism.
What he tried to do is say like instead of the actual normative definition, that something objective is mind independent. He said, "Oh no, no. Something is only objective if it's human mind independent," which would basically mean since God is not a human, if God decides that Rick Ashley "Never Gonna Give You Up" is a great song, it is objectively so because God said so, and so that removes that that taste in music outside of the realm of the subjective because God is not a human mind. And so it would encompass that as well. Everything's subjective. If God makes an evaluation, it just becomes objective, and it's purely arbitrary, and it's nonsensical.
Right, I did say it earlier. That's a false ascription because no one would claim that subjective preferences is applicable to a
It's human mind
being.
independent, right?
But separate from that, to what Coca said about caring about.
Notice you want to pivot away from that
finish,
point.
Bro, please, and I can respond
Wait,
after.
Yeah.
I just want to say one
let him
thing.
have it.
Playing games.
Okay.
About to cook food.
Right. So what you said, Coco, about are you hearing me? My connection is.
See how quickly he wants to move off of that.
So what you said about
Go ahead.
Yeah, what you said about right, caring about other humans, caring about consent, etc. The difference in the critique by saying you don't care about God's law in the same way, like no one you don't care about what someone says regarding normativity is a meta part of it. Like meta ethically, fundamentally, you have zero reason to make any prescriptive claims. Like even if you say that you should care for each other, that's presupposing that there's some objective value to humans. That's presupposing our worldview in which consent means anything.
And yours presupposes a God.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah, you're just monologuing.
Right, so again, the difference in the critique is that you have absolutely no meta to any claim you make as to you shouldn't do this. We have a meta, which is the fact that God.
Increases
right, think about it.
You're just taking your
well-being.
Think about it.
It decreases.
Can I finish?
harm.
One last thing. Right. So the difference is this. It's like saying the law exists, right? So even if you don't care about the law, you still have consequences to the law. You're still held to the standard of the law. Objectively, regardless, in contrast to not having the law. So yours is the case that you don't have the law. Ours is the case that we have the law. So that's the critique. It's not the same thing.
A law can be moral. A law can be immoral or immoral. So a U.S. government can make laws. God can pass laws. Laws can be moral or immoral. You have
You
the
missed
same
the point. You
no,
missed the point.
Well, you
hold on. But like I mean, what you said before was like incorrect. It's not that we don't have laws. It's just that maybe the grounding is different. But again, like let's say that objectivity exists, and like somehow in this Christian worldview, objectivity exists, and these laws are objective. And like I hear about these laws and that they're coming from God. And like, what if I say like I don't care to follow them? Like, why should I follow them? What would be your response to me asking why?
Well, my response is that your rejection of God falls within the paradigm of the ought that God prescribes. So there will be consequences for that, and God will you will cease to exist on in that worldview. Contrary to if there's no God, that there's no reason. Like even if you say that you don't care, like there's no normativity there. It literally doesn't matter. So the difference is that the whole paradigm is different.
Okay, so there's going to be consequences. Okay, so let's say I accept the consequences. Why else should I follow God's prescriptions? What if I just don't care about the consequences?
Right. If you care about existence, so it's basically just a paradigm of existence. And if you value existence and you don't follow God's law, you won't exist. So you won't partake in existence. So the fundamental is basically you. It's basically what you value fundamentally, which is the fact that you can reject those laws, which is predicated
not about
upon
morality.
existence.
That's just about consequences to the
self. Hold on, guys. Okay, so let's say that like I don't care about the consequences. I don't care about existence. So why else should I follow God's moral prescriptions?
Right. No reason else. Like if you don't, you cease to exist, and that's it.
Oh, okay.
So same thing.
Same thing if I don't follow Kim Jong-un in North Korea. Like there's consequences.
So for the theistic worldview, you know, there's these moral prescriptions, and like the question is, why should I follow them? And it's because you will cease to exist, and there's consequences that follow. Okay, cool. From a subjectivist worldview, let's say that the subjectivists get together and they form laws that are just stance dependent. They're not objective. And somebody's like, why should I follow these laws? And they say, oh, because like we'll throw you in jail and there's going to be consequences. And then the person says, I don't really care about going to jail. Why else should I follow these laws? And they're like, okay, well, we might give you the death penalty for certain crimes and like you'll cease to exist. And they're like, okay, I'm fine with that. Like, why else should I follow these laws? And basically, they just get to the same corner that like you're getting into, right? It's like there's no other reason. It's just you're gonna experience consequences or cease to exist. And so, like, okay, I mean, like the subjectivist worldview and the theistic worldview are on the same grounding, and like I don't really think that like the why is like, you know, significant. Like I don't think the why really matters, because when it comes to both worldviews, it just gets to the same place. Like there's not really like a why. There's not really a significant enough why for why someone should follow something. They're kind of on the same grounding.
Because I think in your worldview, there's no reason that you would claim you shouldn't do X, you shouldn't do Y. You have no grounding whatsoever to do that.
That's a lie.
Like, otherwise, you're presupposing the God.
Wait. Pause. That's not true.
We told him already.
Yeah, like I just told you, if it was a subjective worldview and they made subjective laws and they offered the same reasoning as you, basically, like there's going to be a consequence and you could lose your life, it's the same problem that you're running into. It's like, why should we follow these rules? Because there's going to be consequences. Okay, I accept the consequences. Why should I follow these rules? Because you'll cease to exist. Okay, I don't want to exist anymore. So what else is there? It's the same reasoning.
Again, you have no reason. Like in a subjective
so basically,
it doesn't matter.
Wait,
the laws literally don't matter.
It's not.
There's no.
Hold on. It's not that we have no reasonings. We have the same reasonings you have. We're on the same, like, we're in the same place. We have the same justifications you have in regards to reasonings for why. So, like, this is not an issue.
Well, I don't think so, because again, I think that laws are only meaningful in a God world, in a world in which the art is established. In a subjective world, it literally doesn't matter.
Meaningful. Yours is just about self-preservation.
I'm just taking away the laws that you have. So
yeah.
I don't
So
see
like, ultimately, what you're doing is you're kind of just like special pleading or saying like, you know, what you prefer, right? Like if I was to ask you, why should I? Okay, let's say God's rules are objective. Why should I follow them? You say consequence, and you cease to exist. Okay, cool. Those are your two reasons for the God worldview. Now, when we go over to the subjectivist worldview and we ask them, like, why should we listen to your rules? They could say the same thing. Consequences and you cease to exist. You might get the death penalty or you might be put in jail for, like, not following subjective rules that are made by subjectivists. And it's the same. They have the same reasons you have. It's not that they don't have any reasons. They have reasons and they match yours. So, like, the why doesn't get anywhere. We just balance out. It's just
and our real reasons are better than that. Even his basically,
well,
you're basically your morality.
That you have reasons,
your morality
but it's not the same
centers around your morality centers around your morality centers around self-preservation. That's it. Oh, because God will punish you. Might makes right. So basically, I put more value in how actions affect the well-being. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. You literally said that. You literally said that. He asked you the why. And you said consequences and you'll cease to exist. That's literally what you said. So don't lie. So
that's on the entire paradigm of like the value of
okay, I'm gonna finish. I understand it's scary to let other people talk. I understand. So I understand it's very frightening for you. But please quit it. Please quit interrupting. So basically, yours is basically God will punish you. Okay, that is fact. If I do something illegal, the government will punish me. Your morality is centered around self-preservation. My morality is centered around the well-being, happiness, and good of society and individuals. So, but we just have different preferences. You don't. The only reason you give me that, like, I should quote unquote objectively give a crap about your moral compass is because God will punish you. Might makes right. That's not morality. That's you basically an awful person on a leash.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
If
but
the only
again,
thing that separates you from somebody, if the only thing that's
bro, like I don't get this. The meaning of awful presupposes an objective standard. In your worldview, you don't have that, and that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
in your worldview,
we
you
do.
have no concept
yes,
of
we
art,
do, and
no
we've outlined it to you multiple times. You just seem unable to absorb it.
There's no reason for a moral system in a world that morals are subjective. It's a meta.
Get off your script.
He's got bars. I'm thinking he's just not hearing us.
Wait, hold on. Dude.
You're presupposing God and bring it over to your view. So like you're not acknowledging that, and I just can't.
Stop.
You're just not thinking.
I'm tired of asking. Stop. We do have reasons. If anything, we have the same reasons that you have. Like if God has objective rules, We ask you, why should we follow them? Again, you said because of consequences and you'll cease to exist. The subjectivist could say the same thing. So saying like we don't have any reasons is like you're just ignoring the dialect. We have just as much reasons as you. We have literally the same. It's a mirror. So nobody has the upper hand here. We're both on the same playing field. Like, why should I listen to those rules? Because you can cease to exist and there will be consequences. Like, it's the same thing. I mean, like you're just saying that you prefer.
It's not the same
theism.
thing.
It is.
I
Okay,
think you're just
so
being
okay,
biased to
okay.
not
So
see
what's
that it's
so
different.
what's the symmetry breaker?
Right, the symmetry breaker is that under your worldview, goodness doesn't mean anything. Existence doesn't mean
No, that's
anything.
not the
Laws
case.
don't mean anything.
That's not the case.
Being bad doesn't mean anything.
That's
Punishing
not the
people doesn't
case.
mean anything.
That is
They have
literally
no
not the
foundation, and
case.
that's my point.
He doesn't
That's my point.
listen. He's
They
lost
have no
without his script.
foundation.
He's lost
That's
without
not
his
the case.
So the difference is the foundation. Difference is the meaning of goodness, the meaning itself,
actually, like,
purpose. That's the foundation
to be
that
honest,
you don't have.
Wait, technically the foundation is literally the same as yours. We are granting you objectivity. We are granting you objectivity, but technically under classical theistic literature, your worldview is mind dependent. It just depends on God's mind. We're only granting you objectivity, but technically you're not adhering to the objectivity definition that's written in the literature and that's approved by a bunch of philosophers. Right?
Well,
So,
again,
like,
I asked you to provide that, and you didn't.
So yeah,
I asked you to provide that
I
definition, and you
literally
didn't.
I
do you want
literally
me
read
to?
you
Do
the
you want me to
definition.
point you? Wait. Do you want me to point you to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy and show you that subjectivism is going to be stance dependent and objectivism is going to be stance independent? So it doesn't matter.
That's a
whether
human
it's God's-
definition for a human sphere. That's not referencing. That's
Oh,
not
he's
an
using a
epistemic claim on all minds or all
Stop.
objectives.
You're not understanding.
Bro, yeah.
Like when it comes to philosophers, it doesn't matter if it's God's mind or a turtle's mind or a bunny's mind or a single-celled organism's mind. It's mind independent. If you disagree, you're disagreeing with all philosophers. That's your problem. You're disagreeing with the definition. Like you're disagreeing with the definition of 2,000 years of philosophy. That's stupid as fuck. That's like the dumbest thing ever.
He left when you couldn't
Here,
talk over him. And by the way, don't you have a rule that people have to answer yes or no questions in here? Because he blatantly dodged one from me, gave excuses not to answer it.
Yeah, we're granting you objectivity, right? Like your definition is so idiosyncratic. It's not the definition that's used in the literature. It's not the definition of 2,000 years of philosophy. You know, you're special pleading and saying like, oh, you know, morality is grounded in the mind of God and it can be objective and like God is a special case. We don't give a fuck. Like if it's coming from a mind, if it's opinionated, like it stands dependent. Like you don't get to special plead and God has like some kind of special case that nobody else has access to, right?
By the way, that's a popular thing that's going around TikTok with Christian people that argue for the Christian side, is they sneak in human mind independent. They throw that in because they know that God having a mind becomes the subject, i.e. subjective. So they kind of throw in that and it's completely arbitrary. Because the consequence of that is like multifold. So, okay, let's just grant it's only objective if it's human mind independent. Well, guess what that does? God is not a human mind, right? So if God declares Rick Astley Never Gonna Give You Up is a great song and he really loves that song, guess what? Now that becomes objectively true that that's a great song and we should run around Rick rolling to everybody. And then also, if aliens come here from outer space, one has a moral opinion X and the other one has a moral opinion Y, and they're opposed to each other, guess what? They're both objectively right, even though they have contradictory moral positions, because they're not human minds, they're alien minds. So it's just absolutely nonsensical, dumb, and arbitrary. It's like a little trick they try to do by specifically saying only human mind independent.
Yeah. Or like, or they'll pull off the stupid dumbass thing that like fucking I Wonder does. You know, there's this creator called like I Wonder Why. He'll literally say like, God's mind is different from a human mind. It's like its own type of mind, and like it makes morals objective. And like in my head, I'm just like, get the fuck up out of my face with that stupid bullshit, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's simple. stance dependent. I don't give a fuck about some alien god mind, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
stance
and
dependent.
you have to start with a personal ought. You ought to care about well-being. You ought to give a crap what some deity has to say about moral positions or what have you. You're even starting with your own human mind. Only theirs, in their case, is doubly subjective because they're subjectively deciding it's preferable to defer their morality, which is giving up a big part of what makes us human. They're going to defer their own morality mindlessly to whatever this God says, and then defer to that God's subjective morality. So they actually have two layers of subjectivity instead of just one.
Mm-hmm. Oh well. Christians, silly billies. Go read philosophy. Them silly billies.
It's gotta
Them
be.
Christians are confused.
There's something wrong with them, like on this app, and it's been like this recent shift of pseudo intellectual. What's the right word for this? Aggression.
Philbros?
No, because they're not
Yeah.
Philbros. They try to be, but they're aggressive and they try to get their point across, but they don't know
Wanna
what the
be.
fuck they're talking about.
Right.
And they can't have a conversation, like answer direct questions, let the other person speak.
It's because they're not here for conversations. They're here to prove a point and like dog walk people. But you can't dog walk people if you don't have a fundamental understanding of what you're talking about.
Yeah. Silly Christians, go read your literature. Don't come up here and make bullshit fucking arguments and think you could get one on us. Please know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't be fucking stupid. But any of us atheists are willing to give you a spanking and remind you where your place is at.
I only spank with consent.
Mm-hmm. But apparently the Christians like getting spanked. They come up here and they try to tell us that objectivity means grounded in God's mind. But not all Christians. There are some intellectual ones that I respect. I would never step up to the likes of Bought by Blood or Exploring Reality, maybe even Inspiring Philosophy, and Dan McClellan. Yeah, there's some greats when it comes to Christianity, for sure.
I just wanted to ask what you guys think of moral reason is.
Fucking idiot.
Can one of you guys debate me? Hello?
Kylo,
who thinks God doesn't exist?
There was a lot of
Hold
talk
on,
about moral reasons. I'm here to talk about what a moral reason is.
Let's do that first, and then we'll get to Kylo. But go ahead, Lotier, what's your thing?
I just wanted to ask what you guys think a moral reason is.
Moral reason?
Moral reason?
What do you mean by that?
It's basically just going to be a motivation for why one ought to do something or ought not do something.
Is that what you're asking, Lo?
Well, yeah, there just seems to be a lot of talk about that, but it seems entirely unclear in what you guys are saying.
Oh, I don't know I haven't said anything, or I don't know in here that I heard said anything about moral reason. Now there's
the last conversation. So basically the guy was asking, the other guy was saying that moral subjectivists don't have any reasons to follow morals, right? And so I did a worldview comparison, right? He said under a Christian worldview, the morals that God issues are objective and you should follow them. And basically I asked him the question, okay, why should I follow them? Let's say they're objective. I observe them. God is telling me what I should do and what I shouldn't do. And I just don't care. I don't want to adhere to God. Why should I follow them? And his moral reasons were there's got to be consequences. And then I said, okay, I accept the consequences. Why should I care about following these things? Do you have any other reasons? And he said, because you cease to exist. And then I asked, is there anything else? Do you have any other motivations for why I should follow God's morality? Because I don't care about not existing and I don't care about consequences. And he said, okay, those are the only two reasons. I can't give you anything else. So those are the two motivators for that. So whenever you go over to subjectivism and you ask why should I follow these rules? The subjectivist in a let's say grab any country, in a country where there's laws, a subjectivist could argue the same thing. I'm a subjectivist, a collective of us who are subjectivists via our stance-dependent, prescriptions came up with these laws. And it's why should I follow those laws? Just like the Christian, there's going to be consequences. Okay, well, I accept the consequences. Why else should I follow those laws? Well, for some crimes that you commit, you might cease to exist, just like the Christian. And then, you ask the question, okay, well, I don't care about ceasing to exist. Are there any other reasons? And then you just stop where the Christians stopped. So when comparing these two worldviews, they both have the same reasoning. So, like, I don't really see how one has a better why than the other. And this is only on the basis of us granting that his morality was objective. It technically wasn't. It was stance dependent on his God. It was coming from his God's mind. And he was trying to special plead and say that, like, objectivity is when it's outside human minds, but it's dependent on God's minds. And that is not the definition in the literature for objectivity in regards to philosophy. No philosopher would say, like, God is like this special case where, like, it can be grounded in his mind and be objective. It stands dependent of every single mind. But yeah, to answer your question, I guess in short, moral reasonings to me is just going to be motivations or an answer to the is-ought problem. Like, why should one do any kind of moral prescription? Like, basically a motivator for, like, why or why not. Yeah. Maybe I'm confused, but, like, I mean, you can correct me if you want. But
just sort of looking for clarity on, you think, so all moral reasons, it's just made up of desires, and desires are the type of thing that's always motivating?
Well, people start with their own. Everyone starts with their own preference as a moral compass. So, like, mine is how actions affect the well-being of others, avoid harm, help further well-being. That basic principle, right? Somebody else could be, I'm just going to defer my own moral compass. Now, that's still a subjective preference for them. I'm going to outsource my morality to this deity that I believe exists and rely on his subjective opinion about what's good and bad or what have you. And I'm just going to defer to that God no matter what. So in both cases,
Not answering
it's a... What was his question?
No, it wasn't to you.
Are more reasons always going to be, like, emotion based?
No.
Well,
moral reasons always inherently motivating, given desires are always the type of thing that motivates, and moral reasons just are desires.
Yeah. So that's basically, I did answer it because your moral compass are your desires. I desire to help further the well-being of others, and someone else may, they may have a personal preference, emotionally tied to, I just want to follow God no matter what. It's a subjective preference in either case.
Sure. Do you think, like, are you taking a standard view on how moral psychology views desires? Just some mental states and cognitive intent?
I do need to look into that. I need to further hash that out. No, for sure. Even when you asked me the question, are moral reasons solely dictate on, like, our desires? I, like, thought about that for a bit, but, like, I don't see any, like, I don't think anything outside of our desires would dictate, like, moral reasons. I think it's
facts of the matter wouldn't count as reasons.
The facts of the matter and culture you were brought up in.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, different people.
Structures you exist in.
Yeah, different people will have different things that move their moral compass, and it comes to their desire for different things, whether it's to follow their religion, their desire for to enhance the well-being of others and avoid harm, their desire to follow cultural norms or follow the law. Different people will have different things they desire that will be the basis for their moral compass. Then they can evaluate how their behaviors meets their desired goal.
That'd be great if it was a moral reason. Presumably, is something that counts in favor on why you should do something. You were talking about Hume's is-ought stuff earlier. It seems to be straightforwardly not what Hume was talking about, because a Humean view on reasons hinges on desires, but it doesn't talk about just desires. It's a belief-desire hypothesis. That's why I'm curious on your view on reasons, given you were talking so much about Hume. I don't know by who I'm saying, whoever was talking about it, but it seems like we don't have, a clear view on what a moral reason is, because presumably moral reasons are not just psychological attitudes, because that's just to say, well, we have this fact on what is, so I desire X, therefore I should do X. Seems straightforwardly what Hume was arguing against.
Well, mine's a little more nuanced than that. It's not just desiring. It's not directly desiring a specific behavior. It's desiring an outcome, like your moral compass. Like for me, it's well-being, and then whatever action or moral dilemma or whatever you give me, I'm going to assess how actions affect the well-being of others.
That's great. I said desire X, not desire beings. So outcomes would be qualified under X.
Okay, so you're saying that
problem.
moral reasons could be like somebody's like desires, but it could also be like independent facts that might be like motivators for like why somebody ought to do something or ought not do something.
I think the Humean view on reasons is false, but to just clarify what's muddled, the view that I was talking about where desires is important is Hume's view, where he thinks that a moral reason is constituted by a desire and a belief, where a belief is some attitude about some future state of affairs or has some mind to world orientation, where a desire is some world to mind orientation, where a desire is an inherently motivating state that's always motivating, but a belief is only motivating insofar as it's keyed into a proper desire. And I think that's false. And obviously, on Hume's view, there can be desires that aren't, or there can be no moral reasons if there's no desires or if there's no belief.
Wait, and you think that's false? Wait, so like,
yeah,
what would you like dictate moral reasons to be, or like, what would you dictate that moral reasons are?
My view is from Dancy. I think that moral reasons are facts about the case. I think what counts as a reason is circumstantial.
Okay, well, so basically, like, stance-independent facts about a case.
If you start, could be stance-dependent. It's not like there can be certain attitudes or intuitions that might be accounted for given its facts about the case. Right? It's not limited to just physical things in the world, or mental things can count in favor of that as well.
Okay.
It's just not limited to that.
Right. By the way, I recognize the voice right off the bat. Like,
okay, well, I have no idea who you are. I'm low tier god.
I know exactly who you are.
That's a bit weird. I should get my credit history checked. Maybe you've stolen my credit card before. Who knows?
We definitely stole your identity. No, so my problem's there, like Hume, right? And you want to talk about these, like the stance. I don't even want to use like stance independent, but like the reasons of the facts of the case, like those are still going to be stance dependent, right?
There are some facts that may be, some facts that might not be.
What would be a stance independent moral fact of the case?
Well, I don't think moral facts are. Well, let's be clear. I don't think moral reasons are any different from regular reasons. I don't think there's a distinction there.
Well, I do, because I don't think that like there's a motivator there beyond like a subjective value preference that you have to make at some point.
Right.
Well, that's very. I'm not saying that motivation is moral reasons. I'm saying that you can have a reason and not be motivated. I think that's abundantly true, but on Hume's view, you can't have a reason and not be motivated, which is stupid. Obviously, you can have a reason to do something but not be motivated to do it.
Because we have like a different reading here. Like I've read a treatise of a human understanding. I've read a couple of the other books by Hume, the later one that he published right before he died. But I'm just not familiar with this. Like, and I could be wrong.
View, to have a reason, or what he qualifies as a moral reason, is to have a belief that's keyed into a desire. So that's what a reason is. It's two parts. If you
What's
don't
an
have
example?
A desire, I want to save this child from drowning, and I believe if I save this child from drowning, he'll live. Something primitive like that. Just literally take any given belief. If it's keyed into a proper desire, it's a reason.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Slow down a little.
Well, I don't think
say that again.
Hume is going to be the end all be all to fucking.
Well, I'm not.
Discourse.
I don't care who an idea comes from, but
we did have 300 years of philosophy after that. But I just don't see how you're going to get to any form of objectivism without some kind of subjective evaluation.
Because in my view, motivation is not reasons. You can have reasons that are not motivating, and you can have reasons that are motivating. On Hume's view, to have a reason without motivation, when motivation is just a desire, and what constitutes reason partly is a desire is to say I have a desire and I don't have a desire. That's why it's
so
general.
What's an example of a Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Mark.
What's an example of a reason where I'm not motivated by it?
Yeah. So technically,
Good
like, so basically, what he's saying is like under, maybe I'm mistaken, but basically, what he's saying is like under Hume's view, moral reasons would just be like, I don't feel like unaliving somebody, and that's my moral reason for why I shouldn't unalive somebody. But then I guess under like Lowe's position, he's saying that like there's moral facts in the world, and the attitudes towards those moral facts are going to be like moral reasons for why one ought or ought not do stuff. So it's like based on like moral facts.
Well, what I was
Okay, never mind.
I'm purely saying that on Hume's view, and I'll write this down if we have to, a moral reason is a belief keyed in to a desire. Okay, I think that thesis is false. I think reasons are not distinct from ordinary reasons. Moral reasons are not distinct from ordinary reasons, where a reason
So what's an example?
Wait, hold on. Moral reasons are not
you
distinct
complained
from...
for like 20 minutes with the last guy about interruptions. Can we have some decorum? Thank you. Anyways, on my view, a reason is just something that counts in favor of an action. And I don't think I'm going to restrict that to just beliefs and desires when there are obvious cases that facts about the matter might count in favor and why you should or shouldn't do something. Suppose a friend asks you to help them move on like a Saturday or something like that, and helping them would be, be kind. Maybe Kylo wants me to help him move out of the trap house on Sunday or something like that. And I know
Yo,
helping
you thought
him would
that
be
shit was
kind
funny, low tier? Nobody
and
laughed
strengthen
at
our
that
friendship.
shit. Notice how nobody
That might
laughed at that
count
low
as a
tier shit, little
reason.
boy. What did you saying?
Obviously him moving.
Maybe I can teach
wouldn't
your
be
girl to looks,
possible
Max.
if I didn't help him. You know what I mean?
Hey, dumb fuck. Nobody laughed at that shit. You got no giggles.
Probably because you were over talking.
Nobody laughed. They all heard the joke. Notice how that shit was cringe and awkward?
For like 20 minutes now. It's been dying.
I don't know why my name's in your cocksucker. That shit was not funny.
You're right beside me. We're holding hands on panel.
That shit was not rhetorical at all.
I'm touching your cheek on panel right now.
Of course. That's
Meal
things
kiss.
like to do, right?
I'm just going to wait for him to say something. Can I get back to the
Okay,
education?
wait. Yeah, I got okay, so let me run it back to you.
Okay.
So basically, under Hume's view, it's just going to be a belief keyed into a desire. That's going to be Hume's view. And then your view is basically moral reasons are not distinct from ordinary reasons. A reason is something that counts in favor for an action. So it could be like your attitudes towards stuff, but it could also be like facts in the world. Okay.
Yeah, like me helping him to promote friendship and kindness and his overall well-being is something that counts in favor of the action. Now, it may very clearly be defeated. That might count as a defeated reason given his attitudes and hostility towards me and my hostility towards him. Right? So, on my view, there are these things called defeated reasons, where on Hume's view, there are no such things as defeated or, more contemporarily called defeasible reasons.
So
on Hume's view,
Yeah, I just had a question on that. So you helping him move and showing that act of kindness, you're saying that is moral you're declaring that moral without some underlying desired goal, like helping his well-being.
I'm not declaring anything. I'm not making this like grandiose stand like this is moral. No, I'm saying that's a reason for me to do the action.
Right, but to me that ties into like to me it would be an arbitrary act unless it ties into like a goal, like well-being, like wanting
what are you talking
enjoying helping others.
I'm not talking about what is good and what is bad. I'm talking about what counts as a reason and what doesn't.
A reason for what? Something to be moral?
I'm not talking about what it means for something to be moral yet. We're literally just discussing moral reasons. That was the last conversation. I don't know where you think you are right now.
As far as like human reasoning goes in general, I don't think that you can have stance independent reasons for anything. So
right.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I ever said stance independent reasons.
Yeah, well, so you're still stuck in subjective land. So
right.
Where did I say I was? Where am I? Are you guys like? Okay, we'll have the debate.
You're just way smarter.
You guys are like
you're just way smarter than us. You're like on next level, dude. Like It's hard for us to keep up
Why are
with
you
you. You got to
glazing?
be
Zip it
patient
up,
with
bro.
us.
Why are we doing this right now?
It was just sarcasm. That's all.
Okay, well, it's not. It's a bit weird because I've never been disrespectful to you, so I don't
No,
know where this is coming from.
maybe you should have a little more self-awareness if you really think that.
Did I say something disrespect? Like, do you want to talk
Yeah, he
about
has
it?
like this problem being disrespectful when he's unaware of it because he's off his medication.
Wait, hold
That's already
on. Wait, hold
established.
on. Low.
That's a bit
What's your
weird.
view inspired by? What philosopher?
Yeah, Jonathan Dancy. You can read his book called Moral Reasons, 1989 or 1998. You can read his next book called Ethics Without Principles. You can read his several papers. You can read a bunch of literature. It's called Moral Particularism, which doesn't comment, by the way, on anti-realism or realism at all. There are both realists and anti-realists that accept Jonathan Dancy's view. And the realists that do accept the view don't have a very traditional sense of categoricity. He actually spends a good portion of the book, the first book, Moral Reasons, critiquing people like Kant and other people that affirm categorific reasoning that's more stance independent. So I know, like, read the literature. I'll send you the book for free. I don't know what else you'd want from me. But if you want to have the meta ethics debate, we can have it. Seems like you're interested in that anyways.
Also, Hume's view is going to be like subjective, right? And then like Jonathan Dancy's is more like objective.
No, Hume's view was anti-realist broadly. I don't know if he would have affirmed subjectivity at the time. I guess
Isn't anti-realism subjective morality?
No,
subjectivism falls under anti-realism.
Error theorists are also anti-realists. Yeah. So, and you're certainly not an error theorist.
Yeah, non-cog.
Thank you, and non-cog. So no, anti-realism does not just mean subjective, or else why would anybody say anti-realism when subjectivism is a much cooler word?
Let me look this up because I swear I haven't like read any of the books on this stuff. So all the technical jargon, some of it, like conceptually, I understand like the concepts I get, but when the terminology, I have to be able to tie the concepts to the terminology. So I'm just going to look it up because I swear it was like moral realism is. So I know there's more detailed branches of both, but what I swear I thought I was right on this is moral realism is adhering to believing in objective morality, and moral anti-realism is subjective morality.
Wait, hold on. Wait, anti-realism is just idealism, basically, right?
Well, that's more like not really in like meta ethics. It's not.
I mean, this might break your fucking minds. The view that Coco was talking about earlier, where you said a bunch of people get together and share their stances and construct a authoritative set of rules that will govern behaviors in society. That's not subjectivism. That's called constructivism, which is heavily debated on if it's realist or anti-realist. So,
all right, I'm reading this right here. Moral anti-realism is the meta-ethical view that denies the existence of objective moral truths or facts, asserting that moral statements aren't descriptions of reality, but rather expressions of emotions, preferences, or cultural conventions.
Yep, that's correct.
So moral anti-realism is subjective.
Not necessarily.
How did you just read that and then come to that conclusion?
That's not what's subjective.
Because they're expressions of emotions, preferences, or cultural conventions.
Yeah, but okay, here I'll do some teaching because I don't want to be mean to you because whatever. Okay, emotions are very different than beliefs, right? And that's true in the literature. You can read on a view called emotivism, or more broadly, the family of beliefs that belongs to, called non-cog, and that's. Here, I'll draw a tree for you. The first question in meta-ethics that you need to answer, and this is extremely broad, is do you think that moral statements express beliefs? If you say yes, then you're a cognitivist. If you say no, you're a non-cognitivist. Think of it like a tree. It splits off there. The next question, if you're a non-cognitivist, is do you think these moral statements express emotions or intuitions? And they'll say yes or no, and that tree will go from there. But because you're a cognitivist, we'll take that route. If you're a cognitivist, the next question is, at least one of those moral judgments that you affirm or beliefs, are at least one of them true? Some people say yes, some people say no. If you say yes, you move on to the next step. And if you say no, you're an error theorist. Third, for one of those statements that's true and a belief, is something that is the thing that makes them true stance independent or stance dependent. And there you'll have, realism and anti-realism. Now, in anti-realism, you can say, what is the thing that makes them true? Is it preferences or values? And that is an important distinction. If you say values, well, congratulations, you're an axiologist, subjectivist. Great. If you say preferences, well, you can delve deeper into moral psychology for those answers. But notice that contained within anti-realism is only two views, where it doesn't just mean subjectivism, because anti-realism, broadly put, is used to refer to the previous three questions as well.
Still within anti-realism.
Right, the previous three questions. So when you say, I'm an anti-realist, you could be saying you're a non-cognitivist, you're an error theorist, or you're some type of appraisal or agent relative subjectivist, or maybe a constructivist, or an ideal observer theorist, or so on and so forth, right? So it's not, they don't just collapse into the two. They're very, very, very,
Well,
very,
I know.
very different.
So my understanding was they collapse into the two, but they don't stay there. Then they can branch off into moral relativism or et cetera, et cetera. But like definitionally, and here it says core ideas of moral anti-realism. No objective morality. There's no universal moral facts out there in the world like gravity or physical laws. Subjective or conventional morality arises from human feelings, attitudes, societal agreements, or biological evolution, not objective properties.
Okay, well, you're skipping over a lot there.
Well, I mean, that was just a synopsis.
Wait, hold on. So basically, like, anti-realism is basically just this giant umbrella.
Right.
And then, like, idealism would go under anti-realism.
Did you say moral relative? I haven't heard that term since.
Oh no! No! Like I said it's an umbrella, and then like idealism would go under anti-realism.
I mean, how are you using idealism? But the definition you use, Sean, some realists like me would be included. Non-robust realists, where we don't think that moral facts are some queer metaphysical fact, right? Some concrete object. There are a lot of realists in the contemporary sense that adopt a view like mine, and under that definition, I would be just like you. But trivially, I'm not just like you, because I don't affirm that moral propositions are affirmed stance dependently. I just don't affirm that they're affirmed stance independently and they're made true by concrete metaphysical objects. That's not we have to. This is why we update our language so that we can accommodate new views in the landscape of philosophy. If we didn't, we'd still, be Aristotelians running around and talking about gibberish.
All right, and then also trombone. What were you gonna say?
Well, how are you using like idealism? I'm kind of confused. Like when you say idealism, what do you mean by that?
Like everything that exists in our universe exists due to a mind. And if there's no mind, then our universe doesn't exist.
Okay. And you think that's under anti-realism?
I mean, like when I looked up the definition of anti-realism, it was saying that idealism was part of it for some reason.
Well, I think that's anti-realism, not like in not like meta-ethics. It's just like more broadly, anti-realism.
External, universal, like realism or anti-realism.
Yeah, it's not about like whether like moral facts or stuff like that.
Okay.
Also, I wanted to get linear.
Also, Lo, congratulations on winning the Day of Debates championship.
That was a year ago, dog.
Yeah.
Don't worry, gang.
Coco, don't say anything. Don't say anything relatively nice. You're gonna crash out and think you're being disrespectful. Are you gonna disrespect me for saying I won the championship?
I don't think I've ever said anything like that before. Ever. Like, not even once.
What the hell is Christian
Anyways, Kyle, I wanted to ask, I'm supposed to ask you, your conversation with Pensive the other day. Well, it was Pensive, Lex, and a couple other people, as far as I know. Did you have a response to they're just asking me.
Holy Glazer, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
They gave you an argument for why relaxed realism was true, where the first premise was a disjunct, the second premise was negation.
First of all, you said Pensive gave me an argument for what?
For relaxed. He said he sent it to you on Discord. You could just.
Oh, are you lying?
Why would I lie about that? I have no interest in your conversations with Pensive.
Either you or Pensive is lying.
Okay, well, do you have the conversation? Because if not, I'd rather ask
No,
you
that
other
never
things.
happened. So you can tell Pensive to screenshot a DM of him DMing me any paper
I'll just
regarding
here.
that
I'm gonna
topic
go on.
domain.
I'll just check his
On
YouTube. Maybe he posted it.
Pensive posted a video of him debating me. What kind of lying shit
Hold
is
on.
this?
Actually, maybe. Hold on. Maybe.
You're
I know
always so
somebody sent it.
confused. Are you medicated?
Are you? What is that weird?
Because
Even
like
if I
first
was,
you
what?
just be
What about
saying
it?
you just be saying shit, bro. What are you saying?
Well, I'm about to pull it. Give me a second. Jesus, I just looked at Discord just now. Give me a second. Oh, it was a conversation with Lucario where Pensa was in the comments and he said okay, here, hold on. I'll get the link. Give me a second. Okay, here. It's a 36-minute, 5-second long on Lucario Debates channel. I'll send. Are you in AR's Discord? The one I made?
I'm in no Discords, but I know I've seen the video. So what's your question?
They want to know if you have a response.
Who is they?
A week. Lex, Pensive.
You're speaking for
Lucario.
Lex? What the hell?
They just want to know if you ever. It's been a week, so they just wanted to know.
In virtue to this, God knows this sentence is true.
No. The first, not the supplementary argument. The first argument.
I mean, I'm not gonna even lie. I don't even know the arguments because the way Lucario deployed it was very sloppy and very cringe. So
in the side chat.
By the way,
Informal
dumb fuck,
notation.
if you listen to the video, I said I wasn't reading the chats. I couldn't see the
reading them now?
chats.
It's been a week.
So
I haven't been studying that for a week. What are you saying?
All right, fuck. My bad. Okay, sorry, gang. I thought
don't
you
know
would
why
have
you
looked
think
up.
I have other things to study. That argument is a troll argument, by the way.
Low tier.
Lucario admitted there was a troll argument.
Can you give us
No,
the
he said
argument
he thinks
for
the argument
relaxed
is
moral
false. He didn't say
Right.
it was a troll argument.
Argument he was running that he knows is false and he's a troll. It's a troll argument. Hello?
I don't think you'd tell Lucario he's
slow?
a troll, but
Lucario,
if you don't have a response, that's fine. I just wanted to know. It's been
okay. Well, there goes
know?
your answer, young man.
What's the argument for relaxed moral realism?
So the answer was no.
That's what I would go with.
Okay, it's been a week.
You have to be mentally deficient, bro.
I'd like to respond to your argument for relaxed moral realism.
Well, it's not mine. It's Lucario, but I'll send it over to you. It's in. You can read FOL, right, Mark?
Is that on Discord? Or are you just asking if I can read in general?
I'm asking if you can read like basic prop logic.
First order law. FOL means first order law.
Okay, my bad. Too many acronyms floating around in my brain.
Yeah, that's fine, man. Okay. Well, I just wanted to ask Kyle, just because it's been a week, so I figured you.
It's been a week. You've been saying that shit 3 times. It's been a week. Yeah,
well,
you made that statement 3 times already.
Emphasized.
Why would I study a troll
just
argument?
Out of curiosity, before you
you
send me your argument, is relaxed moral realism based in some kind of phenomenology?
It's been a week, guys. By the way,
I'm not sure. I don't know what you mean by based on, because we don't affirm truth makers. But if you say, is there some part of the view that some proponents adopt about sorry, I'm playing Fortnite at the same time, about what it means for these sort of conceptual role to be played by the moral term, yeah, but not many. I think there might be 2, and one of them's bottling, so have fun with that. I can't believe they use this picture of you, Kyle. It's not like even, it looks grainy, like your glasses are kind of fucked up in it. I don't know what to do.
Low tier, bet I cook you in Fortnite.
Probably, bro. I have literally the original skin. I bet Kylo would cook me in Fortnite.
My fucking 13-year-old son is way too deep into Fortnite. And,
Kylo, I'm reading the comments. I haven't actually looked at the comments until now, because I saw.
What are you talking about, bro?
The comments of the video. So I thought you would have kept the comments of the video.
Yeah, there was comments on TikTok and there was comments on that video, so it's not clear what you're referring to.
Comments on the YouTube video that I just talked.
Well, Coco, you've gotta change the prompts, bro. It's socialist liberal, bro. Either you're a socialist or a liberal. You can't be both.
Okay, actually, technically, wait, they're on the same side.
Huh?
It's on the left.
Political ideology.
Wait,
Just
so
it's on the left, but they're still apart. Liberals, at least, the liberals are gonna be people that a free market, laissez-faire. Those sorts of obviously socialism, laissez-faire economically.
Oh,
No,
I
but it's
would be
based on.
socialist.
Socialist
My,
libertarian.
It is kind of this, but it like it makes my political brain go crazy. Like it actually, I don't know.
Don't worry, gang. I'll
okay.
fix
So
that.
I guess when it comes to
and a socialist.
yeah. So when it comes to my politics, I'm still figuring it out. But I would say like I would advocate for like a socialist democracy. And yeah, I'd be a socialist. I think we need more social programs. I think the European countries that like overly tax people, but it ensures that everybody gets housing, free college, free healthcare.
Like just broad social safety nets, that sort of.
Yeah, like I think that would be like peak society. Like everyone gets to live and thrive, and you got money in your pockets. Everything's taken care of.
Is that the proletariat owns
the means of production?
Just say the small word. Oh my god! I'm kidding.
That pisses me off when like Marxists just use their big language just to like obscure. It's so annoying.
Right? Dialectical materialism's true.
Whoa.
But I also believe in that, right? Like I think like companies should be democratically run. I think that
like cooperatives.
I think if you work for a company, you should probably have stock in the company.
Yeah, that's basically a cooperative, though, I guess.
Yeah, like everybody owns a piece, and then like, I think people should have like ownership of the means to production, and then like socialist programs that like ensure like safety nets for everybody. I think that's
own the means of production. I don't know about that one, gang.
Because like it's not fair that like Jeff Bezos sits on a pile of billions of dollars and he only works like 20 hours a week, but then somebody shows up to the factory and works 20 hours a week. It's paid like a measly like $15 an hour and can't afford to pay rent or have access to healthcare. A lot of people.
I don't know why you're talking shit on Kylo like that. He's right here, man.
Wait, hold on. One hospital.
Yeah, I gotta laugh that time. That was funny.
Bro, you're cringe. Yeah, he just said he was trolling your dumbass.
Wait, stay linear.
That was good.
Holy loads here.
So like,
he let his Dunning-Kruger.
Loads your rage bait. Bad rage bait. Yo, Coco, you gotta get this dog under control.
Yeah, hold on, guys.
I got a muzzle. Don't worry.
Wait, hold on. For most people, like one trip to the hospital will literally like send them into bankruptcy. And I think like that's not really fair, right? It's not fair that Jeff Bezos sits on like billions of dollars and then like somebody who works more hours than Jeff Bezos does can't afford water. They can't go into a gas station and buy a bottle of water.
I would definitely agree with you, Bob. Like wage slavery is pretty shitty, but I mean, I'm not sure if I see as much value in having like broad social safety nets. Like I'm for cooperatives. I think workers should have like
Coco, that outfit makes you look like a lion.
Workers should have like more say in how their companies
It's fucked up,
operate.
Forrest. He's right here, bro.
It's also true.
His culture is not to be appropriated.
But hold on, chill. But yeah, trombone. So yeah, like when Donald Trump took away like SNAP benefits, I thought that was kind of like fucked, and we should probably keep SNAP benefits, right? For people who like.
Coco, could you snap in a Z formation on the camera right now?
Jesus Christ. But also like what a lot of people don't even realize is like they say like, well, like I don't want people getting SNAP benefits because like they sit on their ass and they just eat on our tax dollars. But a majority of people who receive SNAP benefits actually are working 40 hours a week.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, like, in principle. I'm not against, like, SNAP benefits or, like, social safety. My point is, I think there are more efficient ways to get people's needs met than to have, like, these broad social safety nets. I think they lead to dependency, which is not, like, good. I want people to, like, be able to live off the money that they made from working alone and not have to depend on it. But like, I'm not against them existing when people can't live off them. Like, I'm not against their existence. I just want like a system where they're not like needed. I guess that's the best way to.
Yeah, me too. Like, I don't think it's fair that like everyone pays taxes for like SNAP benefits and then someone buys like a Gucci bag with it, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's not what it's for. Like, you're not supposed to sit at home and just like take benefits from the government. You're supposed to be
Yeah.
like working and getting on your feet, and that's supposed to help you get back on your feet. But yeah, no, I agree.
I'm fine. Let's compromise. I'm fine with, corporations being like giving out enough stock to their employees that their employees are a significant voting partner. But the sort of creative direction of the company and those rights are still retained by the CEO / if it's the founder and the same person, obviously.
I could probably agree to that. Yeah, well, maybe. And then I think people can vote on I guess what leader would be best for the company, who's going to pay people appropriately, and other things. But I guess the creative direction could remain the responsibility of who originally started the company. But I don't know.
Coco. Have you considered that the YNs have showed us that late stage capitalism actually does work? I mean, look at the Bloods and Crip Gang. They're late stage capitalists at this point, gang. I'm being so for real.
I don't know about that. But no, yeah, I definitely.
You're just a dem sock, Coco. You're a democratic socialist.
That sounds like a slur when I heard, and I know what you meant. I know it's democratic social. I get that, but the way you said it was certainly
people that are Marxists use it as a slur. I'll tell you that they hate dem socks with a passion, and I sympathize with them sometimes. It depends.
But yeah, I think I'm still figuring it out. But I would say I'm mostly socialist, and then I'll vote Democrat. I think Democrat is, to be honest.
Just if anybody can answer it off the top of their head, because I study a lot of economics, right? What are the four main inputs, four main economic inputs? Does anybody know them off the top of their head?
Fuck if I know. That class was a while ago.
So the four main. So one of the things that you're going to have to accept to come over to my view is, and I'll tell you after I tell you the answer. The answer is capital, entrepreneurship, labor, and land are the four main inputs to the economy, right? But I reject entrepreneurship as an input because you have to have capital to be an entrepreneur. Otherwise you just have an idea, right? But one of the things that you're going to have to accept to come over to the right side of history is the labor theory of value, right? That labor is you can have gold in a mine, right, that you own, but until somebody digs that shit up for you, it's not worth anything.
Why would I accept that, gang? What's going to be the premises that necessarily yield the conclusion?
What's the argument for LTV?
So premise one, you own a parcel of land that has a lot
of false. I'm black.
Gold in it.
Yo, that's crazy. That's outlandish.
My bad. Sorry. Too realistic.
That is indeed outlandish.
Yo.
I'm trying. Look, in the Big 26, I said I'd be less racist, but he kind of laid me up for that one.
But also,
aren't you mixed, bro?
Shh. Don't tell them I'm like Kylo. It'll give us something in common.
I'm white as fuck, but all my kids are mixed, so.
Oh, Coco, can he say it? I mean, we're one in but he held down. I'm not gonna say. You know what? This is me trying to be the bigger person.
Could I tell you all about a certain group of people that I don't like?
Again, he's laying me up for it. How am I
Okay,
how can I be held responsible?
Looking right at one, by the way.
Okay.
Okay. Again, Kylo does not need to be discriminated against.
Guys, okay, chill. We don't need to be doing all that. You guys need to fix your stuff off panel. You guys need to squash the beef off panel.
Unput yourself.
Yeah, but actually,
Sorry, it won't happen again, Coco. It won't happen again.
Oh yeah, but I think I do need to look more into politics. But yeah, to be honest, I think
don't say a dem sock though. Find something else. Don't mean a dem sock.
Yeah, lip sock.
I mean, I think it's beneficial. I think socialistic Democrat is good, but also I think.
Are you a leftist or a liberal?
Leftist. Wait. It's the same thing.
It's very.
Look. Hold on. Wait, hold on. There's a line, right? On the right is white supremacist. On the left is gonna be like leftist, and then you move a little bit to the right, and there's the liberal.
More right. More right.
Yeah,
it's
liberalism
like
is a
socialist.
center-right ideology, right? Laissez-faire capitalism, laissez-faire capitalism, social safety networks.
Liberalism is center-right.
It's literally laissez-faire.
Liberalism is inherently center-right.
Laissez,
And
less means to
and
let
like
go.
I thought I thought liberalism was like left.
like the original conservatives, like political conservatives, were people like Edmund Burke. They were classical liberals. Like to be like conservative for at least for a long time, with like recently, I guess, has been to be like economically classically liberal. So like the Democrats and Republicans are liberal. Like not all liberals are conservatives, but a lot of conservatives are liberals. It's the way it's been historically. But
do you guys know like the eras of political ideology in the U.S., like the 6-party systems that we've been through?
We're in the 7-party system right now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Are we in 6 or 7-party system?
Shut the fuck up, Haru.
Shut the fuck up.
Trumpism is want to be like the Jacksonian era. Trump signals the end of the neoliberal order, which is the 6-party system.
Look, is it bad that I'm gonna say I'm gonna be on the right side of this shit? All right, I saw how it went down for Germany. I'm not ended up in the fucking.
Yo, that is pretty wild, dog.
I'm a die-core Republican.
Look, you were all thinking it.
Pretty wild.
You were all thinking it.
I'm gonna be part of the. Okay, first off, there's this video that I watched where it was like you watched Hunger Games and you sided with the rebels. You watched Star Wars, you sided with the rebels, and it lists a bunch of these movies. Like, I think a majority of our society sides with the rebels in these movies, but when it comes to real life, like, people don't side with like.
I'm not gonna lie. The Empire was tough in Star Wars, bro.
Shut the fuck up. Did you say the right side or the right side?
I said the right side of history. You know what I mean?
Wait.
And for the record,
Okay, I thought you said the
why
right
would I
side.
not join the Empire when I get to become white?
Trombone was talking. Go ahead, Trombone.
Yeah, like I mean, the Empire was tough as fuck, bro. I don't know, like, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, they did evil shit. Yeah, but I mean, they looked good doing.
Well, think of the benefits. Think of the healthcare.
Yeah,
it's a great system.
Exactly.
Coco, do you want more engagement?
Health.
I'm gonna be.
And you get like a dope spaceship too if you like join the Empire. I mean, I don't know.
No, I would rather be on the side of the rebels. Like, fuck ICE, fuck, Donald Trump.
I agree with all that, but I'm not gonna lie. The Empire was still cool, bro. I can't lie.
I'm gonna be the rebels, the Jedis. I'm gonna be Katniss from Hunger Games. I'm gonna be on the rebel side.
Cool. Do you want more engagement though?
Not into Hunger Games. It seems like some feminist bullshit.
Wow. Let me go on a video.
Mark's not a feminist, I guess.
Like, I don't like wave this flag, but I would say like I'm for women's rights or women being able to like do whatever they want to do. So I would say like
I don't wave this flag, but
Coco,
like,
expand on that, Coco. Expand.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird.
No, expand.
Wait, hold on. It's kind of weird when a guy says like I'm a feminist, but like, okay, yeah, I'm a feminist. I guess I support
because of the
women
patriarchal system that you're actively a part of. That's why it's weird.
Yeah, like
I thought we were leaving that in 2026.
No, like women should be able to like.
It's because a lot of male feminists are corny. That's just the reason.
That's not true. Just because I'm bricked up at the rallies doesn't mean I feel that way.
No, and it's because it's performative. A lot of people use it to be performative. That's the reason why, like, people usually like associate it with being with bad stuff. But inherently, there's nothing wrong with that, obviously.
What type of feminist are you? Are you a terrorist?
To be honest, like I'm gonna be honest with you, like the red pill community is so fucking weird, and like I legit don't give a fuck what women do. Like literally, go work jobs, go get abortions, like live your life, be independent. Women
unless they start talking, am I right?
No, like women should be able to do whatever they want. I've never had that issue. I've never felt the need to control women.
Anything, Coco?
I mean, like legit. As long as you're not murdering
women's
people.
lefts and rights. You know what I mean? Like I think they deserve equal lefts and rights, right, Haru?
Wait, what?
Wait, Haru's not a woman. You can't ask him that.
No, I was just asking him if he's for equal lefts and rights for women.
Oh, I'm sure he's got a double-sided woohoo. You know what I mean?
I'm just against.
You said a double
I don't
chin?
know. I'm
No,
just against
double-sided.
petty bourgeois. It's definitely Mark Allen. I'm against petty
I'm
bourgeois.
pro
women's
I'm not
rights.
a man, but okay. Okay, buddy, Gritty.
No, Haru is a non-binary, goes by mostly any pronouns except asshole. It's not a pronoun they go by.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, to be honest, like, I don't understand the need to, like, keep women as, like, birthing machines or in the kitchen. It's just, like, stupid to me. Like, do whatever the fuck you want.
He's just laying me up for it. Please, somebody help.
Coco,
But,
get
like,
Gritty up here.
So let's just get
see
rid
the
of him,
need.
right? So let's just get rid of him?
I'm very do whatever the fuck you want. Almost even libertarian.
Do anything you
Libertarian,
want?
bro. Half of a libertarian now, bro.
Yeah, just don't
Coco,
kill
so you'd
people.
be okay with, like, a woman unaliving another individual?
Yeah, because it's based.
Yeah, Gritty, come up here.
Gritty?
I would rather you be a libertarian than a dem sock, bro. I don't know, man. I just don't like it.
Wait, libertarians are low-key conservatives. Let's be completely honest.
I mean, to be
libertarians in the U.S. co-opt the name.
Yeah, libertarians like
the first libertarians.
Don't tread on me, brother.
We're talking about are like Eugene Debs and fucking Norman Thomas and like the Southern Baptist fucking socialist movement.
Tread on me harder, daddy. You know what I mean?
It depends. There are more left libertarians and more like left and more right libertarians as well. There's like a spectrum to it. Like I don't know, someone like the Chase Oliver is like a little bit more of a left libertarian. Someone like I don't know, Hans Herman Hoppe is like obviously like a more white libertarian. So it's like a spectrum.
Sure, I need to look into what I am, but I think like I'm a socialist.
Black.
Should read up on Eugene Debs and Norman Thomas.
I just got unalived in Fortnite by a guy with a Sunday dad golf skin. What the fuck am I doing with my life?
I feel like my son would cook you in Fortnite, bro.
You probably would. And I don't have
wanna
excuses.
Do you guys want to see my chart? I took the political square test.
The compass test?
I want to see your chart.
Yeah, I want to see if you're more left than me. You probably are.
That's not possible. Haru is fully cocked to the left.
Are
No,
you like
I am not.
Are you like a Marxist or like a communist or something, a leftist?
I've won a
I'm a
Marxist
communist.
today.
Yeah, I bet you have been doing Marxist.
If you're a
rally.
left leaning, be a communist, bro. Be a leftist. I don't know, bro.
I don't know. Do most Marxists sign off on Lenin these days? Yeah.
So
Usually.
Lenin.
Oh, you're
definitely
more left than
contributed
me,
to the
Coco.
literature.
I'm right there.
Dude, you
So,
should not
that's
be.
about-
Why are you a dem sock? You should not be a dem sock. Whoa.
What's
Yeah,
wrong with
Dem
what's
Sock would
wrong
be
with
way
that?
more center to the right.
Just
bro.
be a normal socialist, Coco, please.
Just be a normal.
Be a normal socialist. Just be a
Define the
socialist.
criteria that you're actually alluding to when you use normal, like in this context.
Just like not a dem sock. Anything but a dem
So
sock.
not an atypical.
What's it take to ban
so not an
Haru from the
atypical
chat
political
forever?
left-leaning
We
activist.
need a Galaxy to ban him forever.
Dude, one of my accounts has 5,000 coins, and I was gonna go into a charity live, but then they said my name, and I didn't like the way she said it, and the kid didn't look disabled enough, so I didn't give it to him.
Crazy. We're also gonna get you off the panel for making that horrible fucking noise.
God damn it! You have to respect Haru. He's a legend.
Oh
You
my!
ever dated a trans woman?
If I ever dated it, no, but in another life I might have, because when I was doing, it's kind of like hair transfers. You know, when I was younger, it was kind of like everybody walked around with little ant legs on the top of their head. Since then, procedure has gone miles. You know what I mean?
I've dated a trans
legs.
woman. The best part is no pregnancy scares.
Yeah, that might be a buff on it.
You guys ever get a text from a white woman saying, "I think I'm pregnant again"? Shit's more terrifying than taxes. Swear to God.
They're keeping it too. Best believe. They can be pro-choice all they want, but when it comes to your baby, they're keeping that shit.
Well, they have good reason to. You know,
Can
it's
we all
black,
agree
it's
that the
gonna
Democrats are better for our country than the Republicans?
I mean, the Republicans are as bad as it gets. To be totally honest.
No, Somebody said
No,
no. I can't
so
wait
I
for
can
this.
count on
Both
Republicans to be
sides.
reliably evil, right? Like I can count on Republicans to be reliably evil, and like Democrats like lie to your face, and then do the other thing. Like they're so opposed to ICE, and we need to protest, right? But they literally just fucking passed a bill to increase the funding to DHS, right? So like I would say that someone that's like consistent in their evilness is better than someone that's going to be like, "Hey, I got your back," and then literally stab you in it once you walk by.
Oh shit, that's a take.
Yeah.
I mean, I just they're both terrible. I mean, it's so hard to say like what side better because it's
kind of like, do you want the fat chick or do you want, the really skinny one?
Yeah, the like anorexic one.
Wait. Nope. Sorry. Hold on. Slightly misogynistic. Change it. Fat dude or Chris Hemsworth. Can never pronounce his name correctly.
Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah, the guy from Thor.
Thor.
Yeah, kick him, Forrest. Bet you won't.
Welcome to the jungle. We got a lot of.
They are him to do it.
Yeah. No balls, or else you do it, Forrest.
Yeah, no balls.
That's also
Welcome
misogynistic, by the way.
Jungle. We got a lot of things.
You said I won't do what?
Forrest, I challenge you to.
Yeah, but shut the fuck up. If there's anything that I like doing,
why do you keep kicking her?
Because what's the point of him being here?
Because I want him here.
She's just trying her best.
I want Haru around. Haru is cool. This is the cool kids.
Oh, Kylo, you almost gave me a heart. I
seat.
thought you left, man. I was gonna say something so heartfelt.
Haru, you're always welcome here at the cool kids table.
But Forrest, I challenge you to a formal debate.
Oh damn, that's crazy. Call out. ISO.
Yo.
Yeah, Forrest, what topic would you like to debate? Because I'll debate you on any topic that we disagree with.
Do you
The topic
disagree?
is you're on the panel.
Do you guys actually disagree about anything? I mean, Haru seems.
Okay,
like
wait,
a
Forrest.
Marxist.
Okay, listen, Forrest. Seriously, you have to stop. You've kicked him like 6 times now. Forrest, come on. That's crazy.
Haru's cool. You get used to them. They're kind of like a really annoying little brother at first, but over time, it's a thing.
Yeah. No,
Finish that sentence, Cage. Finish that sentence, Cage.
It happens. You kind of when you walk into school back in the day and your teacher was just on a fucking bender, shit just happens.
Wait, so that's so confusing. Okay, I need to look at it.
Said that he is level 287 and elite in this season of Fortnite, and he would smoke you as a solo, even if you have a whole squad.
Well, I don't even know what fucking level 287 is, so he's probably telling the truth on gang shit.
How about Haru? How about no?
Run from a debate that you're going to lose for us now?
Why don't you name the topic then?
Yeah, I don't know what we disagree with.
Okay, well then why would I try to find a topic?
Like I beat Coco on veganism. I beat Cage on fast food.
No, you gotta say the full thing. I beat Cage in a debate about how fast food would take to get to my fucking window.
Oh, I am a democratic socialist. I'm looking at the map right now.
What?
Looking at the map, there's just a map and Coco's little face is on it somewhere.
Wait, hold on.
What?
Why would you debate anyone? Why would you debate anyone of Haru's size on anything pertaining to fast food?
I was a little egotistical back in my day.
Bro, don't believe this, Jimbo. This ain't true. This ain't true.
Tell me
So
it
that's
ain't
like
so.
that's social democratism. That's like Democrat socialism.
No, you were more in the take your finger off that. You were more in the anarcho-socialists or left
Yeah, I was
libertarian.
down here.
Yeah,
No,
you definitely not a Dem
socialist is
stock, bro.
crazy.
Please, thank God, bro. Oh my
Isn't it just
God,
the
if you were
socialist that
Dem
votes
stock-
Democrat?
Huh?
Isn't it just a socialist that votes Democrat?
A democratic socialist?
Yeah.
No, what that basically is like where you have like markets and more of like social safety net. It's supposed to be like a transit, like at least some democratic socialists do like it's a transitionary period from capitalism to like I don't know some communist society, but it's supposed to be reformist instead of like revolutionary. Because usually most socialists are like revolutionary. You think they should be, and like obviously Marx and Lenin and the people in history were revolutionary. They wanted to like have the means of production be through like violent means from like like their owning class. But democratic socialists want that. Yeah, democratic socialist just wants that process to happen through reform, not through revolution.
Hot take. I think Mark has learned, which is crazy.
Well, yeah, but actually, like, I think I advocate for democratic socialism. Yeah, like, I want, like, free markets, but also, like, safety nets for sure.
Whoa, please.
Well, that doesn't make any fucking... How do you have... Oh, you don't mean... Okay, never mind. My bad. I was thinking about it in a very Keynesian sense, and my brain hurt for a second.
Do you know that Keynesians are actually fascists? If you're a Keynesian, you are a fascist. Like that is what Keynesian means. Supporting Keynesian economics is the same as being a fascist. In fact, Mussolini was a big fan of Keynes. So you endorse the economics.
Bretton Woods didn't even take place until after Mussolini was fucking dead, bro.
What?
Okay, so
the Bretton Woods, where we decided as like England and the West to go with Keynesianism, didn't happen until after World War II ended, and Mussolini then was fucking
Keynes and
dead.
Mussolini were contemporaries. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they were contemporaries, but
and
Keynesianism didn't come to the forefront until after.
Mussolini read Keynes' books and he liked them. He said
maybe he did, but fascismo is not very Keynesian.
I know. I'm joking, bro. I'm joking.
Fascismo.
Okay, so technically, like, I'm right here, but I want this.
You should stay there. Don't be a dumb sock, bro. Please.
That sounds like a slur, does it not? Don't be a dumb sock.
Dude, this is a slur.
I think we should start talking like conservatives, how leftists and liberals talk to each other. To be honest.
All right, listen here, you crackerjack motherfucker from the corporeal realm.
I'm not sure we can say. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck we can't say on TikTok. To be completely honest with you, we can practically say anything.
One thing,
as long as someone's not reporting it.
Like really like introduce like the Nordic models, right? And it'll really piss them off. Just always remind them that the Nordic model is technically a monarchy.
Don't worry, people of the live. I am colored. I can say it.
That'll really piss them off.
Well, technically, like you're half, so you only get the nig part of it.
No, I want the gur one. That's more useful. Just imagine I walk up to a group of guys, a group of fellas, and just go, grrr! They think I'm so scary.
Yeah, I guess, man. You do you.
Wait, I thought it was God.
Hey,
no, hard R.
Here's one. I need to
tell Pages. Hey, what if you call them a bunch of like effing?
I need to tell them
effing gurs, bro.
Choco, you got your computer there?
Oh, me? Yeah, I have my laptop.
Put in Vivek Ramaswamy's bodyguard arrested.
Is he arrested now? I thought he was.
Not Vivek himself, but his bodyguard is arrested. I went to the gym with this dude like every day. I taught him firearms.
His bodyguard? Are you?
Yeah, got arrested for fucking selling like amphetamines.
He looks like he does that. He looks the part.
I went to the gym with that dude like every day for years, bro. Like, dude's actually like really good at bodybuilding. He got my bench press up to 315.
Shit.
I'm sure I'll help the prisoners do that too in exchange for
protection. Yeah, exactly.
Guys, I can make you more jacked. Just give me 3 weeks.
How do you guys feel about Logic saying the N-word?
Did he?
It depends on the song. Some songs I'm like, bro, you did not earn enough aura to say this. Other songs, it's like, yeah, gang, hard art next time.
But Logic is black. Logic is black, but he looks
No,
white presenting.
no. Look at Paris Jackson, and you look at me dead in my eyes and tell me she's fucking black.
Dude, there was this show. I don't know if it was like just about logic, but there was this show where he would like go around and he would go in stores and then he would just like say it out in public in front of like people that like look visibly black, and like he would get pressed and he'd be like, "Oh, but my dad was black," and then they'd be like, "Oh shit, man, it's all good, dog, it's all good," and then it all make up and be happy. Like
first off, wait. First off, speaking of
I'm gonna
Paris
catch you on
Jackson.
like 30. I gotta go home.
Okay. First off, speaking of Paris Jackson, respectfully, she is drop dead, like gorgeous. But second off, technically she's black, but she's fully white presenting.
Right? If you Coco, if you saw her, you'd think, the fuck is this cracker of the corporeal realm talking to me for?
She's literally a white woman, but she technically is black. She came from Michael Jackson.
So
you see Michael Jackson in his later years? Girl,
Michael Jackson was white in his later years, but that's due to like a skin condition.
Vitiligo.
Coco, I'm in the last fucking 4. Ah! No! Stupid bitches.
That's pretty misogynistic, man. What the fuck?
Sorry, let me qualify. What I mean by bitch here is a non-gender specific ad hominem, and I just got ganked.
Wow, actually actively using misogynistic slurs towards individuals. Oh my god.
Look, if you assume my meaning is against women, that's a patriarchy problem.
No, like
No,
since we do live in a patriarchal system, you're actively telling the publicized linguistic model of that patriarchal system.
See, the fact you had to take a breath in that sentence should tell you you're saying too many words.
Look, bro, my grandpa called French people cheese-eating surrender monkeys one time, and I thought that shit was fucking hilarious, bro.
It'd be even more funny if they were black.
Oh my god, bro.
I've been listening this whole time. Stick to the status quo in High School Musical. Shit's fire. You just ever want to go back and see those outfits? Like, I could totally see Coco playing this guy. Hold on, I'll turn my screen on. Actually, can I do that on this account? Fuck, I can't do that on this account.
Low-key, I could spend the rest of my life with Paris Jackson.
How old is she? She might be 18.
She's my age. We're both the same age. She's 27.
She's 20. Yeah, this is a white woman. Okay, if nobody's getting the picture, bright blue eyes, almost gray, the whitest skin you have ever seen, like dull red like the white dull red lips as well, blonde hair in the front, black hair in the back. If I showed you a picture of her and Miley Cyrus, you would not be able to tell that they had a black father.
Yeah. How did that happen? Wait, who is Michael Jackson's wife?
Conceived like IVF, bro. Like
I don't actually know. I think it's a random woman.
It's not technically Michael Jackson's kid. Like
Debbie Rowe.
So you know.
But Coco, do you want to make people mad?
What's the idea?
That's oh my god, that is not even knowable.
That's a white woman. That's
exactly a white woman.
That's a black person.
That is a Caucasian. That is a Caucasian female. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you tell me.
From the mountains of Caucasus.
Yes, straight from the Caucasus Mountains.
Okay, genetically, she's the descendant of a black man.
Oh, okay. Now it's genetics. Okay.
She was
I refuse to believe
via
that.
IVF and a sperm donor, bro.
There's no way. I can't believe it. There's not even a drop of black in this. It's just not.
I'm asking ChatGPT why that, because I'm also mixed race and my daughter's black, like darker than me. Humans inherit genes from both parents. Traits are influenced by many genes. Mixed race parents carry different combinations of alleles. Results can vary across siblings. Other traits follow similar patterns. Summary: mixed race parents have diverse alleles from their ancestry because traits like skin color and facial features are controlled by many genes. Each child gets a different random combination So sibling can look like different racial mixes. It's just genetic variation at work. Who says it's random? Obviously, God is guiding this to see that the child will have a better life over the others.
Obviously.
Wait,
my
my
youngest son, like all my kids are mixed, but somehow my youngest son is like darker than his mom.
Wait.
Do you guys know that Paris Jackson identifies as black and talks about how Michael Jackson told her to be proud of her African American roots?
I'm sorry, just that's just LARP.
You see her in the trap house packing some. What are you saying?
You're just LARP and being black at that point. I'm sorry, you're not black.
She's lighter than Haru.
That's crazy. Okay, no, she's a little bit.
You're telling me she could say
barely.
She could look at you.
She has like a slight tan. That's it.
I think Logic is dark. Even no. Logic looks more mixed race than she does.
Yeah, I can believe Logic is mixed race. It's not unbelievable. This is absurd. Like this is not.
Yeah, this is like, I might call her the N-word just for saying she's a black person. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yes.
Might have to just show her what it's like.
Like they're like genuine, like normal.
She
like
is hot though.
Purebred white people that I think deserve to use the N-word before her.
Pretty.
Just all of a sudden, just now, Mark is like, "Well, she do be hot though."
It's not the conversation. Conversation is about whether she's black or not, and obviously, it's not the case.
Well,
honestly, when I look at Logic, like, he does. I just realized how white he is.
He's pretty white.
Yeah, like he's not black, but I mean, he is black, but he looks.
That's
like a white
Coco. Do you know how many black spaces I go in, and they're like, "Well, you got to turn on your camera. I can't really tell from these videos." And then I'll turn on my camera. No word of a lie. Half the people on panel will say, "I'm black," and you're valid. The other half will be like, "Nah, get this cracker out of here." So it really does depend.
Gauge.
Yeah, it depends.
This chick looks whiter than me.
Yes,
and I'm pretty white.
Is that therefore Bryn?
Can we just take a moment to block the irony of Michael Jackson, the dude that bleached his skin white and got like 27 nose jobs?
He had vitiligo.
Telling that woman to like be proud of her blackness. Like, can we just take? Because like, I just think that's fucking hilarious.
What did he look like in 1998? Hold on, 1998 Michael. Was he like fully white at that point?
Yeah, bro.
Oh yeah, he was touching kids. Oh yeah.
He was not.
Oh yeah.
Michael Jackson.
He was definitely touching kids. His fucking son's name was fucking Blanket, bro.
No, I deny it.
No, he looks like a diddler. I can't lie.
No, Michael Jackson is the king. Like, put respect on his name.
That's what the kids were saying at the time.
He was a very talented musical artist, right? But we can separate the art from the artist, right?
No, we can't.
Actually,
I still look at Schmittler's artwork every day and smile on my wall.
Yeah, what the?
Actually, no, guys. Actually, hold on. It's a fact that
Michael wrong with you, Lotier? How could you make jokes like that?
Hold on. It's a fact that Michael Jackson is the best musician ever to exist.
Yo, that's crazy. To make that
ever
joke.
To exist.
Michael Jackson has to be the best artist to ever exist. That's a fact.
That's
every instrument.
No,
though,
that's valid. That's valid. Michael Jackson.
Very valid.
But Prince hasn't beat because Prince can play anything and do it very, very, very well.
No.
Michael Jackson
Coco clearly isn't talking about instrument proficiency. He's talking about kids per diddle capita.
Oh my god!
Wild.
No, if we took Prince's catalog and we went song for song with Michael Jackson's catalog, Michael Jackson like clears.
And the global reach Michael Jackson had, not even just has still is like not even comparable.
Is he dead? Michael Jackson, is he dead as fuck or what?
I mean, yeah, he's dead, but like still, if you go to like somewhere, some like random village in Africa or like in East Asia, like they're gonna have heard of Michael Jackson. They're not gonna have heard of Prince though.
They're gonna know how to moonwalk too. A lot of them.
Michael Jackson went to a Lakers game and
they know what the moonwalk is too. Like even some of them like ridiculous.
Why does he sound English?
I'm Zimbabwean, bro.
Where, Bryn?
You meant Rhodesia.
You colonized
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Hey, he's the one that's
Yeah, you mean Rhodesia.
I respect
Bryn, how many
the
people have you
cultness.
colonized? You know, I mean, it sounds a little, a little sketchy.
So I knew a dude when I was doing PMC work that was like still flew the Rhodesian flag and shit. And his little joke was like, before Zimbabwe had candles, Rhodesia had electricity.
That. Yeah, they had electric lights. Yeah,
That's crazy. Yeah, that's kind of facts though.
You're from Zimbabwe, Bryn?
Yeah.
No,
I live in
way.
Florida now. I moved about 8 years ago. Well, 9 years
What
ago
year
now.
were you born?
What's that?
What year were you born?
2000. So I moved when I was 17.
Oh, so you're Zimbabwean all the way through.
Yeah, born and raised.
Wait, how old is everyone then?
27. I'm 25.
Oldest one in here.
I'm 19.
Mark, how old are you?
I'm 37, dog.
Oh.
Old as fuck.
And then Cage is either 25 or 35.
Cage ain't no fucking 30. Listen to him.
Wait, I could guess. I could guess his age.
Cage is 25.
I'm pretty sure he's 24.
25, actually.
No, I was gonna say 20, maybe 27.
But I'm not the youngest one in here. I'm gonna cry.
How old are you?
How old do you think?
22?
He's 20. 21.
Oh, what gives 20?
I don't know. I would have said 19, bro.
Wow.
I could see that.
Just, I don't know. There's something about the sound of the voice sounds young.
Is this better for you?
Oh, shoot. Are you like 60?
No, you need more fucking pain and existentialism in your voice.
I'm 20.
Yeah, Haru, you're way too happy to be old.
Yeah.
You need to get more. You need to get more dread.
Snuff out the joy. You need to stop paying taxes.
People say I act older than I am.
They'll quit IDing you once you lose that sparkle in your eye.
Yeah, who's lying to you?
No, people legit on this app say that I'm. Forrest has actually said it. I'm smarter than what he thinks people my age should be.
Yeah, if I heard you talk more, I'd probably think the same thing. I don't know. I just haven't heard you talk that much, I guess.
Wait,
I don't think
Coco.
intelligence correlates to age, right? Like, my fucking 11-year-old son is a genius, and he's smarter than me at 37.
Well, I think that
people are just
correlates
gifted,
to knowledge a little bit. Not 1-to-1.
Yeah, they're definitely obviously
maybe not IQ, sure, but
even
IQ
it does to there's a threshold. Obviously, if you're a 9-year-old, I mean, that's definitely gonna affect how much your intelligence can reach. As you get older, at least into your 20s, your brain's processing ability increases. So I don't know. And you can get more knowledge too.
Coco, do you believe trans women are biological women and trans men are biological men?
Not biological. No.
Not biological.
I'll debate.
They are women and they are men.
I mean, how are you using biological? That's the important. When you say something,
So typically, whenever we're referring to the terminology biological, we're talking about.
I would say I think some trans men are biologically men, but not all of them. I think that.
What do you mean by that?
What does that mean?
I have to flesh it out. I think that there's some when you get to at a certain point in transitioning, it might affect the biological markers that indicate someone being I don't know if they were born male might not really exist anymore. So even on in a medical sense, it might be correct to call that person by a female, but those would probably not be the general case. So that would be kind of what my view would be.
What would be an example of that, though?
I don't know. I mean, I remember hearing about an example like that where someone genuinely, even on their medical records, was listed as female that was born biologically male. But it's been a while since I looked into it.
Coco, do you want to debate? We can debate right now.
No thanks.
Running from a debate against me is insane.
I'm trying to date Paris Jackson. No, I'm kidding.
This is two people who have ran from a debate from me in the same live, Coco. Do you want to be known as a runner? See, the other person that ran from me is back.
Yo, Forrest. People are blocking me because you're a mod.
Wait, who just blocked you?
I'm not sure if I could say, but I got blocked because Forrest is a mod. Forrest is going to stay a mod, but like, goddamn.
I'm going to block you since I'm not a mod.
Wait, Forrest, you're not connecting. Let me drop you. I'll bring you back. Okay, give me 1 sec. I got you. Wait, hold on. Fuck. Where'd he go?
I can almost guarantee who it is. Forrest, who do you think blocked
Forrest, how many people are you pissing off? Someone blocked me because you're a mod. But to be honest, my name's probably hovering around TikTok and people are pissed off at me too. What's up? Wait, what's his name? It's been a while. Alt. Or like, hold on. Where is he? Okay, but here, I'm gonna bring someone up. They want to come up. But yeah, guys, if you're here, there's 26 people here. Please tap your screens, like the live, share with anybody who you think might be interested. Thank you for being here and sticking around and listening to our conversations about politics, religion, and how beautiful Paris Jackson is.
Well, objectifying women by like their behavior.
I know, but anyway,
Coco, no, why is that okay?
Yeah, I know it's pretty bad, but she's like
you're upholding the patriarchal system right now, Coco. How does it feel to actively cause harm through the patriarchal system?
Sorry, but yeah, I'm gonna be here till 11 o'clock. Please tap your screens, like the live, share with anybody who you think might be interested.
11 o'clock, what time zone?
Central Standard Time.
Central Daylight Time.
Okay, I'm in the East Coast. Real America.
That's midnight.
Yeah. But yeah, Diamond, what you got for us?
Yeah, you should trust the biblical God because he'll forgive you for all your sins no matter what you do or say. And in the way that works, all you have to do is just let it all out. If you're frustrated or angry, or if you feel very horny or whatever like that, or envious or lustful, anything like that. So you got to let it out privately.
Why did you say horny? Bro, I'm
because
sorry.
we're adults. We're adults, man. We all been there.
Yeah,
it's not that you said it. It's the way you said it.
But anyway, just let it all out, and he'll forgive you
not true.
Stuff.
Even
let it all out.
The Bible says that there are unforgivable sins, like taking the Lord's name in vain. So that's objectively a lie.
And also, like,
it's not taking the Lord's name in vain. It's the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. That's
specifically, but there are unforgivable sins in the Bible. Is the point?
Oh gosh darn it! Paris Jackson is engaged. But anyway,
that don't mean nothing, bro.
What?
Why have I heard her name
like
marriages in the past 24 hours?
It's not a marriage
she ain't
yet.
Married.
It's not a marriage yet.
No, I'm not stealing anyone's girl. That's crazy, bro. But why do we need God's forgiveness? Like, why do I give a fuck about God's forgiveness?
Because you'll be protected away from consequences and things that are seen by other people.
Okay, well, like I don't even know if God exists. I don't even know if these consequences are an actual thing. And like,
have you heard the phrase "forgive and forget"?
I mean, yeah, but what does that have to do with God existing or hell existing?
Because when other people know, or if you know it, and if you ever feel guilt, you'll just forget. You'll forgive yourself, or you just forget about what you did and just continue on to move forward and be a good person. That's all.
Or I can be
or
like
other
an
people,
atheist and
or other
just
people may
forgive
forget
myself.
or forgive you. Huh?
I mean, I could be an atheist and just forgive myself and keep moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, you got free will. Everybody has free will. That's the thing that people don't understand. Is free will. It grants you a lot of opportunities and freedom and fun and stuff. You just got to use it in a way that you stay alive if you want to. But it's your own choice if you want to or not.
Not really establishing.
Yeah, but that doesn't. None of that necessitates God existing.
Oh, I apologize. If you want to know that God exists, I mean, you really have to really look for that. You got to look for the evidence yourself.
I mean, yeah, a lot of us did, and we ended up becoming atheists. A lot of us were Christians. On this.
Oh, really? Who's you did?
I was a Roman Catholic, and then I became atheist, and I'm now agnostic.
Did you mostly sin or virtue?
Did I mostly sin or virtue?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
You're not sure?
I committed sin, but yeah.
That's low-key kind of incoherent, not gonna lie.
Well, if you either do one of those,
how do you attract the dumbest people possible to this line? Like, what is your algorithm?
Wait, we gotta give him a chance. He's warming up. We're getting there. But go ahead, Rain.
Getting where?
Yeah, if you do one of those, right, either sin or virtue for a long time, you'll either see God or Satan, either or in real life in any type of way possible, or experience things that will make you believe that God exists.
Virtue is not
close. You either become close to either one of those two people. That's why celebrities do their thing and Christians do their thing, and both of them turn out very right. It's just they use their free will in a way that people have opinions of, that people may judge you of, but it's your own thing,
Bro, I know this isn't really relevant to your point, but virtue is not a verb. Stop using it like a verb, bro.
Virtue is definitely a verb.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Diligence is a verb.
Huh?
Diligence, like being diligently working.
No, those describe actions. They're not actions. So they're not.
Okay, verbs. You can correct me right now. Is it adverb?
Can you be diligent?
Exactly.
Okay, well, the adverbs, right? You following by the adverbs and stuff. You're doing adverbal things every day. You'll be blessed by a lot of unknown forces, and you actually believe that may be God or many other gods and stuff. But I'll just say God, just for example, in case any Christians are here.
Why should someone believe that God exists?
Huh?
Why should someone believe that God exists?
Oh, well, that's your choice to believe it or not.
Why do you believe that God exists?
I still believe that God exists because I get information out of nowhere, and when I mean out of nowhere, I mean by God himself, because that's the only thing I can think of.
How do you know it comes from God?
Because information that I like, words or certain words just in general, or imaginations or thoughts or images in my head, it's not coming from any of my past experiences or memories whatsoever. It's formed by something else. So I believe that it is God, honestly, at the point.
So it's just like personal experience? I mean, that's kind of hard. You don't think that would convince anyone to believe like the gods are real just based on your personal experience? I'd hope, right?
Yeah, it won't. It really won't. People think it's just their own brains, I guess, or hearts or whatever. Organs. But
you say it's because there's like images and ideas and thoughts in your head.
Yeah, things that you're unfamiliar with. That's what I mean. That's what I meant to say.
From that, you make the inference to God existing.
Yeah, it's just the closest thing. It's just closest thing to it. You don't
think there's any other possible explanation for this phenomena other than God?
There is no possible explanation except for the brain itself. I'd say the neocortex, because when I think of ideas, I feel pressure on top of my head.
If there is a possible explanation outside of God, then I mean, why not accept that explanation instead of God? I mean, it just seems you don't have very good reasons to believe that God exists.
I really don't, but the way our brain works is very strange. So
you just said you don't have good reasons to believe that God exists. Why are you?
No, I don't have proof. I just have an idea of how to make it.
You hold beliefs without having good reasons or having any proof to believe. Like, I mean, that seems For the
I
other
just
two,
let it see for yourself. I just let it happen for yourself only because I can't tell you anything at all. It can sound like a lie, it can sound like a truth, but you have to experience it yourself. You got to see it to believe it, you know?
I mean, I don't believe necessarily have to see everything, physically to believe in things, but
Okay,
I
have
mean,
you
it
experienced
just seems.
coincidences before?
Excuse me.
Have you experienced coincidences before? Like multiple
Uh,
times?
yeah, I have definitely.
That can be an example right there on timing, perfect timing. How do you get to perfect timing like that? You know, who
Yeah, I
guides you
mean,
like that?
coincidences are they are coincidences. They're things that happen, um, like just randomly out of probability. Like, I mean, obviously, it's possible for coincidences to happen, and they can be explained naturalistically without any God existing. So that
Well,
would,
I look at my phone every day when I walk. I see
like, I mean,
matching numbers and
maybe an
colors too.
abundance.
It's very strange to me.
Maybe it might be true. Maybe an abundance of very fortuitous coincidences might like be an evidence of God to some extent. That might be the case, but I mean, I don't think that's really the case, at least for most people. That
Right,
there's an
but
abundance of coincidences that would make God's existence seem
right, but the truth is
inevitable.
the truth is very stranger than fiction when it comes to trying to believe whether God exists or not. Because when you actually go outside and start looking around your surroundings and stuff, and you start noticing patterns all over the place, like colors or numbers or shapes or sizes or types of people or clothing, whatever, like that, or music or songs. You know,
Uh-huh.
you'll start being very convinced that maybe your God or maybe somebody else's God that's guiding you into whatever world you're in. You know, it's a very strange place. Like this life is very strange, bro. Life outside home is very weird, bro. So I'm not sure if you would want
Are
to
these
believe
the things
God
that
exists.
provide you good reason to believe God exists? The patterns and
Yeah,
interesting
just a
things in the
weird,
world?
just a very weird things. Yes, it makes me believe that God exists, but it's not something that's
Can you give
simplified at
like an
all.
example? Can you give like an example of one of these things?
Just the things I said before. The only things I experience just for myself. There's people that
Yeah,
there's people that experience stranger things than I experience, but coincidences and patterns. That's all.
you gave like broad categories of things, like patterns, like coincidences. You gave the
Yeah.
category
Do you
of the
want me to
thing.
break it down?
Yeah. You didn't give me a specific thing of itself. That
Okay,
you could.
ever since 2019, I've been seeing red, white, black cars aligned, just driving past by and stuff. When I started looking at the street, just gazing, you know, and all of a sudden, like for the rest of my life, I've just been seeing matches of those all the time. Red, white, black cars matching,
I
and
mean,
then it was silver and gray, you know.
those seem like pretty common colors. But I mean, I can't like totally question that. I mean, that. I guess if that happened to me, I'd have to really think. I guess if I constantly kept seeing that, that would be interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm seeing 959 on my clock, and I'm seeing 6 on my vape right now. Said, I apologize, man. That sounds like a joke, but I'm being for real. But you know, when you start paying attention to your own surroundings and stuff like that more often, bro,
I mean,
you'll be
here's the thing.
convinced
Like
that there's something
our
probably likely
brains,
more than you realize.
our brains are built to pick out patterns. So, like, it's kind of to some extent like confirmation bias to a certain extent. Like, our brains are designed to do that. We're designed to find patterns because in nature, when you're being hunted by predators, like patterns are really useful. And even misidentifying a pattern, an important and like a pattern is better than failing to identify a very important pattern in the wild. Because if you fail to identify patterns that are important in the wild, you get eaten. You don't survive. So like obviously evolution is selected for like animals that tend to like notice patterns really well. So I don't think noticing patterns means that like some mind out there is designing them. I just I don't really understand why like a god would go out of his way to make like rows of cars line up for you in that way. Like, but maybe that's specifically convincing to you, and that's how God has decided to convince you of his existence. But I mean, it doesn't really make that much sense. And that would be the sort of thing God would bother himself with doing.
Because he or she or is more than what Christians would believe. You know, it's not just a person that's a human being, whatever. It's something far more than that. You know, it's something that's supposed to keep you very smart and very feel good like, you know, or whatever your desires are. It's supposed to fill your desires up. That's all I meant to say. So if your desire is to literally just sleep for a long time, just like mine or like that, you know, you will have an opportunity to do so, you know.
Okay,
For
Mike.
example.
What do you think of what I said about the just the pattern seeking, the fact that humans are
Yeah, the
pattern
pattern
seeking.
seeking thing. Yeah, I mean, if it's on my vape, if all that stuff was on my phone, if I see it in license plates and cars, I'm seeing colors and all that other stuff. I don't think it's really nature thing. I don't think it's nature like. I think it's inorganic as crap.
Your brain is designed to see things like that. Your brain is designed to pick those things out, even when there's no like meaningful connection. Yeah. So like, it does seem that's a far better explanation of the things you're saying you experienced than like a mind out there that's like arranging things in this way.
Yeah, it's just very weird though, right? You know how we pick up patterns like that. I'm not understanding if that's even natural.
That's the part about psychology. It's explained by psychology.
It just doesn't seem natural, bro. I don't think it's a natural thing at all. I think it's very like what's the word? Just unnatural. Or I don't want to say the other word because it's just corny, but probably like supernatural, you know? That's not corny. Supernatural, either unnatural or supernatural, either or, but it's definitely not just natural, you know? Unless you make it part of your life as natural.
Look, what I'll say is I think you should definitely investigate your beliefs more. Try to find like good reasons. Like if you believe in God, you should find good reasons why you believe in God. You should find reasons, like evidences in the world. You should find arguments that make God's existence more likely than not. Or if you choose to not believe in God, you should also like find like reasons to justify like that belief. I think just going off these vague intuitions and notions, I think
you're right. You're right. I'm
having
definitely doing that. You know, when I'm getting paid very soon this year with all the money, all the stuff I had to find for myself, you know, I'm definitely starting a foundation for myself, observing anomalies and stuff like that outside the real world, you know, outside the home and to say in the real world, right? Because, you know, somebody wants to believe that God exists or just wants proof just in case, you know, I literally take pictures all over the place, you know, I already have things on my phone already, you know.
Pictures of what?
Like colors, the red, white, black cars and stuff. I mean, just a lot of things, man. Things I see on the internet too, the numbers, all that stuff, you know. I mean, I'll literally do deep research on that and see what's going on. Whether it's just me being in the center of every little thing I'm supposed to see or something else, you know. Something deeper.
Trom, do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do. I'm a Christian.
Are both of y'all Christian?
I don't know what he is.
I'm Roman Catholic, but I'm not really devoted. I'm just all about, you know, understanding and knowing sin and virtue. That's about it.
You're not devoted? I don't know. That's so wild to say.
I know it's wild. I just don't read books, man. I don't go to church or anything. I just know sin and virtue.
Do you believe in
that's what you've got to work on. You've got to read and you've got to go to church if you're comfortable.
It makes me very sleepy, man.
Do you believe in the resurrection?
Huh?
Do you believe in the resurrection?
Resurrection of Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not going to be seen on TV. Nobody's going to televise, you know. Nobody, bro. The way the government is, man, they're not going to really want people to be entertained by that, bro.
Yeah,
it's probably going to be private, you know.
That's just kind of make it or break it, you know.
Yeah, I know it's going to be very private, though. Anything that's big, bro, is going to be very private and kept by rich people. Trust and believe that. Nobody's going to see even proof of any of this stuff at all, bro.
So you do believe in the resurrection?
Yeah, I do. I believe in literally every little thing, and that's why I'm probably seeing everything now, because I'm believing it. I don't know. I'm just a gullible guy, you know, and me being gullible makes me receptive.
Don't call yourself gullible.
I'm just receptive. I'll just say that. If not gullible, then receptive. You know, I'm picking up on everything all the time.
Yeah, that's a better way to look at it. Be more positive, I guess.
Well, if you do to share something, if y'all do want to see God, just see positive and everything. Just see what's good, you know. You know, if you do want to look at problems, then go far into it. Try to see what's the biggest problem ever. What's the source of all problems, and what's the source of all solutions too. You know, and y'all find out the truth about things. You know, in your own ways, though. You know, based off your own desires. My desires are different than y'all's. You know, so.
Yeah, but also, I guess I'm going to go take a break because I've been live all day.
All right, good night. I'm about to go.
I might see you guys around. I might hop from live to live, but thank you guys.
All right, yeah, thanks for having me up, Coco.
Yes.
I'm about to follow both.